In a forest, a large operation was underway. Knights rushed through the darkness, seeking the main target. The elf was surprised when he felt danger behind him, but quickly, a warrior carrying a sword eliminated the lizard that was jumping towards him. Surprised, the elf asked why the man was there. Despite not knowing him, the elf thanked him for being saved, as well as for the man protecting the peace of the village. The affection of the small village elf increased by 10 points, unlocking an achievement. Now, the man could move freely through the elven regions. The elf looked at his blonde-haired sister, revealing that she also wanted to say something. The female elf's face flushed as she approached to say, "Some time ago. At the time it was offered for us to become companions. If it's you, I would like it to come true." Time passed quickly, and soon the marriage of the elf and the human happened. She looked extremely happy, and so did he. Together, they headed to a large castle under the applause of elves. The beautiful ring was placed on the female elf's finger, and a kiss approached to conclude the wedding ceremony that united them. It was at this moment that a voice interrupted the narrative. "Stop right there." Several lights lit up on a man on a stage. "I spent many hours agonizing to show that Ares is not a simple game. All characters are equipped with artificial intelligence. They execute judgments based on their own personalities. Ares is another world." The man in the suit, thin glasses, and muscular neck presented Ares to the players. They were surprised by what they saw on the screen. Discovering that this was not an edit but the true gameplay of the game made them anxious. The man once again explained, "Ares is not just a game. The Purium Corporation has created a new world. Implementing a super artificial intelligence, a divine being was born. The divinity of Ares will evolve users and grant incredible abilities based on achievements. You, receiving the revelation of Ares' divinity, will have special powers, become heroes, and gain legendary fame. You can create your powers and become kings. In other words, you will conquer everything that is possible to conquer in reality, and even impossible things you could never have imagined." The players were excited to enter Ares and congratulated Lee Sagen by cheering. Thus, in 2045, Ares, developed by the Purium Corporation, was released. Ares not only affected the gaming industry but also the culture of the entire world. The number of users surpassed 1 billion people in an instant. A year later, the people who entered Ares were still surprised. In the beginner zone, a man looked at his own body, remembering he had heard that physical abilities from the real world were also reflected in the game. A hooded man caught the attention of others. "Hey, that must be the famous one, right?" There was a famous event that had existed since the launch of Ares. It was necessary to break the wooden scarecrow in 10 attacks. More than 1 billion people had participated in the event, but all had failed. It was said that whoever managed to pass the test would win a super VIP capsule, worth 50 million, plus 5 points in all stats. A player thought he could break the scarecrow in 10 attacks, but the man who told the story revealed, "Forget it. People don't even try the challenge anymore these days." After a series of sports representatives failed, even the gold medalist, they reached a consensus that it was impossible. The listening man was surprised to learn that not even Hanul had managed to pass the test. In doubt, he asked why there were so many people watching the wooden scarecrow. Before the hooded man could answer, someone appeared behind him. "Excuse me." As soon as they looked back, they came across a muscular man with horns exuding a bloodthirsty energy. That was Mataseok, the strongest man among the primates. Mataseok cracked his knuckles, staring at the scarecrow. Everyone was impressed by his size. Rumors emerged that Mataseok could even defeat a bear with his bare hands. In front of him, the scarecrow looked like a toy. A large amount of energy was accumulated in Mataseok's fist. Anxious for the 50 million capsule, Mataseok's first punch fell on the wooden scarecrow, shaking it. Seeing the scarecrow sway, many thought that today the challenge would be conquered. A man with a shabby beard asked, "What do you think?" A woman analyzing the images next to him hoped Mataseok would succeed. She believed that if even he failed after Hanul also failed, a great confusion could happen. An impossible mission had been created by the game developers to attract attention. She already imagined the complaints about Ares recruiting players just for money. The man next to her imagined that they would need to intervene with the system after Mataseok's failure. He was worried about whether the CEO would accept such a thing, worried about such work. She knew they would need to complain to the team leader. After sweating due to the effort, Mataseok complained, "This is unbelievable." He fell to his knees in frustration for failing. The duo in the Purium Corporation knew they were screwed after this one. They quickly left the service before they received calls from players, complaining. But suddenly, someone shouted, "A new challenger has appeared!" The man trying to run away looked back. "So what? Does he look like someone who will succeed?" In front of the scarecrow stood a thin young man with a sword wrapped in cloth. The analyst could see that he wore common clothes, but his weapons seemed to have been obtained in the game store, something that many players had already tried. Despite not having confidence in the young man, they watched him while the supervisor went to dinner. However, the sound of the young man's attack caught attention. They turned around upon hearing the noise. They saw something incredible happen to the scarecrow. A large hole appeared in the body of the wooden scarecrow. In an instant, a world message was sent to the player. Congratulations! You are the first user to successfully destroy the wooden scarecrow. He received 5 points in all stats plus 200 fame points. The supervisor dropped the coffee he was about to drink due to the surprise. Who is this person? What kind of abilities does he have? The analyst, however, thought he was just a common person. The supervisor suddenly realized something. That sword. Analyze what rank it is. Quickly, the analyst accessed the player's information. She was surprised as the result was very strange. The supervisor and team leader shouted, "Of course it is!" But it's true. It's an epic rank sword. The supervisor sweated coldly, still incredulous. He wondered who that young man was to obtain such an item and what his identity was. A hammer constantly struck the hot metal, coupled with the fire, which could steal all the sweat from someone's body. The sound of hammers echoed. In front of the forge, a young man approached his father. He watched him while calling out to him. The young man, with a body forged by hammer and fire, became emotional. "Father, you're back." The young man hugged his father, vowing to protect him. The father, however, replied, "Son, it's still so hot here." The young man saw flames rise around his father, consuming him. He quickly screamed, begging his father to get out of the fire, but nothing saved him. The young man woke up abruptly, crying because of the dream. Despite his strong body, his emotional side showed its weakness in the face of the frequent dream. Many people pass through the hospital daily. A green-eyed man smiled while mocking, "These idiots still have hope? They won't break the scarecrow with just physical strength." A young man with a flame scar on his face interrupted Kim Ji-hun, who was watching the live broadcast. "I told you not to call me during the day." However, Kim Ji-hun didn't know what to do. "You won't meet me because of work, and I can't even enter your father's hospital room." The young man, fully dressed so that his skin couldn't be seen, became irritated with Kim Ji-hun, asking what he wanted. Changing the subject, Ji-hun asked, "Aren't you hot?" The young man became irritated upon hearing the question and, reminding his friend of the scars he had, questioned, "Are you kidding?" Ji-hun quickly corrected himself, changing the subject, asking if he had heard about the game Aries. The young man was surprised, making Ji-hun ask if he really didn't know about the game. Ji-hun commented that this was the most famous game of the moment, where there was even an event for novices that all the great celebrities had failed. Ji-hun was excited because of the event's reward, a 50 million capsule. However, the scarred young man didn't care, as everyone had failed the event. Ji-hun, however, thought the event was difficult, but not impossible. He was confident that his friend had a chance to break the doll. Frowning, the young man with scars on his face asked what he meant. Ji-hun led his friend to a capsule he had prepared, a 10 million capsule, a price that scared him. The synchronization rate is 80%, but there's no problem playing in them. The scarred young man was surprised that so many people played even though a capsule was so expensive, something Ji-hun treated as an investment. If you do well in the game, you can receive incredible rewards. Finishing the explanation, Ji-hun prepared to enter the capsule. His friend, however, stopped him, asking where he had obtained it. Ji-hun, however, questioned, "Is that important? You should actually be wondering what you could do with it." The young man from the hospital doubted he could get anything with the capsule, treating Ji-hun's idea as madness. Tapping on the capsule, Kim Ji-hun confidently stated, "This is an investment." I'm telling you. The young man contested Ji-hun's idea, but the rich young man was confident. In Aries, the blacksmith class exists. What do you think? Isn't that amazing? Ji-hun stretched out his hand, pointing at his friend. "Kang Hyun-soo, who are you?" "You are the son of the most renowned blacksmith in the world. You are his successor. What is a wooden scarecrow in the face of your abilities?" Kang Hyun-soo fell silent after hearing his friend. He then took off his hat. "I kept wondering what you were talking about. My appearance since the accident, I've never even shown you, have I?" Showing the wounds on his face and even the lack of hair due to the burns, Kang Hyun-soo stated to his friend with a passive voice, "Honestly, I'm not in a state where I'm interested in anything." Days ago, Kang Hyun-soo had faced a tragedy. Fire had spread throughout the house, where he found his father unconscious under rubble. He ran to save his father. Facing the fire, Hyun-soo used his own body to lift the weight off his father and rescued him, amidst sweat and tears. That accident took everything Kang Hyun-soo had. He barely managed to survive, while his father never regained consciousness. To cover the costs of treatment, Hyun-soo could do nothing due to the family's poverty. He was willing to do anything to earn money. Working on a construction site, he used his 10 years of experience following in his father's footsteps, forging countless metals. However, even after so much time, he couldn't even hold a hammer. Tears streamed from Kang Hyun-soo's eyes, wetting his scars whenever he remembered that moment he could never overcome. Kang Hyun-soo revealed to his friend that he had lost the strength in his right arm. Whether forging or any other manual effort, he could do nothing. Kang Hyun-soo put his hat back on, thanking his friend for trying to help. but warned that he would take care of his own problems. Putting on even a hood, Hyunsu told his friend to leave. Don't spend 10 million on nonsense. You idiot. With his work hours approaching, Hyunsu prepared to leave, but Ji-hun interrupted him. You're not an idiot, are you? Do you think I wouldn't know that you face difficulties every month to pay the hospital bills? How long do you think you'll be able to last? Okay, let's say you manage to pay with mediocre jobs, but what about your life? Are you going to leave your body like that forever? I'm telling you, this can fix everything. Kang Hyunsu swallowed hard upon hearing his friend talk about the future. Kim Ji-hun continued speaking before Hyunsu opened the door. The costs are about 3 billion, right? Of course, that's an absurd amount, but it doesn't mean you can give up. The you I know isn't like that. Irritated to see his friend lose the will and happiness to live, Kim Ji-hun yelled, You said you wanted to live as a blacksmith for the rest of your life. You can do that in Aries. I'm telling you, I'll take responsibility for those 10 million. Just listen to your friend this once. Although hesitant, Kang Hyunsu listened to Kim Ji-hun speak. Kim Ji-hun was practically begging Hyunsu to listen to him. Hyunsu lowered his head and remembered the dream he had of his father in the flames. He gave up on opening the door and then looked at his own hand, which was trembling uncontrollably. Late in the afternoon, Hyunsu went to the construction site where he worked, carrying a large amount of weight to climb stairs. He blamed himself for letting his friend fill his thoughts with useless things. Focusing on working, he remembered he needed to hurry up and earn money for his father's treatment. It was upon reaching another floor that he saw a man hammering an iron bar. With every hammer blow, the iron of the bar in contact with the iron of the hammer released sparks. Those hammer blows awakened something inside Kang Hyunsu. The sound echoed in his heart. At the end of the day, Hyunsu ended up going to the capsule left by Kim Ji-hun. The hammer blows of the metal had led him to it. He remembered how Kim Ji-hun had said he could live as a blacksmith in Aries Hyunsu, missed the fire that stole the sweat that ran down his body. That nostalgia for the metal made him enter the capsule. Putting on the glasses, he declared to his father that he would hear the sound of the forge one more time. Kang Hyunsu received the welcome upon entering the world of Aries. There, character creation began with a request for a name. The protagonist chose only Hyunsu character. Customization began next. Hyunsu was surprised when changes to his body began to happen. The game started with an analysis of the body type. Soon, the scars he had all over his body began to disappear. The analysis was complete. The scars were gone, and his hair returned to fill Hyunsu's head. The option to continue with that appearance was asked. He confirmed, and immediately the search for a server began. While waiting, Kang Hyunsu clenched his fist. That damn Kim Ji-hun! Not only did the scars disappear, but he felt the strength in his right arm completely return. Just that made Hyunsu know he owed 10 million to his friend. So he decided to work hard in this new world to be able to pay him back. Hyunsu was teleported to a random territory, the Barden territory. Len's forge was there. A man with a white beard and tanned skin sweated in front of the fire. He put on his gloves, not giving up. Cursing the instructors, he stated, I will crush their pride. Old Len continued to believe that he would forge a sword superior to all others. Len continually hit the hot iron, shaping it. While hammering, he shouted with anxiety, Please, work. At that moment, a voice arose behind him. That's not how you should do it. Len was surprised and looked back, seeing a young man in his forge. While asking what the outsider had said, Hyunsu repeated, That's not how you should hammer. Surprised, Len asked what the kid meant. Hyunsu explained, You look like you're forging a sword, but you'll never be able to create a powerful one that way. Snorting, Olin asked what he knew. Despite not being in his place, Hyunsu could see that the blacksmith was struggling, so he couldn't just stand by without helping. Frowning, Len commented that he seemed to speak as if he knew how to forge. Since he had nothing to lose, Len handed the hammer to him. Hyunsu took the hammer, while Len decided to just watch. He planned to just get on good terms to use the forge, but perhaps the current method would work better. Hyunsu stopped and stated, I have one condition. The protagonist demanded that if he could prove the skill he had, the blacksmith should let him keep the sword he forged. In return, I will show you something that is worth your time. Seeing how arrogant the kid was, Len turned around laughing. Let's see if your confidence lasts. Sitting on a bench, the blacksmith stated that if Hyunsu failed, he would pay the price for his arrogance. Without blinking, the protagonist accepted the offer. Hyunsu heated the iron as he always did and placed it on the anvil to be hammered. Staring at the iron bar, he realized that 3 years had passed. Although he had been arrogant, he wasn't sure if he was still in shape. Despite this, he lifted the hammer and brought it down onto the iron bar, awakening a very familiar feeling, hammering the bar. He remembered his own father as well as Ji-hun, who had always supported him. He put all his effort into compensating them. The feeling Hyunsu had long forgotten was returning. The familiar sound of metal, the hot wind on his skin, everything led him to smile. It's good to be back. With his body remembering how to hammer, he gained confidence that he would succeed. Seeing the young man continue to forge, Len snorted. Just an outsider. I thought he was just going to show off what he'd seen around, but he's not bad. He can show 1 or 2 things. However, Len thought the young man would reach his limit soon. What confused him was the happiness the young man showed. Len, however, knew that happiness in the forge didn't matter. That was a place where only the result had value. He had only let the young man try because he hoped to get something, but he didn't believe there could be a skilled blacksmith in the starting zone. While wondering if he wasn't wasting time, he ended up being surprised. The young man had hammered the iron bar point by point until it bent with the contour of the anvil. As soon as he turned the piece of iron, forming a double layer, Hyunsu continued to hammer. He reheated the iron while persisting in the work. Len realized that this could be a way to increase the strength of the metal while removing its impurities. The old blacksmith wondered why he had never thought of that before. Curious, he tried to verify if the technique was really working. To find out if this wasn't just a trick, he activated a skill that verified the rank of the items. He discovered that the iron bar, originally rank D, had risen to rank C. Len quickly stood up, incredulous. Even though he had already managed to evolve an iron bar to rank C, he had never done it so quickly. He realized that the young man, satisfied with the forging, was not bluffing. Seeing him go back to hammering, Len couldn't believe he could raise the rank of the iron bar one more time. Internally, he commented about the boy as time passed. A cheap trick doesn't change the fact that, without skills in this world, you won't be any different from me. The next day soon arrived, while little birds sang in the trees. Len got up after having slept on the bench. As soon as he remembered the outsider, he looked around in a hurry. To his surprise, the young man was still hammering. Len watched him, dumbfounded. Hyunsu had folded the iron bar one more time. Len didn't know how many times he had already repeated such a process. Still, the young man smiled as he continued to hammer. After some time, he watched the heat begin to leave the iron bar and promptly plunged it into hot oil for tempering. Seeing the young man cool the sword, Len wondered if he never got tired. Frowning, the blacksmith questioned if the young man had spent the entire night forging. As soon as Hyunsu lifted the iron bar, a golden glow appeared. Len was shocked. As the iron bar had evolved to B grade, the experienced blacksmith stared at the young man with incredulity. He had evolved the rank of the iron bar without the help of skills. Seeing Hyunsu plunge the bar into the hot oil one more time, Len wondered if he would try to evolve the piece's rank again. Hyunsu raised the blade to eye level to check for any curvature. As soon as he noticed that the piece was crooked, he slapped his own forehead. Damn, it's been a long time. Did I push myself too hard? Len quickly took the iron bar the young man was holding. With a confident smile, he asked what he should do to help him. Satisfied, the protagonist accepted the help. With Len holding the iron bar, the protagonist returned to hammering the sword, which was already beginning to take shape. He checked the material once more, while he and the blacksmith took notes and talked to each other. Thus time passed, and in Len's eyes, the result was incredible. Looking at the piece of iron which had reached A grade, he knew they could make a rare rank sword with it. He couldn't help but comment, "I've never seen a magic grade item in the starting village, let alone a rare rank one." Len was excited by what they could do with that piece of metal, but Hyunsu didn't seem so enthusiastic. It's too early to celebrate. The blacksmith was confused by what the young man said. Holding a piece of wood, the protagonist stated, "We haven't finished the hilt. The blade also needs to be extremely sharp." Seeing how perfectionist the boy was, the blacksmith was dumbfounded. In the end, Len laughed, as he had never seen an outsider like this before. While Hyunsu revealed that he had always been a lover of forging since childhood, Len asked if he would take the sword after forging it. Len retrieved 2 pieces of stone and, approaching Hyunsu, offered, "In that case, how about forging again using this?" Hyunsu was confused until he saw the stone that shone with a greenish tone. Surprised, he asked what that ore was. Confidently, Len declared, "This is mithril ore, an inheritance belonging to my family for generations." The protagonist picked up the stone and questioned why Len was handing it over. Len wanted to thank him for being able to learn so much. Furthermore, that ore went beyond the skills he possessed, and he wanted to see what kind of sword the young man would forge with it. The protagonist observed the ore, something that didn't exist in the real world. He never imagined he would forge a sword with a legendary metal, only heard of in stories. Never having worked with mithril, it would be a gamble, but he declared, "How could I refuse this offer?" Len was excited and asked if he could help him. Hyunsu accepted the help, making Len so excited that he asked, "Would it be okay if I called you master? I will speak formally with you." Hyunsu promptly refused, as Len was old enough to be his grandfather. Laughing, the old man asked the young man to think of age as only secondary. Changing the subject, the forging began. A month passed quickly, and the moment when Kang Hyunsu cut the wooden scarecrow arrived. Hyunsu had forged the epic rank sword called Daylight, achieving this feat while still at level 1. Watching the young man's actions, the analysts discovered that he, as soon as he entered Ares, had gone directly to the forge, obtained mithril, and made made the sword that helped him pass the wooden scarecrow event. In the Pureum Corporation Management Center, the team leader was still impressed. The analyst next to him recommended that he get back to work. Otherwise, he would end up fired. The team master preferred to take a coffee break due to frustration. They checked Kang Hyunsu's information. At 23 years old, he lived in a studio apartment and had entered the game from home. The team leader was excited when the assistant found more data about him. Since she already knew what was happening in the arena, she needed to check this information because of the sending of the VIP capsule. So much time had passed since the incident that they even feared not being contacted. But the delivery request had just arrived. The only curiosity was that, in the request, Hyunsu demanded that his real-world identity remain private. The team leader was surprised. The assistant revealed that the young man had been insistent about this, which made her curious to know the reason. They knew that if the matter was published, he would become a worldwide celebrity. The team leader believed that the young man had a reason for not being in the spotlight. Changing the subject, he asked where Hyunsu was and why he was running away. The analyst reached the information. It seems he just entered the Hunter Training Center. The protagonist passed through 2 wooden doors when he found a man with gray hair and a goatee who said, "Hey kid, this is the place where real monsters appear. Sorry, but I can see your level. A level 1 cannot pass this test." Having spent 30 days in the beginner zone that was supposed to take 30 minutes, Hyunsu increased his base stats, but was still only level 1 and without a class. In an office, a man listened to a manager, who had worked with numerous famous people, call the situation absurd. He questioned whether they should leave all decisions to the divinity of the world without interfering. The man was faced with the concern of team leader Kim Tae-seok, Lee Sejin. The game creator waited to see how Hyunsu would handle the Barden hunting grounds, as he had no idea what was coming. The offer of a legendary class. The instructor Relson frowned upon seeing the boy want to use his own sword. "Do you think you're a blacksmith by any chance?" Relson smiled mockingly, watching the boy throw away his own future. However, Hyunsu's gaze held determination. The area where he would hunt was full of monsters across 3 paths. Knowing that someone who trained in swordsmanship was worth more than any low-quality sword, Relson asked why a blacksmith would seek his path in such a place. With Relson's disdain, his affinity for Hyunsu decreased by 10 points. Hyunsu had seen such reactions countless times in the real world. Being a blacksmith was nothing more than a useless dream at that moment, but in Ares he saw the opportunity to finally be recognized. Relson was suddenly questioned. Who, of all the swordsmen who passed through the training center, stood out the most? Hyunsu demanded a test harder than any other. Relson was annoyed. He was already wasting time as the instructor of the hunting grounds, training countless students and forging the ability to recognize talent. Annoyed to the point of grinding his teeth, he cursed the novice who dared to speak so arrogantly. Being provoked, Relson decided to propose a challenge. Relson guided the way into the dungeon. As he walked, he explained that he taught novices the basics during the test, but he could also let them participate in a trial to show they were true promises. While stating that the trial record had been the 3rd stage, an iron grate lifted, revealing the monsters that inhabited it. Level 6 agile goblins. Since Hyunsu insisted, Relson stated, "If you fail, you won't be able to return for a week." Understood? Curious, Hyunsu asked if stage 3 was the last, which surprised the instructor. Confidently, Hyunsu declared, "I want to go to the last stage." Feeling that the young man was mocking him, Relson ground his teeth, cursing the boy for testing his patience. Determined to punish him, Relson pulled a chain, releasing the monster of stage 4, the level 15 mad goblin, a malicious being, with a tongue as sharp as the scimitar it carried. The goblins began to surround Hyunsu, who with a steady gaze challenged them. Hungry, the goblins charged all at once. One of them quickly approached, forcing Hyunsu to raise his sword to block it. Other goblins charged, attacking from different directions. However, Hyunsu focused on the swords they carried, on the cracks that any blacksmith could notice. He placed the sword back, executing a wide strike on the goblin that was jumping towards him. The daylight activated a skill, Hard Sword, increasing the wielder's attack and defense. With a single attack, Hyunsu destroyed the goblin's sword, as well as the monster. There was nothing that could stop the blacksmith's sword. As soon as he defeated the first agile goblin, Hyunsu saw the tip of a blade approach. Another agile goblin was attacking. He failed to dodge, getting hit by the blow. Relson watched Hyunsu get hit and remembered why agile goblins were called the novice's nightmare. However, just when he thought the young man lacked skills, he was surprised. Hyunsu ground his teeth, enduring the pain of that attack. Hyunsu's health points had dropped only to 82%, surprising Relson to see a novice survive a critical attack. Relson didn't know that Hyunsu had spent a month forging swords to increase his stats. Strength and vitality were above 30 points. Relson ground his teeth upon seeing the true danger approach. The mad goblin laughed as it advanced. While running, the monster activated a skill, Spikes of Madness. Spikes shot out of its body towards Hyunsu. The protagonist was hit, suffering the effects of confusion and reduced visibility. Relson was even more impressed to see Hyunsu withstand another attack. but it seemed to be the limit. The mad goblin and an agile goblin were attacking at the same time. Hyunsu tried to maintain focus and trust the sword he made. A concentrated look appeared on his face, determined to do what he could. Hyunsu's sword traveled towards the mad goblin's mouth, activating the agile sword passive, which increased attack speed by 1 second. The goblin failed to dodge, and the sword did its job. With the increase in speed, Hyunsu managed to match and defeat it. Lee Seijin, the team leader and assistant as well as Relson, everyone watching, couldn't believe what they saw. Hyunsu defeated the Stage 4 boss monster, as well as the goblin accompanying it. Relson became tremendously excited to see Hyunsu do something that no one had ever achieved. He ran towards the protagonist. Your strikes looked rough, but each attack showed the true power of your blade. You must have trained swordsmanship before, Hyunsu corrected him. I only learned that a blacksmith must know how to wield the sword he creates, nothing more. A deep understanding hit Relson. He looked down at Hyunsu's body and understood his scars and muscles. So this is what a true blacksmith is. Please excuse my previous rudeness. His affinity with Relson reached maximum level, making the instructor ask if the young man would listen to a proposal. I truly respect your talent. Have you ever considered becoming a Mad Lord? The class change quest appeared for Hyunsu. The team leader and his assistant were shocked to see something so irrational happen. They had never seen the legendary class above the epic class Mad. Knight being offered team leader. Kim was excited by the emergence of the situation, but also worried. He knew that if Hyunsu accepted the class change quest from instructor Relson, there would be no turning back. A Mad Lord commanded hundreds of Mad Knights. He could become a guardian of the world. Revealing that he didn't make this offer to just anyone, Relson asked if Hyunsu would accept it. Unexpectedly, Hyunsu replied, I appreciate it, but I must refuse. I am a blacksmith, not a knight. Everyone outside the game was convinced of Hyunsu's conviction. Even the instructor smiled excitedly. You truly are magnificent. Truly magnificent. Hyunsu had thought he could never hold a hammer again, but in Aries he felt that life as a blacksmith was starting again. Hyunsu ended up triggering a secret quest to find Lord Vance. Relson handed him a letter, telling him to go to the castle. Someone in the castle is waiting for an extraordinary blacksmith like you. As a reward for the trial, Relson presented the protagonist with armor, once worn by a Mad Lord. Excitedly, Relson shouted, Go prove yourself there too! Do what no one else has managed to do. I believe you can. Hyunsu became embarrassed by such support. The team leader was relieved to see the young man overcome a crisis, and saw that the possibilities still remained in sight. He saw the young man begin to tread the path to reach the pinnacle of forging, to become the divinity of blacksmiths. Hyunsu returned to the village territory after receiving the main quest and finishing the tutorial. Passing through a teleport, the true beginning was approaching. After his character data was transferred and saved, he left the game, returning to real life. Stepping out of the capsule, he remembered that he still needed to pay the gas bill. Even though he liked the game, Hyunsu needed to ensure that his father's hospital bills, as well as his daily expenses, were paid. As he looked at his own account, he received a call from Jihoon. His friend wanted to know if he had passed the training grounds. The protagonist confirmed, revealing he had obtained a quest and proceeded to the village territory. Excited to hear the news, Jihoon stated that now he could use the auction house. As Hyunsu was surprised to hear that over the phone, Jihoon explained, equipment and essential items can be sold. They are created and listed in the auction house for gold. This is the reason I brought you to Aries. Jihoon, excited, commented that while playing, he had never seen a sword as good as the ones Hyunsu and his father created. He already imagined that when Hyunsu obtained the VIP capsule, he would become even more incredible. Hyunsu smiled upon hearing his friend's words and thanked him. Buying a lunch tray, Hyunsu saw a path forward. Focus on creating items, completing quests, and earning gold. For this, he needed stamina. Although it wasn't like real forging work, the game still drained a lot of his energy. Hyunsu left to run in the park in order to strengthen himself. He swore internally, just wait a little longer. Dad, I'll make sure you wake up soon. After returning home, Hyunsu entered Aries. He accessed the Barden territory, teleporting to the auction house. To list items, he needed to choose a store name. Hyunsu defined it simply as Hyun's Forge. When he realized where he had appeared, he saw a gigantic scale in the sky. That was the store tool that had been created. Countless giant papers with items appeared in front of him, showing detailed descriptions. With his hand on his chin, he wondered what he should sell first. He only possessed the Daylight Sword, besides a prototype item he created. The prototype was a rare grade item, and similar items were listed for about 70 gold. Since Jihoon had said that it wasn't good to list items at low prices, the protagonist decided to price the sword he created at 100 gold coins. After setting the item for sale, he wished for good news soon. As soon as the sword was posted, diverse players saw it arrive at the auction. A tremendous discussion arose. As the item had been created without even using a class, what was most surprising was that the bid price continued to rise. In a guild, The Golden Shield. A player named Blam tried to message his vice leader to show a completely insane item. The reason for Blam's agitation was the fact that the creator was said to be a level 1, classless player. People were going crazy, as that was the best sword made with raw materials, even having a strengthening option. The guild's vice master nodded at Blam's excitement. If that was a strengthened equipment, the lower the grade of the material used, the higher the chance of success. Blam imagined that the blacksmith had used materials of the same grade, saving a lot of money. The guild's vice master believed that the sword could be used at least until level 50, and was curious about it. Blam then told him something unexpected. The sword had been named as the first sword, as if it were a collector's item. He believed that the sword was even more valuable for having been made by someone at level 1. The vice master was confused, but Blam explained his reasoning. The prestige of being the first to recognize and buy someone's work, that's what we'll get by acquiring the sword. The guild's vice master realized Blam's intention and praised him for such reasoning. On the city streets, Hyunsu was blushing, a little embarrassed now that the sword was up for auction. It had been years since he had forged, and he was still adapting to the game. While worrying about whether the sword would be sold, the sale notification appeared for him immediately. The adventurer's journal appeared before his eyes, bringing the negotiation information. Opening the journal surprised, he discovered that the sword had been sold for an incredible 1,008 gold coins. Even though it was listed for only 100, that amount scared Hyunsu, as it was equivalent to 1,000,000 wons. The price was so insane that it made him extremely happy. He checked the buyer's information. The name was Blam, from the Golden Shield Guild. Blam also contacted him after the purchase. "Hello, we are honored to buy Hyun's first artifact. The doors of our guild are always open to excellent individuals. If you are interested in exclusive sales or becoming a member of the guild, please contact us." Hyunsu checked the Golden Shield Guild information and discovered that it had 780,000 followers. The protagonist remembered that Jihoon had commented that followers were much harder to obtain than levels. Having such an amount of followers meant that a huge number of players were paying attention to his actions. Attention also meant profit. He then checked his store's follower information, discovering that he only had 82. Checking the message box, diverse letters instantly flew around him. Invitations to join various guilds. Ares was waiting for blacksmiths to disappear from reality. But the value of the artisan's skills shone ever brighter when supported by data and exact numbers. However, it was not the time for Hyunsu to join a guild. He headed first to the Lord's castle, as not even half of his abilities had yet been shown. It was there that he would seek to start revealing his true worth. Inside the castle, a man asked, "Bell, is this really impossible?" In front of the Lord, Bell was kneeling, stating, "As restoration has a chance of failure, what you desire may be lost forever. That is why we need to find the best repair specialist on the continent." The Lord understood the words of Bell, who suggested looking for repairmen in the capital. Bell revealed that he had found such a person, but that he refused to meet with the Lord, as well as to go to the Barden territory. The Lord realized that those words were true, but he himself could not abandon his territory to go to the repairman. Looking at the broken item, he reminded Bell, "This is my father's only inheritance. No one has ever seen a bow with this shape. We are out of options, Bell." The level 100 rogue, currently disguised as a blacksmith, smiled maliciously. As his plan was almost complete, he had spent a week gaining the trust of Lord Vance just to reap his reward. Vance asked to be sure. "The repair cost will be 300 gold coins," Bell confirmed, asking Vance to hand over the bow so he could take it to the capital. However, at that moment, a voice arose. "It is possible to restore it." Bell looked back, surprised. A young man walked towards the hall, stating, "The bow can be restored right here." Bell ground his teeth, cursing the bastard who had appeared to ruin his plans. Vance asked Hyunsu if he could restore the bow. The protagonist was confident in doing it. The Lord immediately asked the guard who the person who had just arrived was. The guard complied with the request, revealing that the young man possessed a letter of recommendation from instructor Relson. Lord Vance was surprised that Relson had sent him. Looking at the young man, Vance asked him to tell him about his skills and experience. As Vance asked for class and level information, the protagonist replied, "My name is Hyunsu, I am level 1, and I do not have a class." Bell immediately yelled, seizing the opportunity. "Unacceptable! A level 1 dares to act arrogantly in front of the Lord, much less someone without a class? Don't you know that restoration can only be learned by blacksmiths above level 80? Bell continued to shout at the top of his lungs, "You claim that an epic grade Gakgung Bao can be restored? Stop interfering with my work. I spent weeks on this." The protagonist immediately corrected him, stating that it was not a recurve bow. Hyunsu approached the broken bow, complaining, "This is a Gakgung bow. Bell, as well as the guard and the lord, were surprised to hear the name. Approaching to touch the bow, Hyunsu revealed that he had heard from the guard Becky about the lord wanting to restore his father's bow, a gift received from a mysterious foreigner. That was a unique bow, never seen in those lands. Lord Vance, who normally treated visitors with generosity, was tired of hearing nonsense about the family's inheritance. From now on, speak only words that you can back up. With an honest look, Hyunsu questioned him. This bow may have been gifted by a visitor, but it wasn't actually forged here, was it? Hyunsu commented that on the way to the hall, he saw a painting of a beast similar to a buffalo. Its horns were valuable materials, but what intrigued Hyunsu was the structure of the bow. He bent down to touch the string, commenting that it was not made of buffalo tendon, but whale tendon, and asked the Lord to explain such a thing. The Lord confirmed, revealing that the visitor was his father's friend, a blacksmith. The painting you saw is of a water buffalo, a monster from the Barden swamps. Its horns and the tendon of a whale from the port of Barden are both precious items. The Lord revealed that, with both items, the visitor had made the gift for his father, the most precious item ever made in Barden. He was impressed that Hyunsu had noticed such a detail, while Bell, a level 100 blacksmith, had not. With sadness in his eyes, the Lord stated that he could not let his father's inheritance rot, so he would like to entrust it to someone. Remembering Hyunsu's name, the Lord asked him to restore that memory. The protagonist accepted the level A quest. Thus, the Lord addressed Bell, ordering him to leave. I will invite you again when necessary. Bell bowed, obeying. Internally, he was furious, cursed Hyunsu, stored his name, and swore that he would make him pay. After Bell left, the Lord asked Hyunsu what he needed for the restoration. The protagonist asked for water buffalo horns, as well as whale tendons. He also asked for oak, mulberry, and bamboo wood. In addition to finishing tools, Hyunsu identified all the items of the bow, obtaining the restoration method. As the broken bow glowed, a notification appeared. The restoration limit would be level 60. All materials were described, but it would fail if the restoration rate was below 70%. While touching the bow, Hyunsu remembered the past. He carried pieces of horn to help his father fix a bow. Hyunsu's father claimed he could do it alone, but he knew how much his son loved to help him. Although the boy's hands were full of calluses, he was always absorbed by the emotion of the forge. Hyunsu affirmed with emotion, I like this because I do it with you, Dad. It was seeing how much his son enjoyed the forge that the father swore to teach him how to work with metals when he got older. Hearing his father say that he would first need to get used to the materials, Hyunsu showed one of the biggest smiles he had ever given in his childhood. Hyunsu was crying, even in real life. With the VIP capsule's synchronization rate at 99.9%, he felt his own hands. He knew he could fix the bow just as his father had taught. Suddenly, Lord Vance entered the forge. He also wanted to help. Night soon arrived, and banging sounds echoed. An axe cut the wood. The protagonist molded a piece into the shape of a bow. While he was curving the bow, he took the tendons and wrapped them around the wood. Hyunsu set up a bonfire in a bucket. Heating the tendon, the Lord watched Hyunsu work. He who worked all day saw his strength drain away, but seeing the smile on the blacksmith's face gave him strength to go back and help him. However, after helping for a week, Lord Vance couldn't take it anymore, to the point of begging to leave. But Hyunsu demanded that he help him. Hyunsu knew the reason why the Lord had gone to help him. You want to restore your father's memory with your own hands, right? The Lord smiled, confirming the guess. Standing up, Vance revealed that the bow was the only thing left of his father's memories. Curious, he commented. You seem to enjoy your time while working with the Gakgung. Thinking of his own father, while holding the bow, the protagonist revealed with a smile, I have good memories too. While stating that restoring memories took time and effort, Hyunsu reached out to help the Lord stand up. Days passed as they worked on the tools and items for the bow. 2 weeks quickly passed until the third week of hard work arrived. Finally, after all this time, the Gakgung bow was perfectly restored, becoming a great epic grade bow. In front of his father's statue, Lord Vance became emotional. Father, are you seeing? Once again, a mysterious guest gave us this bow. Hyunsu recommended that the Lord test the item, so he could feel the familiarity. Lord Vance raised the bow, drew the arrow, and with a determined look, shot it. The arrow crossed the entire garden, hitting the target. Unexpectedly, the Lord commented, surprising Hyunsu, it's not the same. The Lord laughed, concluding, it's even better than before. The Gakgung bow restoration quest was completed with a success rate above 100%, causing the affinity between Hyunsu and Lord Vance to reach the maximum allowed. The Lord thanked Hyunsu, as he could now attend to his lordly duties with a peaceful heart. Vance felt that the promised reward was too small, so in addition to 2,000 gold coins, he granted Hyunsu free use of the forge. The protagonist was emotional upon hearing the gold amount he obtained. That was 2 million wons, more than enough to cover expenses. While Hyunsu was celebrating to himself, the Lord changed the subject and picked up a sword. Have you ever thought about learning swordsmanship? Lord Vance revealed that before becoming a lord, he was a swordsman in the main kingdom. He had learned the secret sword art of the main kingdom, the technique that subjugated countless monsters that attacked attacked him from all directions and brought stability to Barden. Stating that he knew Hyunsu was a blacksmith, Vance revealed that he saw something, the talent for swordsmanship. In addition to what he read in Relson's letter, seeing the young man in person, Vance was sure, "Your physique is exceptional, as are your reflexes when dealing with tools, a deep knowledge and understanding of all kinds of weapons. I will add a fragment of my swordsmanship essence to your qualities." Hyunsu received a quest, main swordsmanship training. The Lord approached him with fervent excitement. "We don't have much time. If you work as hard as you did in the forge, it will be more than enough." Hyunsu ended up being busy with the Lord, and another month passed quickly. At the castle, he had created his own gakgung, restored the Mad Lord's armor, and finally, trained swordsmanship with Lord Vance. Quickly, his strikes followed those Vance taught, allowing him to complete the training. After some time, Hyunsu revealed that he would be leaving now that he was completely prepared. The Lord asked where he was going. With the bow and sword at his waist, Hyunsu revealed, "Now I think it's the appropriate time to get a profession." With the Lord's farewell, he left the castle. In front of the residence, Hyunsu stopped to organize some items before traveling. He now possessed the restored Mad Lord's armor, as well as the gakgung bow with extra precision. For the expenses he would have during the next mission, Hyunsu also created rare-grade bows in advance, putting them up for auction. Checking the journal, he put the second bow up for sale, waiting to see how much it would sell for this time. In a residence, a person in armor checked a bow that had been placed in the auction. To him, that was unbelievable. Even Black, the #1 player in Korea, hadn't made a bow like that before reaching level 10. However, the seller Hyun, who remained at level 1, using low-grade materials, was able to do it. Smith, the world's #1 blacksmith, had said that everything in the game was decided by Ares. If Ares was moved by a player's actions, it would grant them appropriate classes, skills, or titles. The player Rune, leader of the Golden Shield Guild, imagined that for Hyun's strength to already be at this level while remaining at level 1, he was certainly someone who would receive a legendary class title. Upon receiving more than 2,000 gold coins for the sale of the bow, the protagonist was incredulous, as that was worth more than 2 million wons. This was a much higher value than bows in reality. Hyunsu already possessed 3,200 followers. The guild invitations and commission requests couldn't even be read due to the large quantity. Closing the player's journal, he made a decision. He would go to the sacred land of blacksmiths, the blacksmith's tower. On the journey, Hyunsu had to cross a dense forest as well as a river. Along the walk, he came across a plain and distant mountains. In the middle of those plains, there was a single tower that stretched to the sky. The blacksmith's tower was much more majestic in person. Upon arriving in front of the tower and seeing that it was sealed with chains and a stone, he wondered how he would get in. The stone, drawn with hammers and swords, displayed a notification. "This is the blacksmith's tower. To become a blacksmith, break the seal with a sword forged in the magic forge." Ignoring the notification, the protagonist analyzed the stone. It appeared to be basalt, a type of volcanic rock. Returning to the main point, he found a side door. That must be the magic forge. Upon entering, he came across a staircase that led to an anvil, as well as forging materials. He received all the instructions, as well as the information that the swords created there could only be used in the trial. Thinking of a sword that could break the stone, Hyunsu understood the forging skill test. Picking up a hammer, he visualized a sword capable of cutting the stone. In a forge, a drunk man complained, "Useless idiots all the same." He was furious, as everyone who went to him only thought about money or how much they could profit from the forge. He drank due to indignation, as no one cared about actually working with the forge. Wiping the corner of his mouth, the blacksmith Dung complained, "The path of forging is over. Everything is about gold." He no longer cared about making great demands to hand over the blacksmith title to people. "If all you want is to swing a sword without will, then that's what you'll get. My work here is done." He knew that no one would be able to cut the seal stone. At most, they would leave a mark on it, as it was impossible. While he had such thoughts, Hyunsu had others. "I will forge a Damascus sword." As soon as he made the decision, the system warned, "A Damascus sword can only be created by master-level blacksmiths. We recommend starting with a basic iron dagger." The protagonist was confused. He had infinite materials for the test, so there was no reason not to try Damascus. Since he knew the method, the protagonist remembered a teaching from his father. Hyunsu, even a sword can cut stone. The legendary blacksmith had passed on the technique he developed to his son. The magic furnace was lit. The materials spread out, and everything Hyunsu needed to reduce production time was there. A shine appeared in his eyes. As in that insane game, he would be able to forge something truly incredible. Quickly, the flashing of sparks raised by the blows illuminated the forge. At the top of the tower, Dung continued to sleep after drinking. However, he woke up suddenly, feeling the tower shake. He got up to check, looking out the window. He realized it wasn't his imagination. That could only be caused by one thing: someone hammering. As he descended the stairs, the blacksmith wondered what was happening. Soon, he spotted a powerful glow. Stone and chains fell to the ground, and the door of the blacksmith blacksmith's tower opened for the first time in a long time. Dung couldn't believe it. Someone had actually managed to cut the seal stone. Incredulous, Deng let slip. In the end, the divinity of blacksmiths appeared. Still confused, the protagonist asked if he had passed the test. While accompanying Hyunsu, Deng picked up a hammer, revealing that that was an invocation circle. He handed the hammer to Hyunsu, making the young man even more confused. As soon as Hyunsu received the hammer from Dung, a double S-rank quest was triggered. Dung had thrown the hammer at Hyunsu, pushing him back and stating, "There's a real challenge you need to overcome.
You need to succeed."
The protagonist fell into the invocation circle, being transported to a distant place. He reappeared on the walls of a castle, still a bit dizzy. The confusion disappeared when, from the distant tower, he saw an army charge against the city. The double S-rank quest became clear: defeat the invading orc army, something Hyunsu couldn't even believe could be a mission for blacksmiths. Hyunsu saw the army approach, until he heard a shout referring to him. "The reinforcements of the master blacksmith have arrived!" In front of him were 50 warriors, but to complete the quest, he needed to achieve a 70% contribution. Hans, a level 48 warrior, thanked him for joining the group. "The orc invasion of the main kingdom has grown in recent days. Many pieces of equipment have been damaged. Could you repair them quickly?" The protagonist ended up having to apologize, as he had not yet changed to the blacksmith class. Confused, Hans asked what the hammer he was holding was. The protagonist looked at the hammer and revealed that he had obtained it during the class advancement, but had not yet completed the transition. Concerned, Hans asked about his combat experience. Scratching his head, Hyunsu revealed that he was just a novice. Hans was annoyed to realize that they had sent a beginner and that he would have to act as a babysitter. As the situation was critical, Hans asked Hyunsu to stay in the watchtower, a safe place for now. In the middle of Hans's speech, a spinning axe flew in their direction. Quickly, Hyunsu drew his sword, reflecting the attack. Hans was shocked by the young man's swordsmanship skill. With a shy smile, Hyunsu asked if he could join the fight even though he was a novice. Hans couldn't understand how that young man could call himself a novice. Soon, the knights descended from the wall, filling the battlefield. Hyunsu was among them. The protagonist had only fought goblins before, and because of that, he wondered if he would be okay. Hans asked him to follow Ben's squad, who would explain everything to him. Ben greeted Hyunsu with excitement and politeness. "Hyunsu-nim, please take care of us." As they advanced, the orcs roared, running with their heavy bodies and sharp teeth. The orcs' axes fell onto the knights' shields. The pressure Hyunsu felt in that fight was very different from what he had faced against orcs before. That was a real battle. However, he was confident that he would not lose and charged against an orc with an axe. With a single strike of the daylight sword, Hyunsu hit above the monster's shoulders, separating its head from its body. Hyunsu managed to defeat the level 10 orc, gaining 66 experience points. That showed that the month of training had not been in vain, as with the experience gained, he leveled up. Hyunsu reached level 2 after a few months. Ben, who was defending an attack from an orc, was impressed to discover that the young man really did not have a class. Hyunsu soon noticed that Ben was in danger, about to be attacked by a second orc. The protagonist quickly retrieved the Gakgung bow, pulling an arrow full of energy. After aiming, he shot it at the enemy. The orc noticed the arrow, but too late. It was hit and thrown backward by the impact. Ben was surprised to see the orc knocked down, but that opened a gap for another enemy to attack him. Hyunsu immediately pulled a second arrow, saving Ben again by shooting it. One after the other, Hyunsu shot arrows on the battlefield, constantly continuing to level up. Ben and Hans remained speechless as they witnessed Hyunsu's archery skills. Hans recovered and shouted, "Pay attention, Ben! The orcs will target Hyunsu. They are advancing!" Several orcs surrounded the protagonist without him noticing. Ben tried to run to help when he saw Hyunsu in danger. He blamed himself for being distracted in the middle of the battle, facing what could be the young man's end. With the orcs surrounding him, Hyunsu saw a blade traveling in his direction. Switching weapons and retrieving the daylight sword, he used the sword's skill, Rampage. With a sweeping cut, he hit the surrounding orcs, clearing the entire field. One orc managed to escape and roared, advancing against him. However, the Rampage skill, which hit enemies within a 10-meter range, ended up reaching him too, chopping the orc into tiny pieces. Hyunsu leveled up once more. Continuing to hunt, he reached 19% contribution. Hans was impressed. He understood why the old master had sent Hyunsu. With the young man next to them, there was really a chance of victory. He held the shield firmly, seeing the opportunity to do now what they hadn't been able to do before. Hans greatly blessed Hyunsu and shouted, "Everyone listen! Today with Hyunsu-nim, we will annihilate the orcs!" Hyunsu's performance boosted the morale of the subjugation squad. After fighting, he began to feel that he really was part of that group. As he advanced and continued to level up by hunting, reaching a 28% contribution, he wondered why it wasn't increasing as fast as it should. Suddenly, a secret mission appeared. While all the knights advanced, a new episode never seen before began. A level 51 warrior orc, wearing red armor and wielding a war axe, had appeared. Hans quickly shouted, "Stop!" They came face to face with the monster that had finally appeared. That was the enemy they had never been able to defeat, the sworn enemy of humanity. Suddenly, a knight shouted to Hans, "Captain, we are surrounded!" Countless other warrior orcs had appeared around the group. Hans cursed the mistake he had made. They were so focused on the battle that they had advanced beyond safe ground. Ben and the others, however, showed determination. "Captain, we are ready. Today is the day we finally take down these bastards." Ben shouted with the conviction of a soldier, "We will never retreat." Hans realized that Ben was right. They couldn't allow that situation to continue forever. With the strength of a knight, Hans bravely shouted, "Squad, advance!" The humans charged onto the battlefield once more, raising their shields. Staying behind, Hyunsu raised the bow and crouched down. Watching the group advance, trying to provide cover, he aimed at the main warrior orc. However, the arrow hit the monster's helmet and ricocheted. The arrows not penetrating shocked Hyunsu. While the battle between humans and orcs continued, he checked the bow's precision and penetration characteristics. Even with such attributes, he could not pierce the skin of the warrior orcs. As hard as armor, attacking with the bow seemed useless. Not even Hans and his companions could win against that defense. Gritting his teeth, Hans wondered if they would need to retreat. However, with the desire to never be defeated again, he charged with all his courage. The warrior orc he was advancing against swung the axe. Sword and arms flew. In that exchange of attacks, Hans suffered the worst. Seeing the knight fall in battle, Hyunsu was in shock and shouted for him, "Hans! Captain Hans! Captain Hans!" The pain of the knights was heard on the battlefield. Against the warrior orc, no one could penetrate its armor. The knights on the battlefield began to realize that they would be swept away. Hyunsu gritted his teeth, helpless, and shouted, "Everyone! If we continue this battle, we will only be swallowed. We must form a defensive line." With everyone hearing him, Hyunsu told them to retreat to the forest. Ben acted fast and announced for them to follow Hyunsu's command. With Hyunsu shooting arrows to delay the orcs, everyone ran to the forest. Ben ran to Hyunsu, warning that they would also be slower in the forest, which would only buy them little time. However, Hyunsu was looking for 5 minutes. He asked Ben and the others to hold out for that time. Ben nodded with conviction. "We will hold out as long as we can." Hyunsu ran through the forest with several things in mind. It was not impossible for an arrow to penetrate armor. Reaching a bamboo forest, he found what he was looking for. Immediately, he took out Dung's hammer replica. While Hyunsu was drawing up a plan, the knights advanced amidst the trees facing the warrior orcs. However, each attack from the monsters stained the flowers red. Seeing one more companion fallen, the knights retreated. Even tired, Ben knew they needed to hold out. "Just 5 more minutes. It will only be 5 minutes. We will not retreat anymore." Faced with the humans' bravery, the warrior orc raised its axe. The attack fell upon Ben, but exploded before hitting him. Something had deflected the orc's axe, making it miss. In the next instant, a new blow hit the orc. Before Ben's eyes, it fell. On the horizon of the bamboo forest, someone reappeared. Hyunsu held a bow with a wooden arrow. Upon seeing the human, the warrior orc roared fiercely. However, before it advanced, a new arrow hit it. Hyunsu had acted quickly with the arrows to eliminate the threat. When everyone saw him, they were surprised. Ben was dumbfounded to see him change the rhythm of the battle. Among all the materials, he had used bamboo to create arrows. He had made a tonga, an arrow guide, by splitting the bamboo in half. The Aegis arrows were carved and then replicated with Dung's hammer. Combining the two items with the gakgung, he created a deadly item with increased attack power and piercing. The orcs advanced against Hyunsu, who raised the gakgung to face them. The knights quickly moved, raising shields to block the advance. One of them shouted, "Fight back! Create an opportunity for Sir Hyunsu to attack." The protagonist pulled the tonga when inserting the arrows, shooting them against the helmets of the warrior orcs. The piercing power of the Pyunjeo arrow had become as powerful as that of a rifle. The shot arrow tore through the air with a golden light, doing the same to the warrior orc. Continuing to eliminate the monsters, Hyunsu leveled up continuously. After eliminating an uncountable number of orcs, he received the title of Orc Slayer, which increased damage against orcs by 15% and caused fear in the species. The orcs, upon seeing Hyunsu, dropped their axes and fled from the young man. Seeing them terrified, the knights made a decision: chase them. Hyunsu was the first to advance, pursuing them. As he advanced, he jumped high, pulling one more arrow. Hyunsu's eyes showed a strong hunting instinct. The sharp arrow cut through the air, traveling towards the warrior orc. The monster didn't even notice the danger when the arrow hit it, destroying its helmet and making blood gush everywhere. After making his way to a mountain, Hyunsu completed the SS rank quest, Orc Army Invasion. Hyunsu's final contribution accounted for 92%, making him set a phenomenal record. All the knights cheered Hyunsu's name. The squad was ecstatic and trusted his leadership. The secret piece, the one who led the battle, was acquired. Special skill charisma increased by 10 points. Being carried by Ben, Hans approached. The captain revealed that he had imagined they would never achieve such a feat, but the long desire to subjugate the orcs had been realized. With his arm cut, Hans beat his chest and thanked him in tears. Just like Hans, all the knights beat their chests. Imitating the salute, the protagonist touched his own chest, returning the favor that everyone showed. Thus, the additional test ended. Looking at the horizon, Hyunsu wondered if he should go back now. However, he didn't know how to return. The central tower, the blacksmith's hall, was a much more incredible and sumptuous construction than the one Hyunsu had found. There, a man asserted, "The blacksmith's tower has fallen into decline." As he and others surrounded a sword on an altar, he continued, "All honor and glory belong to the knights, but only those blinded by the shine of gold coins see the blacksmith's tower. We need someone who truly carries the soul of the forge," the man concluded, looking at the sword. "We need the one who deserves to hold it." The man with thick eyebrows had seen many blacksmiths, but the prophecy had never been fulfilled. The prophecy that a successor would appear to bring prosperity again. Another man commented with despair, "Among all the masters of the tower, isn't the qualified one the great Deng? But why is the chosen one a mere disappointment?" He didn't believe the reason Deng had summoned them while they were busy. Coulson, master of the blacksmith's tower of bows, despised the fact that they had been called to judge a young outsider. The man speaking to Coulson warned him, "Didn't you read the letter I sent? This is a legitimate qualification given to someone who passed the test we established." What impressed the man most was that the young man, even without having chosen a class, had led soldiers and demonstrated blacksmithing dexterity to annihilate the warrior orc. The comment caught the attention of the other master blacksmiths. Before the sword wrapped in a liquid metal, Deng stated, "The trial was created based on the prophecy, the successor, of the divinity of the forge must be stronger than anyone." He reminded them that the final answer would be given by the sword. Deng hoped everyone would see what he had seen in the young man. Suddenly, an assistant entered the hall to announce, "Lord Hyunsu has arrived at the hall." Nodding, Deng asked the man to call Hyunsu to him. Everyone, as well as the sword, was waiting for him. The protagonist walked to the iron door, opening it so the light could enter. Deng promptly received him. "You passed the test and earned the right to enter the blacksmith's sanctuary." To Hyunsu's surprise, he concluded, "You have gained the qualification to challenge the prophetic sword left by the divinity of the blacksmiths." Deng revealed that the moment he held the sword, everything would be decided and a reward would be given accordingly. The protagonist wondered what the reward would be. He had completed an additional SS rank quest during the class advancement, and the possibility of the reward being a legendary class arose in his mind. Behind Hyunsu, someone congratulated him for achieving such a feat of glory. It was Coulson who was praising his performance and sagacity in moments of urgency. With a look of contempt, however, he stated, "The arrow you created was merely derived from a Solinarian. In the end, you were lucky. Without that epic rank bow, you would never have passed the trial." Coulson challenged Hyunsu with mockery to draw the sword, to see if luck would favor him again. Hyunsu swallowed hard. He knew he was standing before the master forgers. Each of them had created a legend in Ares. They were the highest level characters in the game. Each one possessed a title and level that inspired admiration among the blacksmiths. Coulson, for example, was at level 365. Despite being incredible, Hyunsu didn't feel that his skills were lagging. He wondered what would happen if they competed completely without titles or assistants. Seeking the answer, he approached the sword. As soon as he felt his presence, the liquid surrounding it began to tremble. A strong power exploded from the sword, like a violent breath that pushed back the incredulous blacksmiths. Before everyone, the sword exploded in an immeasurable glow. The protagonist was hit by the liquid sword. He touched his own chest. While searching for the sword, Deng, excited, approached. "As I thought!" The man laughed excitedly upon seeing the conclusion. "Then this means the prophecy has been fulfilled. Until now, we were only investing in rituals and procedures. The true successor doesn't even need to touch the sword." Coulson was still incredulous at what he saw. Furious, he could not accept that result. A notification appeared for Hyunsu, congratulating him for receiving the first divine class in Ares. The blacksmith symbol appeared in the notification, marking that Hyunsu had advanced to the divinity of blacksmiths. At level 10, the protagonist got his first class. He tried to feel the energy of this divine class in Ares. A unique SS rank title, Divinity of Blacksmiths, was granted to him. When creating artifacts, he would no longer be restricted by the level of the materials, and his mastery would increase according to the type. As a blacksmith, Hyunsu would become stronger than any other. A class quest was initiated, asking him to reach level 100 for the start of the sword trial. While everyone commented on the sword's choice, Coulson ground his teeth in fury. He bellowed, "I cannot accept this! We, masters of the tower, have waited for the great successor who would receive the revelation of the divinity of blacksmiths. We cannot conclude that the sword's choice is the will of the divinity of blacksmiths." Irritated, Dung reminded Coulson that the prophecy was absolute. Furious, Coulson refused to acknowledge him, contradicting what was in the prophecy, the recognition of all the masters of the towers. Pointing at Hyunsu, Coulson declared his identity and challenged him to a blacksmith's duel. "If you defeat me in this duel, only then will I recognize you as the successor. But if I win, you will abandon the position of the one chosen by the prophetic sword and give up." Seeing how Coulson had gone mad, Dung told them to restrain him. However, no other master of the tower listened to him. Dung realized what was happening. Seeing the young man in silence, Coulson warned him that he could run away if he wanted, as he would accept him as the tower's vice master and train him, as long as he was obedient. Coulson seemed confident in his own words, but Hyunsu frustrated him. "Very well, I accept your challenge for battle." With the forge fire heating above him, the protagonist activated a secret skill and declared, "Let the forge speak through our skills." With the decision of the duel, a quest was created. Coulson smiled confidently, as they would not duel as knights, but with the soul of blacksmiths. The rule was simple. The swords created by them would clash, and the one that broke first would lose. Coulson pointed to the hall where the best items were ready to be used, allowing them to create a sword in a single day. With confidence and disdain, he left Hyunsu behind, awaiting victory. "See you tomorrow." Dung was worried about Hyunsu accepting the duel, as Coulson was one of the most skilled among the masters of the tower. Dung thought Hyunsu still needed to grow, even having obtained divine power. Hyunsu agreed with Dung, but only if he were with his old class. Within the game, incredible abilities were obtained depending on the level and titles earned. Furthermore, the masters of the towers possessed their own unique skills. But by changing to a divine rank class, these differences disappeared for Hyunsu. He was sure that the true difference now lay in the art of hammer handling. Holding the tool, the divine custom creation skill was activated. This ability allowed him to create and customize the artifact he desired, imbuing the effect he wanted. The higher the degree of the effects, the more difficult it would be to create the item, depending on the user's skill. Inside the hot forge, Coulson hammered an iron ingot. Coulson was a blacksmith who had forged many swords using an art passed down through generations. He believed he was the legitimate heir to the divine class, having inherited his father's legacy. But, having found someone more skilled in his path, Dung, he was sent to the bow tower instead of the sword forge tower. Despite the bitterness, he had to accept lowering himself before the so-called Great Deng. But seeing Dung find someone coming from an unknown place and placing him above him was something Coulson could not accept. Consumed by hatred, he transmitted his feelings into the hammer blows. In another room, the fire exploded with heat. Hyunsu was constantly sweating. In his hands, he held tongs with the newly forged raw sword. Dung observed the process of guaranteeing abilities and effects to the artifacts. According to the basic law of gain and loss, to gain an advantage in a duel, it was necessary to prioritize durability and maximize the sword's breaking attribute. To achieve these feats, Deng needed to obtain the highest rank possible. However, he saw that the durability and attributes of Hyunsu's sword were only at rare grade. Seeing the young man observe the created blade, Deng wondered what the thoughts and skills of the divinity of the forge that the young man possessed were. The next day, Hyunsu and Coulson stood face to face. Coulson began the dialogue with mockery. "Since you didn't run away, I guess you must have managed to create something overnight," he challenged the young man, frowning, to see if he was worth calling the successor to the divine. Coulson then unsheathed his own sword, presenting it. The unique rank sword, called Dark Knight, increased sword mastery level. Besides having a 35% bonus in durability, a sword-breaking passive, and an active skill. Deng observed the sword while many other masters praised it. Hearing the compliments, Coulson smiled confidently. That was a work of art that imbued the family traditions and secret techniques he possessed. After drawing his own sword, he waited to see the one created by Hyunsu. As soon as the protagonist revealed it, he dropped the sheath on the ground. Coulson was shocked. While Dung was excited, Hyunsu's sword possessed rare rank, and furthermore, no notable stat points. Coulson's face turned somber, but he simultaneously displayed confidence and contempt. Mocking Dung internally, he cursed, "He makes me waste time with a pathetic kid." Coulson immediately charged, with the intention of ending what should never have begun. Hyunsu held his own sword, waiting for Coulson's attack, which advanced full of power. In the clash, one passed the other, and as a result, one of the swords was cut by the other. Dung and the other masters of the tower were dumbfounded. Coulson's expression was one of fury, but there was was calm in Hyunsu's gaze. The tip of the luxurious sword fell to the ground, and head bowed, Coulson still did not understand. Holding the sword firmly, Hyunsu stated, "The sword duel is not defined. By their grade alone, the characteristics of Hyunsu's sword were revealed, an active skill that had a 65% chance of cutting the opponent's sword." Seeing the incredible abilities of the sword, Coulson remembered his father's voice. "My son, one day the divinity of blacksmiths will appear in this land. He will be someone who will crush common sense and teach us new techniques. Everyone will have a chance to know him." At that time, the innocent Coulson only dreamed of becoming a great blacksmith, capable of receiving such teachings. Dung was satisfied, as he knew that merely winning the duel would not convince the masters of the tower. That's why Hyunsu had created the sword that cuts swords. He did not believe it when the young man revealed his intentions. For Hyunsu, it would not be easy, as creating an artifact of the desired level always cost the blacksmiths skill and sweat. Dung saw in the young man who took a risky decision to challenge common sense the knowledge and ability to turn the visionary into reality. With his head down, Coulson murmured to Hyunsu, "Lord of Blacksmiths, will I one day be able to create a sword like that too?" The protagonist smiled, illuminating Coulson with the words, "The word impossible does not exist." Tears streamed from the old blacksmith. He knelt and declared, "Coulson, master of the Bow Tower, recognizes the divinity of blacksmiths." The situation in the tower calmed. Down Coulson recovered a box and took it to Hyunsu. He wanted to present him with the wooden and gold box. Inside the box were 500 gold coins. While Hyunsu was excited, believing that was the mission reward, they handed him another item, a scroll that contained the design of a legendary bow. That was nothing less than the design of one of the 10 treasures of the blacksmith's tower. Coulson revealed that he had never managed to forge such a bow, so handing the blueprint to someone better than him made more sense. With the appearance of the Lord of Blacksmiths, Deng affirmed that they would need to strive even harder. He asked something of Hyunsu. "Please, sir, seek the pinnacle of strength. Explore a vast world." Seeing Hyunsu leave the blacksmith's tower, the masters waited for the birth of a new divinity. In real life, at a convenience store, 2 young men were toasting. Jaehoon couldn't believe he was drinking something paid for by Kang Hyunsu, and furthermore, that his friend had obtained a divine rank class. Having been the one who recommended Hyunsu play Ares, he never expected the game to present him with something so magnificent. He felt that his friend was finally seeing the light. Curious, he asked what the difference was in having obtained a divine rank class. For Hyunsu, there was no drastic difference. The most important thing for him was to pay the hospital bills. Another 10 million wons in treatment costs had been charged. Jihoon seriously revealed that he had looked for the medicine Hyunsu had requested, but since it was not covered by insurance, it would cost at least 20 million. In addition to Hyunsu's father's treatment, there were still the costs to heal the wounds caused by the burns. In the end, simply obtaining a class would not guarantee money. He would need to create artifacts, sell them, level up, and gain fame. For Hyunsu, the beginning of growth needed to start. Jihoon recommended he create bonds with famous people to obtain greater rewards and rare items. While Hyunsu wondered how he would do that, Jihoon brought up an idea. "Just wait a bit. This big brother will achieve one of the best accomplishments and carry you." Sighing, the protagonist just asked his friend not to get fired. On the game forums, comments about the player in the top 21 were being made. The player named Lord had finally obtained a legendary class. However, the most incredible thing for everyone was the fact that this player had defeated the King of Swords, Barad. This feat was impressive, as no one until then had even managed to land a strike on him. Curious, everyone wondered how that player had achieved such a feat, defeating someone so powerful. While the comments spread on the forums about the battle, Hyunsu was doing calculations at the hospital. He needed to pay 30 million in hospital expenses that very day. He saw such a feat as impossible, even combining the mission rewards and auction house profit. While looking at his phone, Hyunsu noticed something that shocked him. His second created item, Hyun's first sword, had been sold for an incredible 53,000 gold coins to a player named Lord. The protagonist ran to the reception desk, startling the receptionist. "Please, the expenses that should be paid today, I would like to pay immediately." Hyunsu swore at that moment that he would never stop playing Ares again. Accessing the game's message service, the protagonist received a message from the player lord, thanking him. "Thanks to your sword, I was able to fulfill my wish to pass Barad's trial. If someone truly understood the value of the sword you created, they would know that the 50 million I paid is by no means a large sum." Lord was still incredulous that the sword had managed to create an opening against the King of Swords himself. Even that legendary being had shown surprise. He sent a final message. "Sir Hyon, the king of the Goyard Kingdom, the King of Swords Barad, is waiting for you. He wants you to create a sword for him." reading the message and the request to meet the King of Swords. Hyunsu was surprised. After everything that happened, he could notice that perhaps he could solve everything. Setting a goal, he decided to find Barad, as well as rekindle the forge he had lost. In real life, a tall man in a suit had left his car. He looked at the property in front of him, somewhat destroyed, and commented, "A blacksmith. In these days and in this era, Hyunsu, there is only 1 month left for your promise." In an apartment during the night, the protagonist was shocked to receive a call. "I can't meet with Barad?" On the other end, Ji-hoon was reprimanding him. "Who do you think you are to meet him? A level 10 meeting the king? To meet with a high-level character, your own level and fame must be equally high." The protagonist discovered that to meet Barad, he would need to reach at least level 200. However, Ji-hoon reassured him there was another method, the Goyard Martial Arts Tournament. The event happened every year, with a level restriction between 50 and 60. The King of Swords Barad was always looking for talented individuals with great growth potential. Ji-hoon said the tournament would happen soon, and the winner would receive the prize directly from Barad. Inside the game, Hyunsu was traveling in a carriage. He had received the recommendation to go to the Kassel territory. Dung revealed that in that place, on the borders of the Prime Empire with the Goyard Kingdom, there were countless undead. There, humans needed his skills more than ever. The Kassel territory was infested with monsters, zombies, and skeletons. According to Dang, that was the best place to level up, especially alone. Hyunsu had resolved that he would conquer that place. Soon, he finished the journey and arrived at a castle. The Kassel territory was extremely cloudy. There, a man received him as reinforcement from the capital. His name was Render. Hyunsu heard from the centurion that the number of monsters was increasing. Curious, Hyunsu asked why. Render revealed that when the sacred bell of Ramas rang in the Kassel territory, the undead invaders became weak, making them easy to exterminate. The bell prevented the undead from approaching, but it had shattered. Worried, Render revealed that they were fortifying the defenses, but the enemy was advancing more and more. Curious, Hyunsu asked if the bell could not be repaired. Finally, Render realized and, surprised, asked, "Were you sent by Master Dung?" The protagonist scratched his head, revealing he had been sent by the Swordforge Tower. Render quickly guided Hyunsu along the walls to find the captain. Captain Carl, upon meeting Hyunsu, asked if Dung had sent him. Render confirmed, revealing that the young man would like to check the bell of Ramas. Despite the request, Carl questioned if Dung hadn't considered the bell irreparable. To Hyunsu's surprise, Carl revealed that the Lord had already secretly attempted the restoration, but all the experts said the same thing. That was not a repairable artifact. There was still one last person in Kassel looking for a way to fix the bell, but all in vain. Reminding him that such a person was at level 290, Carl explained how the mission was impossible. Finally, he asked about Hyunsu's level. The protagonist replied honestly, surprising everyone. "I am currently level 13. Carl sighed, not wanting to blame him, but advised him to find a new place to be useful. The territory was on the brink of destruction. When the undead army began to march, the day of final judgment seemed to have arrived. Carl reminded everyone that it was his duty to protect the Lord and the people, and that he would fulfill that duty. As Carl finished speaking, someone ran toward him shouting, "Captain, the undead are attacking the west wall. A huge number of ghouls are climbing the wall." Faced with the danger, Carl ordered, "We need to protect the gates at all costs." Carl moved forward, telling Render to follow him. Finally, he reminded them that everything that had been discussed should remain a secret. The protagonist felt the weight of the situation and thought, in the war against the orcs, he had managed to be useful. This time, he would need to face ghouls and defend the gate. The ghouls charged against the wall and, even under the attack of the soldiers' arrows, managed to climb it. The knights tried to push them with shields, while continuing to attack with bows. As undead were difficult to defeat without a sword imbued with divine power, Render told Hyunsu to attack the same spot repeatedly. The arrow shot by Hyunsu tore through the air, exploding a ghoul upon hitting it. Render was shocked by Hyunsu's precision. Without sacred power, he had easily defeated the monster. Using the guide, Hyunsu continued to shoot flying arrows. An arrow passed through numerous ghouls without losing speed, clearing the battlefield wherever it passed. In an instant, the knights celebrated the victory thanks to him. Render excitedly shouted, "Come as many as you want! We will cut down all of you." For Hyunsu, the battle was not as difficult as he thought it would be. If things continued like this, everything would work out. However, suddenly, he received a notification. A new story has begun. A giant siege ghoul appeared, as tall as the walls and with 4 arms. It walked with heavy steps. Before the monster, Render was afraid and told them to call the captain. Unlike ghouls below level 50, that giant ghoul was at level 89. However, at that moment, Carl was holding the gates, unable to help them. Render ground his teeth because before such a monster, the walls would fall. the protagonist warned that he would draw the giant ghoul's attention. Unexpectedly, he jumped onto the battlefield. Render quickly shouted, "It's dangerous to go alone." However, Hyunsu drew his sword with confidence, ready to delay the monster. A barrage of blows fell upon the ghoul, which, due to its size, could not dodge. Hyunsu jumped using the walls as a guide, landing in front of the monster. He was confident that he would take down the giant ghoul. Hyunsu advanced, dodging the monster's enormous arms. Then, he attacked the smaller monsters, opening a path and attracting the giant ghoul's attention. However, as soon as he looked back, he came face to face with a gigantic foot. He jumped from side to side, dodging the destructive steps. Hyunsu couldn't understand why the giant ghoul was so fast. Quickly, he put away his sword and drew the horn bow with the arrow guide. Turning around, the protagonist pointed an arrow upward. The shot arrow hit the ghoul squarely, making it howl. The protagonist hoped to defeat it, but the monster with a dropped jaw and extended tongue only became even angrier. The ghoul's eyes glowed with a terrifying red, showing Hyunsu that it had barely suffered damage. The sharp claws of the giant ghoul's foot advanced toward the protagonist. Hyunsu was hit and thrown far away, while his health points dropped to 10%. However, he refused to perish that way. Hyunsu fell heavily to the ground, creating a small crater. Knowing that he would be forced out of the game if he were eliminated, he would not accept such an absurdity. Facing the giant ghoul, he reminded himself that he needed to complete this chapter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to participate in the Goyard Martial Tournament. If that happened, the hospital bills wouldn't be paid, and his own treatment would be delayed. The path to returning to being a blacksmith would be impossible to conquer, and he would return to a place without hope. Gritting his teeth, Hyunsu remembered how this game was his only chance to change reality. Even against such a giant monster, he would not give up. To show his determination to change fate, Hyunsu placed a new arrow in the guide. The arrow traveled to the giant ghoul's leg, miraculously piercing it. The monster screamed, opening its mouth in a deafening roar. The scream became an attack against Hyunsu, whose health points were reduced to 3%. The ghoul tried to grab the young man while he launched one more arrow. The arrow tore through the air, unbalancing the monster. Quickly, Hyunsu pulled a third arrow. However, he had pulled with excessive force and, unexpectedly, the bowstring snapped. Shock appeared in his eyes. As the giant ghoul's hand approached more and more, the hand fell on him, pressing him to the ground. With his health points rapidly dropping, Hyunsu wondered if this would be his end. He fell into a parallel world. He refused to perish. He refused to give up. At that moment, a special condition was met. With less than 5% health, the powerful desire met the qualifications of the divinity of blacksmiths and gifted Hyunsu a new skill. The emergency creation skill could be used, but a weapon needed to be forged in 20 seconds. Hyunsu saw in it a new chance to rise. As time advanced, he drew a blacksmith's hammer and quickly selected the materials for the item. The hammering began immediately in the forge that had appeared around him. Each hammer blow carried determination. With every second, sweat and tears fell, but in an instant, the ingot was prepared and the sword created. As soon as the time ran out, Hyunsu left the creation world, raising the sword while jumping against the giant ghoul. The monster was hit by the sword, which triggered a secret skill. Behind Hyunsu, the monster staggered. The cut finally hit it from start to finish, like a tree in a storm. The giant ghoul collapsed. Hyunsu breathed heavily, but smiled upon seeing his objective completed. Having defeated the giant ghoul alone, he obtained a huge amount of experience, reaching level 38. As the sword created by the skill disappeared, happiness gave way to exhaustion, and Hyunsu passed out. Render ran to him, rescuing him amidst shouts. When Hyunsu woke up, a bandage had already been applied to him. He scratched his head, asking how much time had passed. Around the stretcher, the knight celebrated the awakening of the hero. While he remained confused, he felt a hand touch his shoulder and heard a thank you. "Thanks to you, we managed to survive." Captain Carl thanked him and asked how he had done that. However, not even Hyunsu could explain it. He knew it would sound unbelievable. He had improvised a weapon with sacred power while being attacked. Carl laughed, asking him not to be modest for having won the battle alone. Ghouls were like ghosts, weak before sacred power. As soon as Hyunsu realized this, the Sword of the Four Symbols came to his mind. It eliminated evil and banished calamities. Thanks to the story told by his father, Hyunsu was able to bring such a sword to life. Looking at the fist that displayed the forge, Hyunsu looked happy yet melancholic. As he watched him, Carl remembered that he needed to reward him. He drew a bag of gold. Hyunsu was emotional upon receiving 2,000 gold coins, an extra 2 million for his bank account. Carl cleared his throat, apologizing for judging him wrongly. He bowed at 90 degrees, startling Hyunsu and the knights. Hyunsu extended his hands to reassure him. "Captain, it's okay. Thank you for recognizing me. Thank Thanks to the handshake, Hyunsu's affinity with Carl reached maximum. While holding the protagonist's hands, Carl formally requested, "Please restore the Bell of Ramas." Carl knew perfectly well that the sword Hyunsu had wielded previously possessed divine power. With such skill, he was confident that the young man would restore the bell. Hyunsu scratched his head, apologizing as he needed to go to the Goyard Kingdom immediately. However, Carl knew how to convince him. "I forgot you're a blacksmith. The Lord possesses a legendary mineral. If you repair the bell, the mineral can be yours." Hearing about the legendary mineral left Hyunsu speechless. The protagonist followed Carl to the castle. As soon as the captain opened the doors, they came face to face with the gold pieces of the broken bell. Hyunsu was shocked. The bell was not just broken, but completely shattered. Carl was confident that Hyunsu would be able to fix the Bell of Ramas. Forcing a smile, Hyunsu nodded. Before he could attempt it, however, a woman interrupted him, addressing Carl. "Captain!" The woman stopped in front of Hyunsu and Carl, stating with glee, "This cannot be repaired." She approached Hyunsu and questioned, "Even I, at level 290, can't do it. You say you can?" The woman smiled as if she knew something. "You're a fraud, aren't you?" A few days ago, the young woman had announced that she would leave the guild she belonged to. Rune, master of the Golden Shield Guild, tried to stop her, not understanding her decision. "Don't you care about what you've created so far?" However, the young woman ignored Rune's gaze, revealing that she was tired of everything. Seeing how Bell wanted to leave the guild, Rune wondered if he could attract Hyun. His murmurs were heard by the girl, who shouted, "That's the problem. You're offering 500 million a year to a random player?" Rune tried to explain that the first sword created by Hyun had been sold for 50 million, and that recruiting the young man would bring great profits. Bell, however, reminded him of how the last blacksmiths he had hired had cheated him. She was furious to see the guild leader gambling once again. Sighing, Bell remembered how difficult it had been for her to clean up all the mess, and asked him not to stop her. Rune had to accept her decision, and she reassured him, stating that she wouldn't join another guild anytime soon. Before she left, Rune shouted, "We'll have a place for you as soon as you decide to come back." Bell headed to Kazel Castle. Seeing the destruction of the place and the difficulty of the population, she didn't want that village to disappear. That place showed Bell that the game characters were like real people. She wished she could fix the Bell of Ramas and decided to check it once more. Now, facing Hyunsu, she pressured him, accusing him of fraud. The protagonist quickly backed away and confronted her. "Who are you to say that?" A hostile atmosphere settled in, and she replied, "I am a higher-rank blacksmith than you." Carl intervened to prevent the conflict and introduced Bell to Hyunsu. Bell didn't believe that a level 38 had helped defeat the ghouls, much less that he would fix the bell. She kept asserting that the bell could not be repaired, ordering him not to try to take advantage of the castle territory. However, Hyunsu just ignored her. "What are you trying to say since earlier?" He backed away while checking the pieces of the bell. Curious, Bell observed if the fragments had changed in any way. Upon checking the item, the same notification appeared for her. The completely destroyed item could not be repaired. Before she could act, she saw a hammer appear, and before her eyes, Hyunsu smashed a piece of the bell. Bell hurriedly tried to stop him. "What are you doing?" Hyunsu asserted only once. "It's possible." She hadn't understood, so he smiled. "I said it's possible to restore it." Bell continued to rave, trying to teach him about irreparable artifacts. Suddenly, a knight entered the premises. "Captain, a new horde of undeads is advancing." Carl couldn't believe his subordinate. Before Hyunsu, a mission appeared as a warning. "The Cassell territory is updating. After the update, the territory will be stabilized." Bell was shocked, as that meant the undeads would take over the village. However, Hyunsu denied, "If we can make the bell, we can stop them." Bell continued to claim it was impossible, but Hyunsu contradicted her. "Don't you want to protect the Cassell territory?" Bell was surprised by the question. Head bowed, she asked how she could do such a thing. Storing all the fragments of the Bell of Ramas in his inventory, Hyunsu asked her to follow him. Bravely, he affirmed, "We are going to protect this place." Carl immediately volunteered, "We are counting on you, Hyunsu." "I will delay them until then." Outside, the knights raised their swords. With Carl's command, they advanced. "We must protect Cassell." Somewhere within the walls, there was a wooden and stone house, a forge. There, Hyunsu and Bell met. Curious, the blacksmith asked what they would do. Hyunsu revealed that when he smashed the fragment earlier, the sacred power present in the particles did not disappear. That meant the material itself possessed sacred power. His decision was simple. "We are going to smash the pieces and forge a new bell. If the bell is complete, the sacred power will be even stronger." Bell had never seen a skill to repair bells before. Hyunsu, however, corrected her. "We don't need skills to repair something. Before the furnace," he instructed, "we are going to start by melting the material." materials. Belle couldn't believe he would forge the bell with his own hands. Seeing her standing still, Hyunsu told her to help, happy to forge and feel the heat of the fire. She replied, "I won't be able to do it alone." In the Purium Corporation headquarters, team leader Taesuk worked with the assistant. After having a coffee, he thought they were screwed due to the update. Another assistant approached, asking why he was complaining. Taesuk then told him to look at the screen. The man approached and was confused. Worried because of blacksmiths, that team leader did not believe that a player could interrupt an update. However, the assistant revealed, they are not ordinary players. The great battle continued in the castle territory. Ghouls against the knights protecting the city. Carl shouted, "Block them! Don't let them advance." Many knights were tired to the point of being unable to fight because of fear. A ghoul attacked a knight, knocking him down. With an axe, it approached to finish the human. The knight closed his eyes, expecting the worst, but Carl saved him. Worried, Carl asked his subordinates to hold out for at least a little longer. They protected Kazel, the home where they grew up, with body and soul. Suddenly, Carl's sword cracked at the worst possible moment. The captain of the knight's sword broke against the ghoul's attack. The monster raised its sword again, aiming at the captain. Carl waited for the attack, but something happened at the last instant. A sound spread across the battlefield, interrupting the ghoul's attack. Carl looked at the city, surprised. The ghoul that was attacking him dropped its sword, screaming while holding its own head, just like him. All the other ghouls screamed while fire consumed them. At the top of a tower, the ringing of the bell spread like sunlight, burning the ghouls. Carl smiled happily. The bell of Rama's has been repaired. At the same instant, the team leader who had mocked the blacksmith spit out all his coffee. He could not believe what was happening on the screen he was watching. At the top of the tower, Hyunsu raised his hammer, hitting the golden bell to make it chime like the sound of salvation. The team leader pointed at the screen while arguing with the tired Taesuk. The update really failed? Taesuk leaned his head back, revealing that the player hadn't even slept for an hour since the countdown began. The other team leader didn't believe that anyone could go a week without sleeping. Hyunsu, after accepting the mission, had gone to the forge in the castle territory. He mobilized the village task force to repair the Bell of Rama's. 5 days before the final day, creating a plan, he revealed it first to Bell. It was necessary to completely melt the pieces of the bell to obtain a base material. They were practically extracting the sacred power. While drawing the blueprints, Hyunsu put Bell in charge of the supplies on the battlefield and the coordination of the task force. Due to the job well done, the divine custom creation was activated. Hyunsu decided to use his skills to maximize the power and repel evil, in addition to adding a damage-dealing ability. While he was drawing, the villagers increased the fire of the furnace. They worked with the desire to protect the castle territory. They melted the material with dedication, removing all impurities. With this care, the strongest sacred power remained within the material that would be used. In a mold the size of 2 adult men, the heated material was poured. 4 days before the final day, Hyunsu broke the mold to reveal the bell. While everyone slept, he continued to work and the days passed quickly. In the last days, Bell woke up only to see Hyunsu continue to sculpt the bell. He had worked for days without rest. Before Hyunsu, Bell obtained the title of apprentice. She had witnessed the process of creation of a master craftsman. Bell didn't believe that Hyunsu had enough mastery level to be called a master, but thanks to that, she obtained 22 points of mastery in advanced forging. Seeing her wake up, Hyunsu commented, "I was pretty noisy, but you still managed to sleep well." Blushing, the girl retorted, claiming she hadn't slept that much. Revealing that only a few finishing touches were left, Hyunsu said she could rest. Curious, Bell asked, "You are the blacksmith Hyon, right?" The protagonist was surprised by the question and, in silence, smiled. Touching the bell, he revealed, "Yes." As soon as he touched it, the item shone with a magnificent gold. Bell was enchanted. The word beautiful was insufficient to describe the bell before her. A notification appeared. Hyunsu's second custom item, of unique rank, had been created. It was the recreation of an artifact considered irreparable. Seeing the recreation notification, Bell asked why it had become more powerful. Never having seen anyone praise something like that, Hyunsu felt the surface of the bell with satisfaction. Suddenly, the girl called Hyunsu and held his hands. Her eyes shone, and she pleaded, "Please, stay with me from now on." The protagonist was shocked by the sudden confession. Annoyed, Bell quickly corrected herself. The last day finally arrived. With the strikes on the bell, the chimes resonated. The sacred power burned the ghouls. The monsters tried to escape, but melted. The knights on the battlefield witnessed the end of the fight. The bell annihilated the undeads and blocked new story updates for Kazel. Excited, Hyunsu celebrated. But a strong headache hit him. The fatigue made him pass out. He fell before Bell, who quickly ran to help him. At that moment, the mission was completed. Bell placed him on her lap so Hyunsu could rest. On the forums, news about the blacksmith Hyon spread. Comparisons of 2 photos were posted. A tower before and after, now with a bell added, which was why the Kazel territory update had failed. Inscribed on the bell was the character for Hyun, which drove the forums crazy upon discovering that he had fixed the Bell of Rama's. Immediately, countless players began to follow Hyunsu's account at a level never before seen. Through a window, the sunlight entered. Hyunsu woke up with the noise outside. Notifications appeared in front of him. Hyun's strength had surpassed 100,000 followers. He stood up, wondering if that was real. Having engraved his name on the Bell of Ramas had been a good idea. He knew that from then on, everyone who visited Kassel would see the bell. As soon as they noticed that Hyunsu woke up, someone asked to enter the room. Carl was the first, bandaged and excited. "The benefactor of our territory has awakened. I received the Lord's approval to reward you for the bell you created." A large bag with 330,000 gold coins was handed to Hyunsu. The protagonist was speechless. Converting that value, he could contact a certain person. In addition to Carl, another person entered the room. Render carried a chest and a smile on his face. He revealed that this was a gift from the Lord. Upon opening the chest, Hyunsu came face to face with a legendary shine. He had obtained the orichalcum mineral. Receiving the ore, he thanked immensely, but Carl thought that he was the one who should be thanking. The captain placed his hand in the middle. "You did not give up like ordinary outsiders and protected the territory. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you." Hyunsu felt the captain's sincerity and replied, "I just did what needed to be done." The despair of the people in Ares was no different from that of people in the real world. Apologizing, Hyunsu revealed that he needed to return to where he lived. Quickly, he left the world of Ares to recover his forge. Seeing him disappear before his eyes, Carl commented, "Outsiders truly are mysterious." The next day, Hyunsu traveled to Hyungju. The protagonist deposited 330 million wons for the man before him. Surprising him, in front of him was the real estate investor Kang Hyok-soo. A year ago, Hyunsu came across photos of the state of his house and forge. Kang Hyok-soo had handed the documentation to the young man, revealing the price of 330 million wons. With that amount, he could cover his father's hospital expenses, so Kang Hyok-soo asked him to cheer up. Before the broker left, Hyunsu asked a question. "Will I be able to buy the forge back?" The investor was surprised and asked him to repeat the question. Trembling, Hyunsu asked one more time, "If I bring the money, would you sell it back to me?" Kang Hyok-soo was confused by the request and recommended that the young man buy a new forge instead of a completely burnt one. However, for Hyunsu, it had to be that one, the family's. That forge held the memories he had with his father, memories that made him cry. The investor thought for a moment and stated, surprising him, 1 year. "I will give you exactly that period of time." Hyunsu thanked him immensely. A year later, upon receiving the deposit of 330 million wons, Kang Hyok-soo was impressed with the young man who succeeded. "Truly amazing, Hyunsu." The protagonist commented that he knew he had made a stubborn request. He knew that Kang Hyok-soo could have sold the forge in that 1 year and moved on, but instead, he kept his promise. He wanted to know why Kang Hyok-soo had shown such kindness. Placing a hand on Hyunsu's shoulder, he replied, "You were the first person who said they would buy back something they sold to me. I wanted to cheer up someone like that." Hyunsu bit his lip with emotion and bowed, thanking him once again. Grateful to the investor, Hyunsu wanted to pay him back somehow. He cleared his throat and asked, sheepishly, "Do you know a game called Ares?" Kang Hyok-soo laughed, revealing he obviously knew it. Hyunsu revealed to the investor that he worked in Ares as a blacksmith, so he wanted to create an artifact for him as a gift. Surprised, Kang Hyok-soo asked if he could create something customized with effects, type, and level. Hyunsu replied with confidence, "Of course! I'll make anything for you." In the city of Kassel, the reconstruction began. In a pub, Hyunsu entered to meet with someone. The blacksmith Nell was already waiting. This was the first time she had seen him since they defeated the undeads. Provocatively, she commented, "It's pretty hard to find you, isn't it?" The young woman, for the first time, formally introduced herself. "I was the head of the strategy team for the Golden Shield Guild, and the person who led Golden Shield to the position they hold today." Remembering the creation of the bell, she affirmed, "I am sure you will become a high-rank player." Extending her hand, she was direct. "One day when you create a guild, I would like to be the first member." Hyunsu raised an eyebrow. "Even though you called me a fraud?" Blushing, she quickly apologized, explaining that anyone would think the same in that situation. Before she complicated herself with words, Hyunsu shook her hand. "Please take care of me from now on, Nell." Changing the subject, Hyunsu told the young blacksmith a secret. Upon hearing it, she stood up, shouting, "What did you say?" She couldn't believe that he was going to meet the King of Swords Barad, one of the 10 legends. While eating, Hyunsu revealed that he would participate in the Goyard tournament, where the winner would receive the prize personally given by Barad. With a headache, the young woman was worried, as all kinds of rising stars participated in the tournament. Not caring, Hyunsu casually revealed, annoying Nell, "I just need to win." He asked her not to worry. With a smile, he stated, "I will seek victory with the best I have." Nell was surprised, to the point of being unable to eat. The day of the Goyard martial tournament quickly arrived. Above the arena, a man flew on a dragon. That was President Bakal of the Goyard martial tournament. From above, he announced, "The tournament will begin the moment I leave. You will face the monsters that will pass through the gate. To everyone in the arena, he warned, "Although you cannot see him, His Majesty is watching, so be careful with your conduct." Wishing good luck, Bakal started the tournament. Immediately, the arena floor trembled. A shadow covered several competitors. A large stone golem appeared before them. The goal was to survive against the golem for 1 hour. Many confident ones challenged it, already prepared to face it. Whoever hunted the golem would receive rewards, but the red-eyed monster would be a tough opponent. The stone golem roared fiercely, shaking its surroundings. One of the warriors was scared, as he didn't remember that stone golems had such a high level. Another, however, reassured him, saying he had heard that the first test was a piece of cake, but such a calm man was instantly hit by the golem's punch. The stone monster completely drained the player's life, forcing him to leave the game. A second player tried to dodge the golem's attack, but was hit by the stone hand. A mage was scared, as the golem was completely different from the information they had received. Among the competitors, Hyunsu watched the golem in silence. Bakal, who had left the arena, flew towards the large castle. As soon as he arrived at the castle, he ran hurriedly, grinding his teeth. Damn! The tournament was ruined. A higher-level stone golem than planned was accidentally released. He ran towards the Lord's Hall, telling the soldiers to get out of the way. Even without permission, Bakal opened the door, shouting, "Your Majesty, we need to stop the tournament immediately!" However, the Lord refused. Sitting on the throne, he watched the tournament on a globe and commented, "Haven't you noticed yet?" Barad told Bakal to look carefully at the participants. In the arena, Hyunsu had drawn his bow and guide, and shot an arrow that caught fire as it burned in the air. The arrow grazed the stone golem, but broke parts of the monster where it hit. Hyunsu was using his third creation, an arrow that returned to him. Soon, Hyunsu picked up the arrow made with orichalcum again. Seeing the arrow return to the archer, everyone was shocked by such a boomerang. Characteristic, Hyunsu prepared to shoot the reward he obtained. In the castle territory once more, he used the legendary ore to create an item with excellent performance. The arrow was shot once more, hitting the stone golem squarely. The arrow flew between the players, who were startled to be nearly hit. The stone golem had fallen into a stunned state for 4 seconds. Everyone saw the state the stone golem was in and prepared their attacks. Mages launched fireballs, while rogues threw their spinning shurikens. Countless attacks fell upon the stone golem, but soon the monster came out of the stun and heavily stomped the ground, creating an earthquake. Roaring, the stone golem spotted its target. It focused on Hyunsu. Quickly, the stone golem advanced. The participants, knowing that they would soon defeat the monster, told Hyunsu to run. The stone golem raised its large, heavy fist, launching it against Hyunsu. The golem's attack fell, throwing many away with the shockwave. Hyunsu, however, had switched weapons, bringing back the radiant sword to block the attack. The golem did not stop, launching a blow with its other fist. The attack fell upon Hyunsu's sword, which began to crack. The sword broke, and Hyunsu was thrown backward due to the rebound. While watching what was happening, Bakal asked Barad to stop the tournament immediately. However, the Lord ignored him, dissatisfied. Suddenly, a shine was transmitted by the crystal sphere. What Barad saw made his eyes widen. A golden spear had penetrated the stone golem. Hyunsu had forged such a weapon with the divine emergency skill. The Damascus spear, which could penetrate even the hardest stone, had hit the golem. The protagonist saw the golem approaching more and more, while the blade pierced the stone. In an instant, the monster knelt, being defeated. As soon as he defeated the monster, the crescent blade began to disappear. Thanks to eliminating the golem, Hyunsu leveled up countless times, incredibly, 14 levels. A nearby mage was surprised. He really defeated the golem? Confused, Hyunsu asked if he shouldn't do that. The mage shouted hastily, "With such a level difference, do you think it was possible?" "They only told us to survive!" The mage quickly explained the rules, making Hyunsu ashamed. Changing the subject, Hyunsu felt dizzy and suddenly passed out. Everyone around was confused because he had not left the game, and the tournament would continue. While everyone created theories about Hyunsu, someone ran to the arena. Bakal shouted, announcing, "Attention, all participants. Due to an error on our part, the martial tournament will end here." While Bakal announced the end of the event, someone was live streaming showing Hyunsu. In the comments, people were madly impressed. Hyunsu had left the arrow forged by him, and someone in the comments quickly told the others, "Look at the inscription on the tip of the arrow." Everyone recognized the inscription of Hyun, the person who reforged the irreparable bell of the Castle territory. No one understood how a blacksmith could be so strong, and they congratulated the power of the items. The Ares game support team at the Purim Corporation was overwhelmed due to complaints about the end of the tournament, as well as the appearance of a monster above level 100. A support worker cried due to the number of complaints. He could do nothing but apologize frustratedly. Kim, Taesok's assistant, smiled frustratedly. She hit her head on the table, murmuring, "We have a problem." Team leader, Kim Tae-sok continued typing hastily, until the assistant revealed the problem about the martial tournament being cancelled. He already imagined that would happen, so he didn't care. However, he spit out all his coffee upon hearing the assistant reveal the real problem. Barad summoned the player Hyunsu. Kim Tae-sok couldn't believe that the two were already meeting. He already saw that he would need to work night after night again. The assistant shrank. Wanting to go home, Tae-sok saw Hyunsu as someone so out of the ordinary that he couldn't predict his future. The assistant asked what would happen if Hyunsu reached maximum favorability with Barad. The fate was clear. Hyunsu would be the best blacksmith, the one who had learned the King of Swords swordsmanship. Kim Tae-sok did not see such a mission as easy. It would depend on Barad. The assistant, however, felt that such a thing could happen. The next day, Hyunsu went to the castle. He would be meeting Barad faster than expected. Hyunsu was surprised to see Barad. Before the Lord, he knelt while hearing him speak. Normally, I would reward you before everyone, but understand that we simplified the ceremony due to an unexpected accident. Hyunsu remained kneeling, hearing from Barad that everyone would already recognize him as the master of weapons. Extending his hand, he ordered, "Warriors, show respect." As a reward, Hyunsu received 13,000 gold coins. As soon as he was allowed to speak, Hyunsu commented, "Your Majesty, I heard that you were looking for me." Barad frowned upon hearing him. Seeing the young man climb the stairs towards Barad, the knights shouted, "How dare you! Such insolence will not be tolerated." Hyunsu then announced, "I am the blacksmith Hyun." The knights continued to curse, until Barad raised his hand, ordering them to stop, and revealed, "He is the guest I have been waiting for." Upon finishing climbing the stairs, Hyunsu bowed slightly, greeting Barad. Ares replied to him only by reminding him of how long he had taken. Barad, the King of Swords, was one of the 10 legends in Ares. Before such a man, Hyunsu acted politely, revealing that the journey had been treacherous. Barad asked if he knew why he had called him. Hyunsu had an idea. "You want me to forge a sword for you?" Barad confirmed the importance. "My request to the greatest blacksmith in the kingdom failed. Even Dang, the master of the Sword Forge Tower, could not succeed. However, I want to know which of you I should trust to do this." Barad proposed the challenge, and released an energy hot enough to pressure him. Lightning seemed to overflow throughout the room due to the Emperor's forge. Firmly, Hyunsu asserted, "I came here trusting only in my own abilities." Hearing the boy, Barad laughed in excitement. Bakal was surprised by his majesty, who ordered the treasurer to retrieve the items he had prepared. Soon, the treasurer brought a box. While Barad revealed that he would trust Hyunsu, the item in the box was shown, a 100-year-old cold iron, a mineral that had absorbed the cold for a century and possessed resistance to fire. Hyunsu was impressed to find another unknown mineral. Barad asked him to create a sword of at least epic rank that could release cold air. "If you satisfy my request, you will receive rewards, but if you disappoint me, you will never be able to set foot in the Goyard kingdom again." Barad's gaze was severe like fire, and before Hyunsu, a quest appeared. The request, the reward, and the punishment for failure spoken by Barad were described in the notification. Hyunsu saw this opportunity as a possibility to ask for anything, so he declared with confidence, "I will not disappoint." Hyunsu went to the forge. There, he felt his back burn with the stare he was receiving from whoever was watching him. With her arms crossed, there stood the vice commander of the Goyard Kingdom Knights, Bella, someone at level 301. Even being a stranger, he didn't expect such a level of surveillance. Shaking his head, he told himself that it was natural, as he couldn't easily trust strangers. Seeing Hyunsu's body language, Bella requested, "Focus on your work and pretend I don't exist." Smiling, the protagonist asked if he had been too obvious. Bella couldn't understand Hyunsu. He had been given the last chance by his majesty. Like a furnace, she internally threatened him to try to fail. Suddenly, Hyunsu received a notification. The bell is ringing, scratching his head. He told Bella that something had happened in the real world, asking her for a pause. The protagonist soon left the Ares game capsule. He went to the door of his house, saying he was coming. Outside, a woman was surprised to see him, confused to see the landlady. Hyunsu asked what she needed. Heartbroken, she revealed that she had decided to sell the house. "My husband has been resting from work lately, so I need you to clean the house." With a look of regret, Hyunsu asked her not to apologize, as she had already helped him by renting the house at a lower price than she should have. The landlady revealed that he would need to vacate the house within 2 weeks. She didn't know how to apologize, but unexpectedly Hyunsu bowed, thanking her for the time she had let him live there. The protagonist frowned. Thinking a bit, he had earned a lot of money in Ares, but hundreds of thousands were spent on expenses, while 330 million wons were used to buy the forge. He hadn't even started the treatment for the burns yet, so, desperate, he shouted, "Where should I go now?" At that moment, Hyunsu received a call. Surprisingly, it was the blacksmith Nell. Immediately upon hearing him, Nell asked what he was doing. Hyunsu asked if they could talk later, which worried the blacksmith. Remembering the mission given by Barad, Hyunsu revealed that he would suddenly need to move. Irritated, Nell shouted on the phone, "Don't you know how important your mission is?" The girl revealed she was waiting for 2 effects to happen due to the mission. Looking at the the forums, she revealed that people were already debating about him and the blacksmith Hyun being the same person. Faced with all these problems, Nell created a solution. What if you reveal your identity by creating a guild? She reminded him that he had also received the mission to create a sword for Barad, one of the most influential characters in Ares. She told him to imagine what would happen if Barad appeared with his forge's logo engraved on his newest sword. Hyunsu was surprised, as Nell had created a strategy for his value to skyrocket. The protagonist thanked her immensely. Thanks to her, he came back to his senses. Soon, Hyunsu returned to the world of Ares. As soon as he appeared, someone grabbed his wrist. Bella screamed at Hyunsu upon seeing him. "Why are you only coming back now?" Confused, Hyunsu asked what had happened. Bella revealed the problem. His Majesty Barad is trapped in the fire dragon's lair. Surprised, Hyunsu asked, thinking he hadn't heard correctly. "He's trapped where?" Confused, Hyunsu asked where exactly this place was, which irritated Bella. She couldn't believe he was surprised even without knowing the location. As they had no time, Bella quickly explained. The fire dragon's lair is a general term for the domain of fire attribute monsters. Among them, from the Ifrit dungeon, no one has ever returned alive, apart from His Majesty Barad. Hyunsu asked why Barad went to a dungeon he had already entered before. Head down, Bella revealed the reason. The king's target of revenge is in that place. Hyunsu was surprised by the plot twist. In the fire dragon's lair, where lava and flames spread, Barad advanced forcefully. He protected his face, realizing he was already approaching the destination. There was a door just ahead. He hoped to get through it. However, once again, the sword he carried was not strong enough and melted. Barad managed to ensure that his subordinates escaped safely, but he knew that reinforcements would only arrive at the earliest, in 3 days to rescue him. With a derogatory smile, he blamed himself for not having waited for the blacksmith to complete the sword. Melancholically, he wished his son Ban was still alive, a son who should be around the same age. The young man, who had a smile similar to Hyunsu's, said goodbye in a battle. He had tried to help his father, and even in the final moments, showed no regret. I thought that if I could conquer this dungeon, it could be a source of pride. However, for not being strong enough, he apologized. Barad didn't care about his son's apologies. Barad only wanted him to stay alive. However, Ban did not resist. Strength left his body in Barad's arms, who howled at the world desolately. Barad grabbed the melted sword and used it to stand up. He knew he should wait for the blacksmith, but he couldn't let Ifrit escape. Having waited for so many years, Barad refused to let such an opportunity pass. Barad walked until he found stone stairs amidst rock walls that led to the Great Gate. Meanwhile, Bella explained about the prince, and how the king had done everything to capture Ifrit ever since, but also how Ifrit never reappeared. Bella knew that the king saw this opportunity as his last chance. Even though she couldn't believe in him, a stranger, she knew there was a reason for the king to trust. The knight suddenly bowed. "As a citizen of the Goyad kingdom and a knight, I beg you, please save the king." The emergency quest appeared for Hyunsu. Bella's affinity would increase as a reward, in exchange for creating a sword capable of rescuing the King of Swords Barad. Hyunsu never imagined that Barad had such circumstances. On the day the young man lost almost everything to the game, he imagined that if he had lost his family like Barad, he possibly wouldn't be able to keep going. A determined look appeared on Hyunsu's face. He responded to Bella's request with a bow. "I will do my best." Soon, the hammer was raised, hitting the heated iron ingot. Under the anvil, the iron was refined with every hammer blow. With the ingot at the adequate width, Hyunsu cooled it in water. Hyunsu had heard that Ifrit melted even unique rank swords. Because of that, he wanted to create a sword above that rank. With Hyunsu's desire, the ingot shone with light. He focused on finding effects that prevented melting, the ice properties of the item. Hyunsu received a notification upon understanding the depth of the 100-year-old cold iron. The ingot, until then gray, took on a silver color. Hyunsu immediately returned to hammering it. The blacksmith's soul skill activated. While the hammered cold iron spread, chilling waves through the forge, Hyunsu became more immersed than any other blacksmith had ever been. Passion, determination, and empathy put him in a state of absorption, without him even realizing it. As soon as Hyunsu gave the last hammer blow, a notification appeared. Hyun's first legendary rank sword has been created. Hustling, the forge door was opened. Bella asked, "Is it complete?" Hyunsu held in his hands a sword that exuded chilling energy. With the sword in hand, he announced, "We can go rescue His Majesty Barad." Inside the dragon's lair, fire explosions were happening. Barad coughed suddenly after suffering a powerful blow. The king had been thrown against a rock, destroying it with his body. However, determination resided in his eyes. "We will end this today." Before him was a being with large horns. Enveloped in fire, the boss of the fire dragon's lair, Ifrit, a being of level 409. As he advanced against Ifrit, Barad bravely declared, "You can't imagine how long I've waited to find you." Even with his sword broken, broken, the determination within Barad overflowed. From the sword, an aura was exhaled in the attack against Ifrit. Barad's attack carried his power, falling upon his enemy. Ifrit was hit, the sword pierced her, however in an instant. Ifrit's wound closed with fire. Ifrit smiled mockingly at the human. She extended a flame spear towards Barad, challenging him. Barad felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. He quickly retreated, as in the spots where the ground trembled. Fire geysers expelled columns of flames. One of the flames, like magic, engulfed Barad's sword. The king was forced to drop the sword, which instantly became useless by melting. Ifrit smiled, and in her hand, large quantities of flames gathered. A barrage of attacks traveled against Barad, who moved quickly to dodge them like obstacles. He advanced against Ifrit, who raised the flame spear. As soon as the spear touched the ground, a river of flames was summoned, spreading towards Barad. The king faced the whirlwind of flames, about to swallow him. Ifrit smiled, mocking the human. Barad ground his teeth, as he saw no way to win anymore. Ifrit raised the spear one last time and launched it like an arrow against Barad. The king saw the glow of the attack approach quickly and found no way to defend or dodge. However, a large mist arose when the flame spear hit something. As soon as the mist dissipated, Barad came across a blade of icy steel plunged into the ground in front of him, blocking the flame spear and freezing it. Barad quickly looked back. He spotted large quantities of ice blocking the fire that was trying to hit him. Further ahead was the blacksmith, who threw the sword to him, and Bella, the vice captain of the knights. Bella pleaded with the king, "Your Majesty, use this sword!" Barad immediately took the silver sword by the hilt. The sword, as large as him, was raised. He obtained Hyun's sword, customized for Barad, a legendary rank item with over 300% bonus in fire resistance, plus almost 200% in ice power. His attacks against fire monsters increased ice damage by 400%, and the sword possessed the skill Frozen Flower. Satisfied with the item he made, Hyunsu asked, "Please, wield it." Barad held the icy sword with both hands. He advanced, jumping towards Ifrit and using the Frozen Flower skill, cutting a storm of snowflakes. The attack created ice spikes that grew toward Ifrit, the fire being screamed, afraid of the cold. At the same time, Barad changed the trajectory of the charge, advancing from the side. With a definitive look, he declared, "It's over!" The icy attack crossed the air toward Ifrit. She was hit from the side, and her fire body split apart as it was frozen. In the last instant, Ifrit's frightened eyes met Barad's furious ones. The ice cut advanced, ending the grudge that had lasted for a year. The two parts of Ifrit fell frozen. Hyunsu and Bella were shocked to see the power. Displayed by Barad, the king stuck the sword into the ground and used it as support to keep from completely falling. He had finally defeated the boss monster. Relieved, he bit his lips. However, at that moment, the frozen parts of Ifrit moved. An explosion happened, and fire was released. Hyunsu shielded himself from the heat, asking what was happening. With an incredulous look, Bella revealed, "Some monsters self-destruct when they meet their end." Ifrit's flames engulfed Barad before they could react. Bella quickly shouted to the king, "Your Majesty, please come back immediately." Barad, however, ordered her to stay away from him. The king picked up a memento, a pendant with his son's photo, and murmured, "I want to end this here." Bella knew she needed to save the king at all costs, but she didn't know how. The king had ordered her not to approach, so she didn't know what to do. At that moment, Hyunsu took a step forward, entering the fire. To Bella's surprise, he just smiled at her, asserting, "I will bring him back." While walking through the flames, Hyunsu used the Divine Emergency Forge. Armor with fire resistance was created around him. Facing the flames, he advanced amidst sweat and pain. Soon he spotted Barad, kneeling amidst the flames. Barad, however, told him to leave. "You've done enough." Before the kneeling king, Hyunsu affirmed, "I cannot go back. I came to escort you, Your Majesty." However, Barad declared that he would not return. Looking at the photo on the pendant, Hyunsu asked if the king's reason for the decision was the young man. Head bowed. Barad nodded, blaming himself for what happened to his son. He couldn't continue living that way. The king's words shocked Hyunsu, who reprimanded him. "Do you think he would be happy seeing this?" With a voice full of pain, Barad bravely stated, "You don't know. No one knows this feeling, the sadness of losing a son because of me." Barad grabbed Hyunsu by the collar, questioning how he dared. Asserting that he didn't know the extent of that sadness, Hyunsu revealed, "I can answer you in another way. I also almost lost a beloved family member." With tears in his eyes, Hyunsu revealed his father's situation, and how every day he asked the heavens for his father to open his eyes. For him, just the fact that his father was alive was already some happiness, and he knew that Barad's son felt the same. Barad released Hyunsu's collar. The king's armor had already begun to melt due to the surrounding heat. Hyunsu leaned his head against the king's chest and asked, hiding his tears. Please, let your son go now. In the surprise in Barad's eyes, memories of his son came flooding back. From the smile in the pendant photo to the smile in the last moments, Barad murmured, "I'm sorry." Ban! Tears streamed down the king's cheeks. As he apologized to his son for the mistake he made, Hyunsu held the king's shoulder and declared, "You must live. Shouldn't you become a father your son would be proud of?" Barad nodded, agreeing with him. Looking at the horizon, he decided to return. With Hyunsu's help, Barad was carried out of the flames. Bella was speechless to see the two return. She ran towards Hyunsu, asking how the king was, confirming Barad's well-being, but seeing that his own health points were zeroing out, Hyunsu warned that he would return soon. With a smile, Hyunsu disappeared, being forcibly expelled from the game. Bella stared at him until the last moment, before holding the king, who stumbled while murmuring, "Hyunsu, that young man saved me." Bella couldn't bear the king's weight, who fell to the ground while she tried to bring him back to consciousness. Despite being unconscious, Barad smiled. Hyunsu had lost a level and been forced to leave the game. Behind his glasses, tears streamed down his face. As he swore, "I will continue moving forward, Dad." In a grassy plain illuminated by the bright sun, Barad spotted a young man. That young man turned around, greeting him with a smile. "Father!" Seeing Ban once again, Barad couldn't believe his own eyes. The young man ran towards his father, who was still stunned. With a smile, Ban replied, "It's me, father. I came to say one last goodbye." Barad hastily held his son's wrist, asking what he meant by that. As Barad, in tears, held his son's hand, Ban replied, "Just as Hyunsu said, I want my father to be happy." As he transformed into light and ashes carried by the wind, Ban made a final request. "Please, from now on, live a happy life." While sleeping, Barad murmured his son's name as tears streamed down his face. Seeing the emperor wake up, several servants ran to check on him. He had been sleeping for 3 days. As soon as he saw them, Barad commented, "Ban came back to say goodbye to me." Trembling, he attributed such grace to the young blacksmith. "I need to find Hyunsu immediately." After some time, Barad sat in a living room, waiting for the guest to arrive. The door was opened, announcing the arrival of the outsider Hyunsu. The protagonist bowed slightly, greeting Emperor Barad. With a slight smile, Barad asked him to stand up. The protagonist complied with the request, and as he headed to the seat, asked how Barad felt. As soon as Hyunsu sat down, Barad went straight to the point. "I know well that outsiders are immortal beings who return to life even after fatalities, but that doesn't mean such situations aren't frightening. I want to know why you risked yourself to save my life." Being punctual, Hyunsu stated there were 2 reasons. Head bowed, he revealed the first. "I hoped that your majesty, who carries the same kind of weight in his heart that I carry, would continue living." Remembering Hyunsu's story, Barad placed his hand on his own chest. He then asked the second reason. The protagonist felt embarrassed to answer. "I imagined that your majesty would reward me generously." Barad couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the young man's confidence. What a truly confident statement. Affirming that Hyunsu was correct, Barad took a scroll that was on the table and passed it to Hyunsu. "This is the value of the sword you created." Upon receiving the scroll and opening it, Hyunsu was shocked. He had received over 1 million gold coins. While he was still stunned, Barad declared, "For a sword that saved my life, shouldn't it be worth at least that much?" The protagonist thanked him deeply and stood up to bow. Barad told him to sit back down, and so Hyunsu quickly did. Moving on to the next subject, Barad affirmed that, just as Hyunsu had told him, he would live life to the fullest. He looked at the sunny window, completing, "That way, when I meet Ban in heaven someday, I won't be ashamed." Barad asked the young man to do the same, to live vigorously for his father, who would still awaken someday. With the look of a lonely father, Barad made a request. "Will you come visit me from time to time?" The protagonist nodded, hearing the emperor say that he had become curious to hear about the stories Hyunsu would write, as well as the people he would meet in the future. Hyunsu returned the compliment, asserting that he also wanted to hear about Barad's future stories. Thus, Barad extended his hand and asked, "Should I call you, you who provided me with great enlightenment, dear friend?" The protagonist was surprised by the request. His favorability with Barad had reached the maximum. The blessing of the dear friend had fallen upon him. Hyunsu extended his hand, shaking Barad's. Becoming a dear friend of a named character like him had become a great honor. To celebrate becoming friends, Barad affirmed, wanting to pass on the swordsmanship art he possessed to Hyunsu. A knight accompanying the king was surprised and tried to convince him. "Your Majesty, are you going to pass your swordsmanship to a stranger again?" That man was named Benson, the commander of the Goyad Kingdom Knights. He reminded him how Lord had been appointed as the king's successor and received swordsmanship training not long ago. Benson wanted to include what qualifications were necessary to receive such swordsmanship. Barad interrupted Benson's complaints, affirming that he had no intention of passing on this art to anyone else. A notification then appeared for Hyunsu, a skill quest. Swordsmanship of the King of Swords. The swordsmanship of the King of Swords Barad could not be obtained by just anyone, so the mission required hitting the commander of the Knights Benson 3 or more times. Thus, Barad declared that Benson would test Hyunsu's qualifications. With 2 days' extension that Barad gave the young man, Hyunsu left the game and used the reward he obtained. First, he organized his father's hospital expenses. After that, he found a new place to live. Lastly, he said goodbye to the former landlady, expressing gratitude for her having ignored so many payment delays. After all that was concluded, Hyunsu made a call. Ji-hoon answered Hyunsu's call, who was inviting him to lunch, and joked, "Do you mean beers at the convenience store like last time?" However, when they met, prime quality meat was placed on the grill. Ji-hoon drooled upon seeing the Korean steak. He began to eat hastily, surprised to have lived long enough for this to happen. Hyunsu reassured him, "I just wanted to thank you for everything you gave me." Hyunsu's comment made Ji-hoon shiver. He suddenly saw Hyunsu pick up a bag. The protagonist smiled, stating that this was a gift. While wondering why the packaging was so fancy, he took the box inside the bag and removed its ribbon. A pair of Hermes shoes shone in gold, scaring Ji-hoon. While becoming annoyed, imagining that Hyunsu had done something wrong to be able to buy those shoes, Ji-hoon licked them, asking if they were really a gift. Affirming that he remembered how Ji-hoon always wanted such shoes, Hyunsu revealed that he had bought them, as well as sending the amount for the capsule that he had bought. Confused, asking when he had sent the money, Ji-hoon returned to focusing on the shoes excitedly. Hyunsu watched him, feeling that life had changed thanks to his friend. "That grace is, in fact, me, Ji-hoon." Ji-hoon was surprised and pretended not to have heard correctly. Irritated, Hyunsu pushed a piece of meat into Ji-hoon's mouth. "Just eat your meat in silence, man." The next day, footstep sounds arose in a training field in Ares. Hyunsu stood before Commander Benson. Between them was Bella, to announce the start of the combat. Benson waited for Hyunsu to draw his own sword, and drawing his, asserted, "I have no intention of going easy just because you are His Majesty's friend." Suddenly, Hyunsu put his hand in a bag. Benson observed him with a frown. Upon retrieving, "A precious mineral," Hyunsu commented, "I'm quite eager to work with you." The crystal that Hyunsu used shone intensely. In that instant, he drew a sword. Benson was forced to close his eyes due to the intense, blinding light. It was with that gemstone that an energy flowed around the sword that Hyunsu drew. The knight's commander looked at the sword with a curious gaze, but in the end, he sighed. "I expected something impressive to emerge, but isn't that just a common sword?" Benson positioned himself in a battle stance, raising his sword to eye level as he declared, "What a foolish judgment! You think you can defeat the kingdom's knight commander with that sword?" Benson disappeared as he lunged forward. His blow, descending from the sky, fell upon Hyunsu's sword, which was raised at the last second. The impact between the swords caused the sword held by Hyunsu to crack. Seeing what he had done to his opponent's sword, Benson reprimanded him. "What were you thinking making a sword with such low durability?" At that moment, the force applied by Benson caused the sword to shatter into dozens of small pieces. The knight commander was surprised as the sharp metal pieces flew in his direction. Benson hastily raised his arms, trying to protect himself, but the pieces were too small for him to block them all. It wasn't long before the metal pieces fell to the ground. Still surprised, Benson looked at the pieces of the sword. At that moment, Hyunsu asked, "My mission was to succeed in landing an attack, right?" They checked the number of successful attacks thanks to a battle analysis function. 59 attacks hit Commander Benson. Hyunsu held the broken sword with a smile. "There wasn't a rule against doing this, was there?" Benson was speechless. He never imagined the young man would use such a method. The commander swallowed hard and asked in astonishment, "Mr. Hyunsu, who exactly are you?" The protagonist was not surprised by the question. A legendary hammer which shone like the sun appeared in his hands as he declared, "I am the god of blacksmiths." Benson's cheeks flushed. He was gasping in intense emotion. Benson quickly bowed at 90 degrees. "It is a great honor to meet you, sir. Please spread the word of His Majesty's mastery in swordsmanship far and wide." The protagonist became nervous seeing the knight's reaction. He timidly and quickly asked him to restrain himself. After the short battle, Hyunsu returned inside the castle. He was so tired due to the work of the last 2 weeks that his body language was that of someone defeated. Downcast, he wasn't even looking forward. Thanks to this, however, he obtained the Sword King's swordsmanship. His beginner sword mastery also increased significantly. Recalling how intense the swordsmen he met were, Hyunsu wondered if they all had the same explosive personality. Due to Hyunsu's low level, he could only learn 3 chapters of the Sword King's sword art. The first chapter, Beast Aura, the second chapter, Furious Torrent Sword, and the third chapter, Sword's Cry. Hyun-soo was, however, promised that as soon as he increased his proficiency, the Sword King would teach him the remaining chapters. After days of training in the city, Hyun-soo headed to the castle where Barad was staying. In front of the door, 2 butlers in suits were already waiting for him, and they bowed upon his arrival. Opening the doors and entering the office, he found Barad with Bella standing beside him. Putting his hands behind his back, Hyun-soo declared, "I have come because there is something I would like to ask your majesty." Barad was curious about what he would ask. Hyun-soo was direct. "The 100-year cold iron you used when you were making your sword, I need it." Barad frowned and tapped the tip of his finger on the table as he thought. He then replied, "I would love to generously give it to you, my friend. Unfortunately, what I gave you last time was the last of the 100-year cold iron I possessed." Hyun-soo was shocked to find this out. A small tear ran down his eye as sadness shattered his plans like a stone thrown against a window. Seeing how sad Hyun-soo was, the Sword King reassured him. He tried to cheer Hyun-soo up by telling him where he could get more cold iron at the frozen mine. The Sword King suggested that Hyun-soo personally go to the mines to obtain the ore. Surprised, Hyun-soo asked if it was all right for him to go. The king then called Bella and ordered, "Go to the frozen mines with Hyun-soo." Bella was surprised by the request, as her job was to remain by Barad's side. The king was calm and insisted, "This journey will also be a good experience for you." Even reluctantly, Bella complied with the order. It wasn't long before Barad spoke to the entire kingdom. "I announced the successful subjugation of the Ifrit's tomb." On the forums, the players went wild with the big news. While Barad was making his pronouncement, some more observant people began to point to the sword he possessed. Even from afar, players could feel that the cold energy emanating from the sword was insane. They wondered if it had been forged with ice ore or something else. While observing the sword, some people noticed an inscription on the blade, the name Hyun. Those who didn't know Hyun were ridiculed. The more informed ones recalled that the arrow of the most recent tournament winner also had the name Hyun written on it. This meant that the blacksmith was possibly in the Goyad kingdom. Nothing had been revealed about the blacksmith Hyun yet, whether his age, level, or gender. Reading about the rumors, the blacksmith Bell was relieved. "It's good that we spread the rumor that Hyun-soo and the blacksmith Hyun are different people." Kim Ji-hun, Hyun-soo's friend, laughed out loud when he read the rumor that the blacksmith Hyun was a 40-year-old fat man. Regardless of the rumors, people began to follow Hyun-soo's forge page, hoping that at some point he would open up slots for orders and commissions. Upon leaving the game capsule, Hyun-soo sat on the floor next to the bed. He had his cell phone in his hand, still surprised. Thanks to Barad openly showing the new sword in his speech, his followers already reached the mark of 310,000. He saw how everyone was interested in the blacksmith Hyun in the comments on the live broadcast of Barad's pronouncement. Hyun-soo wondered what would happen if he revealed that he, the tournament winner, was the blacksmith. Hyun, trembling with anticipation, he reminded himself that he should be careful for now. He closed his hand firmly and with determination. "I still have a lot to do." Before going to the frozen mines, Hyun-soo decided to send a message. There was one person to whom he had not yet expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, in an office with granite walls, the investor Kang Hyuk-soo was looking for some things on the computer. Browsing a forum, he discovered that Baran had conquered the Ifrit's tomb on Kriya, the third attempt. Scratching his head, he ended up stating, "As expected, this is still an impossible zone for players." The investor was actually a high-level ranker, the tanker nicknamed Bark. He had entered the Salamander dungeon countless times to try to complete his class mission. However, in all attempts, his artifacts melted. This made it impossible for him to conquer the dungeon. Kang Hyuk-soo had already used countless unique grade shields, but they all melted. Sighing as he realized that even with money he couldn't get usable artifacts, he wondered if there was any decent artifact artisan. As he got up to leave the computer and go rest, Kang Hyuk-soo received a message. He had received a message from Hyun-soo. "Hello, boss. I am contacting you to keep my promise." Kang Hyuk-soo smiled when he saw that Hyun-soo was sending him a message. Despite being happy with Hyun-soo's contact, Kang Hyuk-soo frowned. What does he mean by promise? It was then that he remembered. A few days ago, Hyun-soo had mentioned to him creating an artifact. Hyun-soo had sent another message to Kang Hyuk-soo. "Is there any effect you want on the artifact? I'm planning to produce and send it soon." Kang Hyuk-soo wondered if Hyun-soo could possibly create an artifact that he needed. Curious, he asked Hyun-soo what level he was. The answer came with a smile. Hyun-soo was level 59. In the end, Kang Hyuk-soo sent a message. "I'm counting on you for things to go well, Hyun-soo." Still, even though Hyun-soo's level was low, the investor knew he was a man of his word, so he maintained some expectations. Returning to the computer, he ended up having an idea. Seeing how Barad had received a new sword from the mysterious blacksmith, he wondered, Should I also send a request to Blacksmith Hyun? However, he shook his head negatively. They said that Blacksmith Hyun did not accept commissions, not even from the rankers, so there was no way he would accept a request from a tanker who was not officially ranked. The investor, however, didn't see great chances of completing his class mission, so he ended up deciding to at least try. Sometime later, upon returning to the game, Hyun-soo arrived at the frozen mines. From the platform where he stood, he saw a frozen mountain where countless people climbed carrying pickaxes or carts full of ore, being pushed along rail bridges. Upon arriving at the mine, he received a message: first user to enter the frozen mine. Experience points received will be doubled for 1 week. Although surprised, Hyun-soo felt good being the first to explore a place. The double experience bonus was also savory. Curious, Hyun-soo asked Bella if she had ever been to the mines before. Bella was a woman of few words. She didn't even want to be there, so she answered coldly, "My first time too," as the pair walked. And Hyun-soo tried to squeeze some words out of Bella. A blacksmith noticed them. The completely dirty man stopped them. "How did you get here? This is not a place where just anyone can freely enter." Bella took out a document and presented it to the blacksmith. "I am Bella, Vice Commander of the Royal Knights. I came with the king's permission." Upon seeing the royal family's document, the blacksmith lit up with excitement. He had never seen the royal family's seal before. He quickly became friendly, and with a smile introduced himself. "I am a blacksmith named Banya." Introducing himself as a blacksmith, Hyun-soo also introduced himself. Despite being happy to meet outsiders after so long, the blacksmith announced that he could not, however, let just anyone enter the mine. Hyun-soo became worried, but the miner reassured him. "Fortunately, my father is the chief miner." Banya pointed down a path, stating that he would take them to his father. A camaraderie began between Hyun-soo and Banya, who thanked each other, while Bella merely remained silent. Thus, the trio walked through the external areas of the mine, where entrances to countless tunnels could be seen. Looking at one of the entrances, Hyun-soo noticed there was a barrier. On the other side, countless monsters with crystals all over their bodies could be seen. Hyun-soo was curious and asked about the monsters. The miner stopped upon hearing the question and smiled. "Quite interesting, isn't it? This is like a dungeon." It was said that monsters used to appear all over the mine area, but 100 years ago, a wizard emerged to seal them. Hyun-soo observed the monsters and curiously noticed the blue ores that shone on their backs. "Is that cold iron?" The miner confirmed his question but warned, "If you get greedy, you'll be in big trouble." Banya warned that the monster's territory was inside the barrier. It would be possible to enter, but difficult to return alive. Banya sighed, revealing, "We miners also think it's a shame, since most of the remaining ores are probably in these mines." Despite this, Banya smiled, stating, "We should be satisfied that we can work safely since they are trapped." Walking through a long area, they arrived at a zone where the ore carts arrived. Commanding the operation was a man, whom Banya pointed out to be his father. Banya called out for his father, announcing that they had visitors. After showing the way, Banya said goodbye to return to work. Hyun-soo didn't fail to thank him for the guide. Banya, however, didn't leave. He hid behind a box of ores to see what would happen. With a suspicious look, he wondered why strangers would come to the mines. The protagonist approached the chief miner. Just like Bella, a royal knight, he was also observed by the chief miner. Rek, the chief miner at level 231, crossed his arms thoughtfully, commenting that the pair's combination was quite unusual. Rek asked what they wanted. The Kyu protagonist was direct. "I'm looking for 100-year cold iron ore, or even better ores than that." Upon hearing his desire, Rek closed his eyes, thinking a little more. Hyun-soo asked if he happened to know any ore that fit the description. Despite the ores existing, Rek didn't believe there was a reason to reveal the information. He especially didn't want to answer an ambitious stranger. Rek knew that if news that such things existed in the frozen mine spread, it would certainly fall into chaos due to invaders. However, that stranger had come to the mine with the royal permission. He stared at Bella for a moment and wondered how he could send the pair away in a polite manner. He then asked, "Have you ever mined before?" The protagonist casually shook his head, denying it. Rek crossed his arms with a smile and declared, "An average miner mines 3 ores a day. If you can mine 40 in a week, I will share the information with you." Before Hyun-soo, a quest window popped up. Quest: mine 40 ores in 1 week. Difficulty: Grade A. Restriction: can only be done by the one who received Rek's proposal. The reward varies according to the quantity. Penalty for failure will be not being able to hear information about ores beyond the 100-year cold iron. Prove your qualifications as a miner by mining 40 or more ores. Crossing his arms with satisfaction, Rek asked if he would accept the proposal. The protagonist clenched his hand firmly and asked back with confidence, "What if I mine more than 40? A tear ran down Rek's face at the question. He couldn't help but answer, however, "I don't think that will happen. But if you succeed, I will personally mine for you, to be sure." Hyun-soo asked if he promised his words. Rek happily promised. Thus, Hyun-soo bowed slightly. "Then we'll see each other in a week." At that moment, Rek stopped him and shouted toward some carts, "Banya, I know you're hiding there. Come here." Rek quickly grabbed his son by the collar of his shirt, dragging him. "Where did you learn to listen to other people's conversations like that?" Bella, confused, questioned Hyun-soo why he had provoked the chief miner. In response to the vice captain of the Knights, Hyun-soo raised his hand to the sky. "Since I said I would come to the mines, I came prepared." Before Hyun-soo, a pickaxe appeared, sharp and shiny. Grabbing the pickaxe, Hyun-soo smiled maliciously. "I will definitely get the best ores." Observing Hyun-soo, Bella couldn't help but think that the king had befriended a strange person. A week later, as the sunset approached, the miners prepared to rest. Rek was sitting on a large rock, his pickaxe beside him as he rested. He hadn't seen the stranger leave the mine all week. Still, he thought it would be impossible. Suddenly, he saw a shadow leaving one of the mine entrances. Covered in dust, it wasn't even possible to see Hyun-soo's face. Seeing the stranger emerge, Rek stood up. "Oh, at least you look like a miner now. The deadline is up, so show me the results." As soon as he wiped his face, Hyun-soo extended his hand, opening his inventory. Immediately, only one piece of ore fell to the ground. Rek, seeing the single ore, thought he was right. There was no way a stranger could mine the amount he demanded. It was then that in the next moment, a pile of ores was formed, emerging from Hyun-soo's inventory. Rek had never seen anyone mine so much before. He was so impressed that his jaw almost dropped. The pile of ores formed a small mountain, taller than a standing human. Hyun-soo declared after showing all the ores, "I got a total of 200. Shocked, Rek shouted in surprise, "Who are you? Are you perhaps a legendary miner?" The protagonist denied it and introduced himself with humility. "Perhaps I am just a common blacksmith." The item Hyun-soo carried on his back was a Damascus sword in the shape of a pickaxe. The item had a durability of 12,000 points, an attack of 332, and no usage restrictions. In its special abilities, the item had 170% bonus cutting power against stones, in addition to 70% damage reduction to its durability. The sword that could change shape was raised by Hyun-soo, who used it as a pickaxe. Rek stared at the pile of ores. He realized there was nothing he could do. Hyun-soo had completed the mission the way blacksmiths did, in his own way. This time, Rek extended his hand, apologizing for underestimating Hyun-soo, and invited him to dinner. The protagonist smiled and shook the chief miner's hand, accepting, "I would be honored to be received." But before they left, Hyun-soo asked if he could also invite Bella, the knight. In a tavern, countless muscular people were enjoying their beers while laughing and talking. Bella promptly chugged a mug of beer, drinking it all at once. Seeing Bella drink so fast, Banya was shocked. Hyun-soo quickly asked Bella to enjoy the drink while they talked. Bella just looked away, giving a dry response. "I am comfortable like this." Banya ended up crying, unable to make friends with the royal knight. Suddenly, someone with a gigantic hand slapped Hyun-soo on the back, startling him. Looking back, Hyun-soo saw a large man carrying a mug of beer that looked small to him. "Did you really mine 200 ores? Aren't you exaggerating?" Hyun-soo just replied timidly. Curious, the man asked how many cold iron ores he had mined. Hyun-soo thought for a moment, answering that he had collected about 20. This impressed the man. Hyun-soo's words also caught the attention of several people nearby. Stating that Hyun-soo's pickaxe had already become famous, the miner asked if he could show it. The protagonist asked him to wait just a moment, and pulled the Damascus pickaxe from his inventory. As soon as Hyun-soo showed the pickaxe, several miners crowded around him, dumbfounded. He explained the pickaxe's power. It is specialized for mining, and its mining power is increased by almost 200%. That's why I was able to complete the mission the chief gave me. Hyun-soo also revealed to everyone that the pickaxe could transform into a sword with great cutting power. Bella observed Hyun-soo and commented internally, "A blacksmith remains a blacksmith. Look how excited he is to talk about the tool he created." The miner hugged Hyun-soo excitedly. "If a rookie mined all that, we can't fall behind. Tomorrow we will try even harder." The people around Hyun-soo approached, serving him drinks. Everything became more lively, as Hyun-soo was now treated as part of the miner's family. With so much drinking and excitement, Hyun-soo couldn't help but smile brightly. The next day, they returned to the mine, pointing to an entrance with a barrier. Rek stated that this was where the 100-year frozen iron was buried. The protagonist was dissatisfied to find out he would have to go there. He recalled that Rek had said they couldn't enter that mine because of the barrier. Still, Rek confirmed the existence of the ore. There were so many monsters that Hyun-soo Hyun-soo questioned the blacksmith if it would really be safe. However, Rek backed out of the subject. From now on, the problem is yours. Hyun-soo wondered how he would mine inside there. While he was questioning this, Rek said goodbye, going to mine elsewhere. At that moment, a notification appeared for Hyun-soo. A new story has begun. Numerous notifications appeared one after another, which left him confused. The notifications read, "It has been 100 years since the wizard Balin installed the barrier. It is now weakening. The monsters imprisoned for 100 years are starting to enter a berserk state. The barrier will break in 3 minutes." Hyun-soo was surprised by the notification and ran to interrupt the chief miner. He hurriedly shouted, "The barrier will break soon. We need to evacuate all the miners before that." Rek didn't believe Hyun-soo's words, remembering how the barrier had been fine for 100 years. But it was at that moment that the mine began to tremble. Shocked, Hyun-soo and Bella looked up toward the direction of a loud crashing noise. Several rocks began to detach, rolling down the mine walls. Hyun-soo, Bella, and the miners hastily tried to protect themselves, but not everyone succeeded. Rek managed to grab one of the injured miners and shouted, "The mine is collapsing. Evacuate immediately." Hyun-soo quickly ran forward, trying to help. "Evacuate quickly! The monsters will come out soon." The miner who asked about the pickaxe last night appeared to help, telling Hyun-soo and Bella to go ahead. "You two evacuate first. We will rescue those who are trapped, and then we will go." The Paikiwai miners saw Hyun-soo's presence and told him to leave first. "That's right. You go first. We can't leave our companions behind." Another person approached Hyun-soo and Bella. With firmness in his voice, Rek declared, "We can't leave." Rek stated that the magical design for collapse must have been activated, so they would rescue everyone trapped in the mine before retreating. Hyun-soo, however, was worried about what Rek had said. According to the quest, the magical design would not activate correctly, and the monsters would become free. While wondering what he should do, Hyun-soo looked at the quest information. The reward was unknown, while the penalty for failure was precisely the loss of the miners' lives. There were 58 miners inside the mines, and 38 outside the mines still in crisis. There were 96 miners in total. Hyun-soo would only receive a reward based on the number of miners he saved. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth, wondering how the game could treat the lives of the characters in this way. Aren't the people in Ares like real people? In Hyun-soo's hand, a sword materialized. He held it firmly and declared, "Miss Bella, if any monster passes me, provide cover from there." Seeing Hyun-soo stand in front of the mine from which the monsters would emerge, Bella quickly asked why he was advancing again. The protagonist reminded her, "I told you before, strangers to this world are immortal. I will block the monsters at the entrance even if it costs my life." The strong wind shook the cape Hyun-soo was wearing. He planted his feet on the ground, waiting for the monsters. An ogre with oars all over its body was already furiously beginning to hit the barrier. Its heavy punches made it tremble to the point of starting to crack. With the sword in his hands, Hyun-soo had a flaw in his confidence. Will I be able to deal with all these monsters? He only had the Damascus sword. He knew it would be impossible with just that. This made him wonder if there was a way to stop the monsters. Extending his hands, Hyun-soo closed his eyes. He needed something completely new. He needed to use emergency divine creation using more oars. He had never activated the skill before, so he wondered if it would be all right. While he was still focused, the oars began to be melted. In Hyun-soo's thoughts, he wondered what would happen if he tried emergency forging using the appropriate oars in a large quantity. He imagined the result could only be a powerful attack. The oars continued to gather in Hyun-soo's hands, and he completed the emergency divine forge. A new pale sword appeared in his hands, the cold iron longsword. When the sword's forging finished, a countdown to the barrier's break began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A large explosion happened, starting the mine's collapse. Hyun-soo was already prepared before it, waiting for the monsters to appear. Heavy footsteps were heard. Giant monsters with sharp crystals on their bodies came out of the collapsed mine. Trolls, orcs, and stone wolves, all above level 100, gnashed their teeth, showed their fangs, and opened their gigantic mouths. At that moment, Hyun-soo began to move. He ran toward a giant orc, carrying the cold iron sword. With a voice as cold as the sword, he declared, "As long as I protect this place, none of you will pass. Not a single one will pass!" Hyun-soo jumped without any fear toward the monsters. He raised the sword above his head and with a sharp blow cut through the monsters, creating a storm of ice. All the ground where the cold iron sword's energy touched began to freeze. Sharp spikes of ice grew from the ground, piercing the wolves that had just been released. In an instant, all the wolves and orcs that left the mine were caught by the sharp ice. As soon as the blow was launched, the cold iron sword began to break apart. It was, about to disappear. Hyun-soo held the sword for one last moment. While it transformed into a cold breeze in the wind, he looked up. A large iceberg of ice had formed thanks to the sword's power. Hyunsu could now realize that when the appropriate ores were used, he produced such a level of effect. The frozen monsters no longer moved. The ice around them began to crack little by little, breaking the monsters along with it. However, Hyunsu knew that there were countless monsters inside the dungeon. Worried, he wondered how the miners were doing. In another area of the mine where several rocks had rolled and buried the entrances, the miners frantically tried to dig. They shouted, rushing each other, "There are injured people here too. Hurry up! Help here! We need to save them somehow!" A notification appeared once again before Hyunsu. The reward varies based on the number of miners saved. Please save them. Hyunsu clenched his hand tightly. The existence of these characters was not simple for him. To Hyunsu, they were like real people. In Hyunsu's mind, just as he had jumped into the fire to save his father, all those people were throwing themselves into danger to save those they loved. It was for this reason that Hyunsu would take the risk to save them. In a new passage in the mines, where the miners were digging desperately to find their friends and loved ones, new monsters began to appear. Between the miners and the monsters, however, Hyunsu stood up. With a bloodlust forged over a century, orcs and stone wolves rushed towards the humans. Hyunsu, facing so many monsters, moved quickly. He lured the monsters, making them chase him into a mine where there were no people. Thirsty, the monsters chased him at the same speed he ran. Upon entering one of the caves, Hyunsu retrieved the Damascus steel sword, the one that turned into a pickaxe. One of the orcs managed to approach him in the meantime and raised a large wooden club. Hyunsu dodged the first blow while attacking the orc. However, when a new attack came, Hyunsu also perceived that a wolf was trying to attack him from behind. The protagonist deflected the orc's blow, while turning to attack the wolf with his sword. A zigzag attack quickly passed through the orc and the wolf, hitting them in sync at numerous points impossible for them to dodge. Hyunsu soon heard another monster approaching. With long strides, a troll raised a club studded with gemstones, aiming for Hyunsu. The club descended at a terrifying speed. But, at an even greater speed, Hyunsu raised the Damascus steel sword. The club, made of stone and cold iron, was cut by the sword specialized in cutting stone. The protagonist moved his body, advancing forward while looking sharply at the stone troll. His attack fell upon the monster, and making use of the attack bonus against the attribute, tore it apart. With a single attack, Hyunsu defeated another enemy. However, the protagonist realized the danger was not over. When he realized it, he was surrounded by a dozen monsters once again. Hyunsu closed his eyes, grateful for one thing he had learned. Raising his hands, pointing the sword downwards over his right shoulder, he executed the starting stance of the Sword King's swordsmanship. With a fluid energy enveloping him, Hyunsu executed the second chapter of the Sword King's sword art, the Furious Torrent Sword. Like a storm, he faced the trolls, orcs, and wolves. Shockwaves seemed to be released by Hyunsu's sword with every blow, forcefully hitting the monsters he attacked. In a short time, all the stone monsters had been struck down. The Furious Torrent Sword dealt 100% additional damage with every sword attack, plus an extra bonus of 140% when the attack was critical. Even Hyunsu found that ability impressive, but he didn't have much time to be impressed, as his body lost strength due to the exhaustive battle. Hyunsu fell to the ground, with only the cave ceiling above him. Breathing with difficulty, Hyunsu saw a notification. The dungeon mine has been completely cleared. The emergency mission, Save the Miners, is complete. All 96 miners survived. The new episode has been completed with phenomenal results. Upon discovering that everyone was safe, Hyunsu smiled, satisfied. However, he was surprised to receive another notification. Guide the situation to receive greater rewards from the chief miner Rek. The suggestion was confusing. For Hyunsu, protecting everyone was already enough. However, if greater rewards were offered, he couldn't just stand still. Using the sword as a cane, Hyunsu forced himself to stand up. It was at that moment that a smile appeared on his face, just as a good idea arose in his thoughts. Outside, Rek was helping an injured miner climb wooden stairs. After helping the last man, Rek put his hands on his waist and smiled. Now everyone can rest. We are all safe without any injuries. Hearing what Rek said, everyone was relieved. Dirty from the debris and the rush of the rescue, the miners hugged each other and celebrated every life they managed to save. Bella walked through the mine, looking around as if searching for someone. She went to Rek to inform him. It seems Sir Hyunsu lured all the monsters into the dungeon. It was only then that Rek realized Hyunsu had disappeared. He immediately shouted, "Everyone! The blacksmith lured the monsters into the dungeon to protect us!" Everyone was shocked to hear what Hyun-soo had done alone. They finally realized why they hadn't seen any monsters. Rek gripped his pickaxe, stating, "As chief, I am ashamed to face all of you. We haven't rescued all of our family yet." Placing the pickaxe over his shoulder, he shouted, "Mining teams that still have strength in their legs, enter the dungeon with me now." A group of miners entered the tunnels with Bella. They carried torches to light the way while shouting, calling for Hyun-soo. Whether Bella, Banya, or Rek, everyone was looking for and calling for Hyun-soo. The other miners who joined the search also looked for the rookie in every corner. It was then that one of the miners drew the attention of the others. "He's over there. He's over there." He had found Hyun-soo, fallen in a corner of the dungeon, illuminated by a faint light. Immediately, everyone ran towards Hyun-soo, and seeing him finally fall to the ground, their hearts tightened. He looked seriously injured. Bella was the first to reach Hyun-soo and hugged him, trying to check his heartbeat. She cursed him for being a fool to go so far. However, upon checking Hyun-soo's pulse, she was surprised because the beats were stable, despite how injured he looked. Bella hastily tried to get up to reassure everyone, but at that moment, Hyun-soo grabbed her wrist, pulling her close. The protagonist whispered to Bella, "Be quiet for a moment, please." Hyun-soo pushed Bella aside and stood up with a weak voice. "Everyone, I'm fine. The battle was tough, but luckily I managed to defeat the monsters." Bella, speechless, watched Hyun-soo pretend. He leaned against the wall, weakly asking if everyone was safe. Rek gnashed his teeth, moved by Hyun-soo's sacrifice, and replied with emotion, "Thanks to you. I'm so sorry. We forgot you were still rescuing the mining team. I really am ashamed." The chief miner began to cry. "We did nothing but serve you food and drink, so why did you risk so much for us?" With half-closed eyes, Hyun-soo replied to the chief miner, "You all treated me and Bella like family. I couldn't stand by and watch all of you sacrifice yourselves for each other. I wanted to help somehow." Everyone listened to Hyun-soo's words with surprise. While claiming to be relieved that everyone was safe, Hyun-soo began to cough, worrying the chief miner. He frowned while gnashing his teeth. Suddenly, Rek pushed Bella away, startling her. He grabbed Hyun-soo in a hug while crying with all his might, "I will never forget your kindness, Blacksmith Hyun-soo." Startled, Bella wondered what Hyun-soo was doing when he was definitely fine. Rek quickly stood up, calling other miners. "There's no time for this. We need to get our benefactor out quickly." Rek put one of Hyun-soo's arms over his shoulder, helping him stand. At that moment, a notification appeared for Hyun-soo. "Chief Miner Rek and the other 95 miners will never forget you." Hyun-soo smiled, satisfied. Everything happened as expected. He had made the situation much more dramatic. Minutes ago, he had rolled around on the dirty floor, purposefully making his situation even worse, all for the sake of his plan. Bella, observing Hyun-soo, was surprised to see him smile. She followed him from behind, and suddenly, he gave her a thumbs up. She was even more shocked when she clearly realized what was happening. The vice captain of the Royal Knights was furious, because in her heart, she forever marked Hyun-soo as a fraud. A few hours later, Hyun-soo woke up in a soft bed. He got up after yawning. At that moment, Banya, who was beside him, screamed in surprise, startling Hyun-soo at the same time. Seeing Hyun-soo wake up, Banya shouted outside the cabin, notifying everyone. Rek was the first to enter the wooden cabin. "Hyun-soo, how are you?" The protagonist showed he was fine and asked how everyone was. The miners appeared at the door, showing they were also well, and asked Hyun-soo to worry about himself as well. Rek sat down beside Hyun-soo. "You'll be leaving soon, right? Because you're a blacksmith." Even knowing Hyun-soo would leave, Rek had a request to make, something he needed to tell him. Hyun-soo asked the chief miner to speak freely. Rek then looked toward the door, telling everyone to come in. Rushed footsteps filled the room as dozens of people entered. With everyone behind him, Rek affirmed, "Today, all of us will only mine for you." Hyun-soo was confused about what the chief miner meant. Everyone was happy with the mission Rek imposed. "We want to reward you for risking your life to protect us. We will certainly mine the 100-year cold iron you were looking for, I promise." Hyun-soo was touched and surprised by the miner's words. Stating that he only did what was right, Hyun-soo thanked them. With Hyun-soo agreeing to their request, Rek looked at the miners and nodded. Soon, everyone started to leave the room, leaving only the chief miner. Rek cleared his throat for a moment and revealed he had a request to make. Banya had also stayed in the room, and Rek let his son speak directly. Banya clenched his fist firmly and approached. "Hyun-soo, no, our benefactor." Banya knelt down as he spoke. "I, the miner Banya, please allow me to follow you." Hyun-soo, still surprised by Banya's request, received a notification. "The miner Banya swears eternal loyalty to you. He has what it takes to become a legendary miner. You may recruit him as a follower." What he saw in the message surprised Hyun-soo so much that his eyes widened. Meanwhile, in the special user management team, Kim Taesuk's assistant put her hands to her head once again. Around her, everything was already a mess due to the amount of work she had been doing lately without leaving the company. Now, she was once again witnessing something absurd happen while the team leader was absent. On a screen, she saw the user Hyun-soo do something significant again. She pointed at the screen, raging. He hasn't conquered a territory or become a guildmaster. Does it make any sense for a legendary grade NPC to volunteer to be someone's follower? She put her hands to her head, imagining how much overtime she would have to do because of this. Inside the game, Hyun-soo rushed to Banya, asking him to stand up. Please, I am not such a great person. Banya, however, positively contradicted him. You are. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw how you mine with special tools, how you threw yourself into the chaos to save us. I saw everything vividly with my own eyes. Banya remained on his knees, seriousness etched in his gaze. He revealed he was amazed and grateful, but above that, he had developed respect for Hyun-soo. Banya suddenly lifted his head, swearing, I promise I will move my pickaxe for you and mine for you. So please accept me as your follower. Hyun-soo could feel the sincere desire Banya had to follow him. He wasn't saying it lightly. Worried, Banya asked if he wasn't qualified, for not having any skills yet. Quickly, Hyun-soo waved his hands, reassuring the miner. Hyun-soo scratched the back of his neck, adopting a humble voice. I am not yet qualified to lead anyone, so can I think about it for a bit? He extended his hand to Banya, while declaring, after I think about it carefully and secure a base, I will send a carrier pigeon to you. Banya glowed with emotion upon hearing Hyun-soo's words. Hopeful, Hyun-soo confirmed his intentions. When that time comes, we will unite Banya. The protagonist was surprised, as Banya did not accept his handshake. Instead, the miner jumped onto him for a hug, while thanking him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hyun-soo. The protagonist received the message that he had accepted Banya as a follower and could now see his information. Banya was an epic rank character. He was currently level 165. His skills were focused on mining, and his potential was marked at 111 points. Banya possessed the requirements to become the most special miner in the world. He would grow faster than any other miner and possessed the highest growth potential. However, Hyun-soo didn't care about that right now. His sincerity had reached Banya, and thus he gained a great ally. All that remained was for both of them to grow. After pulling away from the hug, Banya ended up asking, I don't want to rush, but when will I be able to see you again, Hyun-soo? The protagonist reassured, the miner stating it wouldn't be long. Excited, Banya swore, until that day comes, I will mine for you with the other miners. Seeing his son's excitement, Rex smiled, satisfied. That night, under the stars shining in the sky illuminating the cold iron mine valley, Hyun-soo met with the miners to receive his gift. The miners had obtained for him 415 iron ores, in addition to 51 cold iron ores. After the first items arrived, Rex pushed a cart covered with a cloth and apologized to Hyun-soo for making him wait. Pulling back the cloth covering the cart, he revealed the 100-year cold iron ore. The unique rank ore shone like the starry sky. Requiring level 300 for blacksmiths, it had the highest difficulty for handling. With a 91% fire resistance, it boosted ice attribute abilities. The cutting power of swords would increase by 150% just by having it in the composition. The attack power of abilities also increased, and the durability of items would become infinite. The ore buried for over 6,000 years was incomparable to any other cold iron ore. While Hyun-soo was impressed with the massive block of ore, Bella approached, whispering provocatively, Your fraud ended up paying off, didn't it? Hyun-soo quickly covered the knight's mouth so that no one would misunderstand her words. Rex was more focused on the ore and ended up commenting, I never imagined I would mine 100-year cold iron in my life. It's all thanks to you, Hyun-soo. The protagonist smiled upon hearing the chief miner's happy words. Hyun-soo bowed to Rex and the others, thanking them for everything they had done. The miners wanted him to stay longer, but he already needed to go. Banya's eyes shed tears like a waterfall. He already missed Hyun-soo. The protagonist waved to Banya and unexpectedly pulled out a pickaxe to hand to him. Hyun-soo knew that the more Banya mined with the pickaxe, the more ores he would obtain. Upon receiving the pickaxe that Hyun-soo was so proud of, Banya became even more emotional. He hugged the pickaxe as his most precious possession and shouted through tears, I will follow you for my entire life. Hyun-soo felt a little guilty, but it was good that Banya was happy. Waving to everyone, Hyun-soo said goodbye, while Bella was already walking towards the teleportation portal. Despite having called Hyun-soo a fraud, Bella remembered how he hadn't spared himself and ran to rescue the miners, just as he had gained everyone's trust. This made the vice captain of the Knights unexpectedly smile. She ended up commenting as she passed through the portal. He was pretty cool, wasn't he? Hyunsu caught a glimpse of Bella's comment, who had already disappeared. He ended up following her, while still wondering if he had heard correctly. A few days later, in the Salamander dungeon, fire continued to cover all the stones while lava spread like rivers. Sitting on a rock, an irritated man cursed the number of failures he had already faced. He had lost count of how many times he had tried to complete his class mission. Downcast, the tanker Bark, the investor Kang Hyuk-soo, remembered how even the 11th ranked blacksmith refused to make a shield for him. While already treating that dungeon as a failure, Kang Hyuk-soo didn't notice that a bird began to fly overhead. The falcon suddenly descended toward him. The bird, which had a ribbon on one of its legs, landed on Bark's arm, who received a message. Hyunsu sent you a gift. The tanker remembered that Hyunsu had said he was level 59, so he imagined that the item sent by him was even mediocre. But the thought was what mattered. Still, he decided to accept the item and check it. Upon opening the gift, Kang Hyuk-soo practically froze, even though he was in a fire dungeon. Not believing what he was seeing, he blinked rapidly, trying to clear his eyes. But even so, the image before him didn't change. Kang Hyuk-soo was so shocked by what he saw that he thought it must surely be a bug. Kang Hyuk-soo received the custom shield from Hyun, a unique rank item. The shield had 12,000 durability points, along with 400 defense points. Its special abilities provided fire resistance bonuses and defense against fire attribute monsters. Its passive skills matched its Medusa appearance. She had freezing eyes in addition to the active skills Ice Horns and Freezing Wave. Rio's 8th custom shield was modeled after a certain shield. If the materials had been more similar, a perfect shield could have been created. Holding the shield with both hands, he realized that Hyun-soo possessed far greater abilities than he had thought. He also observed the appearance of the woman carved on the shield. Her snake-like hair revealed that she was the Medusa. Kang Hyuk-soo was truly impressed with the imitation of the legendary Aegis shield, a work of art. The tank opened his mission information and noticed he still had more than an hour and a half to complete it. Standing up, still impressed by Ryo-sool's achievement, he decided to try once more with this artifact. I can definitely finish clearing this dungeon. Once again, he entered the Salamander dungeon, starting the secret mission, the final challenge. In a luxurious mansion, a young woman thanked Ryo-sool. However, he was the one who owed his thanks to Ferreira Nell. The young woman politely asked how he was doing after returning from the frozen mine. He had spent some time taking care of his father, as nursing is not an easy task. Hearing the story, Nell asked if Ryo-sool's father was improving. With a serene look, the protagonist revealed that his father had not yet regained consciousness, but he had not lost hope. Nell fell silent, knowing that, given Ryo-sool's personality, he would be dedicated to his family. Changing the subject, she remembered that they should be talking about the Ryo-sool Guild. She saw Ferreira placing some papers on the table, and while reading them, she explained that she would like to start with a small elite group. The first goal she thought they should pursue was to make Ryo-sool the most famous blacksmith in Korea. Initially, they couldn't start with people of very different levels, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve the desired goal. The protagonist understood Nell's proposal, and as she crossed her legs, she declared, "The fastest way for a guild to grow and gain fame is to become a star guild, and the main star will be you, Hyunsu." Nell asked if he had anyone in mind for the initial members, which left Ryo-sool deep in thought. The first person he thought of was the friend who recommended him for the game. Thinking more deeply, he ended up scratching his head awkwardly. "Yeah, I haven't made friends with any other users yet." Nell laughed upon hearing this, trying to reassure him. At that moment, the protagonist thought of someone, the person he had recently gifted. Surprised, Nell opened the player information, asking what the nickname of Ryo-sool's friend was, which revealed a name, Bark. Having never heard that name before, she asked what level his friend was. However, Hyun-sik had asked something beyond the class and name of Kang Hyuk-soo, which left Nell quite worried. "You recommended as our first member someone you know so little about." Still, this person, when Ryo-sool had been forced into a challenging situation in his life, set aside his own interests to support him to the end. For that reason, Ryo-sool was extremely grateful to him. Nell was curious about her guild leader's words and asked if such a person was a businessman. Surprised that she had discovered this, Hyun-soo confirmed. Nell crossed her arms, shaking her head negatively. "You may not realize this, Ryo-sool, but your value in Aries exceeds imagination." She was straightforward in warning him. Perhaps this person might try to use you to do business in Aries. They may even attempt to take the lead position in the guild. King Eun-soo contradicted her, stating flatly that his friend would never do such a thing. "This person would never deceive me. That is one thing I am sure of." Ferreira was surprised by the confidence that Rin-soo placed in a single person. With a sigh, she accepted his decision, the decision to accept them as guild members. Ultimately, it is his choice. However, banging on the table, she demanded, "I want to meet them." With Ryo-sul agreeing, Nell tucked her hair behind her ear and made a request that he keep it a secret that he was the blacksmith Ryo. However, he could not do such a thing. Recently, I had put the name Ryo on one of the gifts I had given him. As Nell despaired over Ryo Unsu's actions in a fire dungeon, lava and flames spread across the boiling rocks. A colossal beast, resembling a dinosaur, gaped its mouth open, revealing jagged fangs and a long, hungry tongue. Around the creature's body, intense flames engulfed it. Kang Hyoksu used all his strength and ice skill to confront the salamander. The cold breeze emanating from the Medusa's shield completely destroyed the creature, which exploded upon being frozen. Looking at the shield, Kang Hyoksu was still processing what he could do. It was hard to believe that the item had all the functions he needed. Still impressed, he continued to stare at the shield, as the fact that Hyunsu replicated real-life abilities bordered on the impossible. "How many more times will I be surprised because of you?" While Kang Hyoksu was distracted, thinking of a way to repay the gift, a gigantic hand fell upon him. Kang Hyoksu realized the attack too late. The slap he received sent him flying. The body of the thick tank crashed against a wall, transmitting all the impact into his body. The dungeon boss created numerous fire spheres with a wave of his hand. They were hurled at Kang Ryoksu, exploding on the tank. Chunks of stone fell from the wall where he was. The impact caused a cave-in. Amidst the fire, silence returned to the scene. Throughout the dungeon, only the crackling sound of flames could be heard. In the spot where Kang Ryoksu had previously stood, only a large hole existed now. The boss's black eyes widened as he noticed something. Raising a shield with an icy aura, Kang Hyoksu had blocked all the damage that would have been directed at him and deflected the attacks. The sinister and dark voice of the dungeon boss reached his ears. "Interesting that you blocked my attack. Tell me the name of the creator." Kang Hyoksu delivered another answer, advancing with the power of his strength. He crushed stone upon stone with each step, dodging the flames that attacked him. The boss monster made a demand. "If you don't speak, I will hunt not only you, but also your main body." The tank felt that the threat directed at him could force him to abandon the game if it came to pass. However, he was unwilling to reveal Ryo-sul's identity. Therefore, he would end the enemy once and for all. Leaping high, the heavy body of Kang Ryoksu fell upon the hooded boss. Through the flames, seeing the human attack, he did not remain still. A flame cut was created with a wave of the hand. The attack fell upon Kang Ryoksu's shield, who smiled confidently. However, that confidence turned into concern. When the Fire Queen's avatar conjured a ghostly hand of fire, the overwhelming attack was much larger than the tank itself and swallowed him completely. The dungeon boss's voice tried to force him to give up. "Are you going to sacrifice your own life for a mere artifact?" Even though he only had 33 health points left, Kang Ryoksu's conviction would not be traded for victory. But to him, that shield was not just a mere artifact. "This is the gift that a friend made for me," he declared, all his conviction, and as if a call had been answered, the shield forged by Ryo-sul responded to Kang Hyokyu's will. An explosion of icy light quickly spread, filling the area around its starting point. With the shield in one hand, the tank obtained a spear of ice that he held in the other. A secret skill of the shield had been activated, the Icy Aegis. The fire avatar became furious upon seeing the human daring to challenge him. "Do you think you can defeat me with these cheap tricks?" Alert popped up for the man challenging the dungeon. The avatar was preparing a powerful spell. The spear shot from Kang Ryoksu's hand as he launched it like an arrow toward the boss. Before the Fire Queen could react, she had already been hit. The spear's attack created numerous energy circles as it broke the speed of sound. The air bursts pierced through while the fire avatar was thrown back from the impact. One notification after another appeared in response to the attack. "You hunted the Fire Queen's avatar. Salamander Dungeon class mission completed. Fire Dragon armor set acquired from the fall of the Fire Queen." A final explosion occurred as Ryoksu dodged it. In the area, only the remnants of the boss's body could be seen, while the tank gasped for breath from exhaustion. A new notification appeared. Hidden quest, hidden qualification test completed. As he wondered what that was all about, the first piece of information about the test was revealed. He had been qualified because he did not reveal his companion's name, despite being in danger. A new notification appeared. "You have qualified to become a growing warrior." Facing the notification, Kang Ryoksu was astonished by the opportunity he glimpsed. This is a change to a secret class. The following notifications emerged, replacing the previous one. You lack nothing as a great tank. Your epic rank class has advanced to the one who grows, and the one who grows can even reach the legendary rank. This is a special class for those who protect what they hold dear. The tank repeated the last phrase he had been told by the notification. With his hands on his hips, he could smile widely upon discovering something he had never imagined. This dungeon was meant to be a class mission from the start. New notifications popped up. The system was recommending that Kang Ryoksu join a guild, something he had not yet done. Thinking for a second, he placed his hand on his chin as an idea struck him. Looks like I'll have to talk to Ryosul in a simple tavern, where adventurers would eat after their journeys. A warrior in shining armor caught attention as he passed through the door. His large armor already denoted his power. Hyunsu waved at Kang Hyoksu upon seeing him arrive here. Boss, as the investor walked, whispers could be heard. He doesn't look like a hacker, just look how insane his armor is. Only upon seeing the armor worn by the player named Bark did Nell know he was formidable. Since he was a businessman, he had to be incredibly skilled. So, Nell planned to keep his guard up against him. The park approached Ryosul, and a grin from ear to ear appeared on his face. Thank you very much. I was able to complete a mission thanks to you. I didn't know your true identity before he said anything that could complicate things. Hyunsu urgently interrupted him. Kang Hyoksu ended up looking around because of her warning and noticed that many people were watching them. The bar pulled out a bag of money and with a smile asked for permission. I will pay the bill here, so let's go to a more private place to talk. The trio rented one of the kingdom's private hotels. Goyade, at a table with a banquet served, Kang Ryoksu cleared his throat to start the conversation, remembering the original subject he wanted to address. I saw the name Ryo engraved on that shield, and ended up realizing, that blacksmith Ryo is you, Ryosul? Nell crossed her arms when she saw him get straight to the point. The protagonist did not deny it, and, with an apologetic voice, stated that he did not want to hide it from him, which is why he had put the mark on the artifact, motioning. For Ryosul, the warrior asked him to come closer for a moment. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, thanking him once again. I had a feeling since you said you wanted to buy back the forge I bought from you, Hyunsu. You are truly amazing. The park revealed something that could be a bit embarrassing, something that happened while he was doing his last mission. Someone tried to covet the artifact you made for me, and I told them, this is a gift from a friend. Feeling emotional, Rinsu thanked the man. As Rinsu wanted to keep his identity a secret, Bark promised that he would keep it safe, having thought that the businessman just wanted to try to use Ryosul. Seeing the interaction between the two, Nell wondered if she had mistakenly suspected him. Nell stood up, interrupting their conversation to introduce herself. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Ryosul's manager, Nell. She slightly bowed to the warrior, apologizing. I had my prejudices against you, Barky. I want to apologize properly. The investor was confused by what the young woman was saying. With an awkward smile, she tried to explain what her thoughts had been. It's all right, since you knew the secret of Ryosul. I thought you might try to take advantage of that, just because you're a businessman. The park crossed its arms, not denying that this sometimes happened in the world, but also making its position clear. There are many people out there who would try to take advantage of a young person like you. In fact, I thought about asking if you wanted to create a guild with me, but I never wanted to profit from you. It seems that you have already found good people on your side, so I am relieved. That's enough for me. Nell was slightly taken aback upon hearing him. Next to her, Hyunsu entered the conversation Bark was referring to. Actually, there is something I want to ask you, Chief. Curious, he stopped to listen. The young Hyunsu declared calmly, I want to invite you to join my guild. Taken by surprise, Bark asked what he meant, imagining a promising future. The protagonist stated, I want to be with you, Chief. The reason is that I want to grow and share the joy with you. The words touched Kang Hyosu's heart. In front of him, Hyunsu and Nell awaited the response with smiles on their faces. Kang Hyosu replied, I like that. From now on, I will follow you. Hyunsu, extending his hand, formally introduced himself. My username is Bark. I am level 301. My class is a growing tank, and as far as I know, it could even reach the legendary class. Nell almost jumped out of her chair upon hearing, Did you say legendary? Confirming what he had said, Bark thought internally that the blacksmith had also become a legendary class. The protagonist stood up and did the same as Bark, officially introducing himself. My real name is Ryosul, level 80, and my class is Blacksmith Lord. Bark was left speechless, but soon shook Ryosul's hand, who declared, We don't have a name for the guild yet, but we will work well together. Chief Bark smiled, agreeing. All right, let's do this. Future Guildmaster, Nell observed the two, sealing the agreement and stayed silent, sitting down. Bark asked them to start eating, as the food would cool down while they chatted. Let's eat. I would like to properly thank you for this last gift. Bark opened his inventory, looking for something he wanted to hand over to Rio Sul. The protagonist had held a large piece of meat to eat, while reassuring his old friend that there was no need for thanks. However, when he saw what he had received, he nearly fainted. Bark had sent 400 million won to Rio Sul. The protagonist immediately changed his mind. That was a great gift. Thank you. Bark laughed, urging him to truly accept it, as the gift was proportional to the help he had received. Changing the subject, Bark asked if they had a plan for the guild. Nell, the manager, explained that the first goal was to make Hyun a famous blacksmith, and after that, to build connections, discovering that they intended to create a star guild. Bark asked how they would do that. Nell already had everything planned, introducing the most beautiful and drama-free player in the stream, namely Hyunsu. Going back to eat the piece of meat, the protagonist, surprised, asked why he was called beautiful and why exactly a live stream. Widening his eyes, he realized this was not a joke. In doubt, he ended up being stared at by the smiling Bark and Nell. Rio Sul's gaze turned sour, incredulous at the duo's idea. Since Aries became a global success, Puram and several broadcasters had signed contracts. Now, not only TV but also internet channels produced constant content, among them, broadcasts from AJ. The internet used to break audience records with live broadcasts. However, in recent days, it faced a big issue at AJ's broadcasting center. Several people were running back and forth. Players and staff were preparing for broadcasts that would start on time. One of the producers was biting his nails while speaking to his team. You all know that our ratings have been struggling lately, right? A team member was well aware of this and had already posted some eye-catching content. The Blacksmith Riem had refused to appear, but promised a response through the tournament's winner. The AJ team saw this as their last chance. As the live broadcast was being prepared, various people were chatting in the chat room. The program called Truth Room was known for bringing in people considered weak. A man in a suit was brought onto the broadcast, introducing himself. Hello viewers, welcome back. This is your MC Tudams. The host tried to energize the audience. Today's guest is none other than the tournament champion. I bet everyone wants to know what he's really like. In the comments, many reminded that the Blacksmith Ryam should be invited, even without showing his face. Rumors spread in the chat that he was an older man with a scruffy appearance. Tudams pointed to an area of the set, exciting everyone. Let's get straight to the point, as is our way. Here is our champion, Rio Sul. Please step into the Truth Room. In the holographic set, Rio Sul was materialized. Upon seeing the young boy, everyone in the chat was confused. The protagonist greeted the host and noticed the chat appearing in a hologram in front of him, puzzled by seeing so many question marks. He asked, "The stream is bugged. All that's showing are question marks." New messages started appearing now, praising the appearance of the Blacksmith Riem. The protagonist shyly smiled at the compliments, but remained attentive to the chat. One message caught his attention. It was sent by someone named Rowan. When will the Blacksmith Hyun arrive? Rowan also donated 500,000 won to the stream. The chat was impressed by his presence. Confused, the protagonist was also curious. A notification popped up in the chat. The #1 blacksmith from the best guild in Korea had appeared. Everyone who saw the message was ecstatic. No one expected that Rowan was also watching the stream. A few days ago, there had been a meeting at the Black Anvil Forge. 4 people were gathered around a round table. Sylvia, a member of the Black Anvil Guild, started the meeting by asking who the Blacksmith Riem was, for them to need to resort to an emergency meeting. Dox, also a guild member, and a man with round glasses asked Sylvia if she hadn't checked the announcements. Riem was the hottest topic in Aries right now. Dox told Sylvia that Hyun had achieved absolute stardom after forging a sword for the Sword King, a raid. Vaughn, another guild member, questioned the others if they really needed to feel threatened by Blacksmith Riem. Dox reminded everyone that they still needed to be careful. We need to recruit him to our side before his fame grows any larger. Dox then asked the Yai, 4th member of the meeting, the guild master, if he wasn't correct in thinking this. Rovan, the guild master, crossed his arms in front of his well-built chest, looked seriously and replied, "After hearing everyone's opinions, I will decide after seeing him with my own eyes." 2 days later, Rowan visited the stream where Hyunsu showcased himself. Tudams was thrilled with Rowan's donation and clapped, thanking Rowan. "Thank you for the 500,000. A big name joined our broadcast today. A stream watched by the #2 ranked blacksmith and the #1 master of domestic blacksmiths guild. Who could afford to see this? Please, donate generously. As the host, he encouraged viewers to contribute. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the stream. The blacksmith Ryum donated 100,000 ON to send the message. I will accept the interview through Ryum Su. Today, Tudams was even more excited. Guys, just in time, blacksmith Ryum arrived. Ryum, please take care of us. The protagonist was pleased to see the message, as was expected from Nell. She had perfectly prepared everything to make them think that Ryo Sul and Blacksmith Ryu were two different people. Back to the main topic, the guest Ryo Sul was called by Tudams to introduce himself, going straight to the first question, "How old are you?" Smiling. Awkwardly, the protagonist revealed he was 23 years old. The second question came right after, "What is your profession?" Ryo Sul simply answered that he was a player at the moment. When asked about having a girlfriend, he responded in a way that generated a great reaction. "I wish I had one." Immediately, a donation with a message arrived from a viewer. "I also don't have a boyfriend, he. A second fan also sent, "I want to follow Ryo Sul." The one most thrilled by the donations was the host, who constantly thanked them. However, suddenly his expression changed, becoming dark and malicious. Seizing the moment, he asked a few questions about Blacksmith Ryu. He then asked about the blacksmith that Hyun-soo represented. What is Hyun-nin's job? As Nell had instructed, Hyun-soo acted as if he were speaking with the blacksmith Hyun. Through a headset, he placed his hand on his ear and replied, "He is a blacksmith in real life." Ryo Sul was questioned about the blacksmith's age, to which he responded that it was a secret. For height and weight, he gave the same answer. Ryo Sul's responses didn't please the audience. Everything was treated as a secret, and many began to believe that the blacksmith Ryum was actually an older man of short stature. Seeing the number of criticisms increasing, he made an irritated expression at Ryo Sul and whispered, "Hey, do you want to ruin the broadcast?" In light of those comments, Hyun-soo realized that if he continued to cling to this mysterious concept, his image would be damaged. Avoiding was not the correct solution. Adjusting his posture, he declared, "My work, I would like to present myself through my work." Dronzer, who had raised an eyebrow, questioned, "Wait, you, the protagonist?" He quickly corrected himself, placing his hand on his ear and stating that this was what the blacksmith Ryum had said. Changing the subject, the presenter opened the keyboard, and after a few clicks, a screen appeared for everyone to see. "I prepared the perfect content to showcase the work of Blacksmith Ryo. Look, a collaboration between the tournament winner, Ryo Sul, and the blacksmith Ryo." On the screen, a goblin dungeon was displayed, and the content of the mission was announced by the enthusiastic presenter. This mission will be called Time to Attack the Dungeon. Blacksmith Ryo will create 3 artifacts in 10 days, and Ryunsu will conquer the dungeon using those artifacts. The people watching the broadcast were surprised, as the time frame was extremely short. Even the best blacksmith could only create common ranking items under those conditions. Tudams gave the audience a thumbs up, but internally, I was completely worried as this was the last chance to revive the channel. A notification caught my attention, sent by the blacksmith Rowan. After donating 100,000 won, if a rare item is created in these 10 days, I will donate 1 million. For epic items, it will be 3 million and 10 million if it's a unique rank item. We can put this reward in the mission. Rowan saw the surprised expression of 2 dumps on his computer screen. He continued typing, sending a new donation. However, if he fails, reveal the information about the sword made for the King of Swords, Barad. With the confirmation of the request, 2 dumps was amazed. That was unimaginable content, and it was up to Ryo and Ryo Sul to accept it. Rowan was willing to spend a large sum of money to test if they were really that good. The protagonist put his finger to his ear and announced this mission. He accepted it. When the protagonist returned to the world of Ares, Nell was already waiting for him. Checking various comments on the forums and keeping a smile, she revealed that everything the community was talking about was Ryo Sul, ever since he had appeared on the broadcast, and asked what it felt like to be famous. Seeing Ryo Sul in silence, Nell walked over to him, placing her hand on his shoulder to wake him up. Curious, she asked how amazing the item he planned to make would be. To her surprise, Hyun-soo revealed that he was still thinking about it. The artifacts he would create would be, at least rare rank. But as Rowan had raised the stakes, he wanted to properly promote himself by revealing unique rank items. Having read the comments, Nell revealed what the community was thinking. It was being treated as a duel between the blacksmiths Ryum and Rowan. The protagonist innocently stated that it wasn't a real duel, but Nell contradicted him. It had already become a battle if Ryo Sul managed to complete the mission. Besides the donations, the fame of the blacksmith Ryo would take off. Other consequences would also occur. According to her, the Black Anvil Guild would try to recruit him. Thinking from the other side, Hyun-soo asked what would happen if he failed. Pointing downwards, she replied that the value of Blacksmith Hyun's items would drop, as their special characteristic would disappear. Hearing this, Hyun-soo was sure he needed to succeed. With a slight smile, he thanked Nell. Thanks to you, I'm properly motivated. Proud yet humble, Nell requested that he not mention it again. While she hoped to receive even more praise, she ended up being pushed out of the room by Ryosu, who warned, I'm going to focus on creating the artifacts, so I'll see you later. Looking at the blacksmith's door, Nell wondered if she had really been expelled. 10 days later, inside the dungeon, goblins and orcs were crowding together. More and more, the number of spectators exceeded 80,000, frightening the broadcasting team. One of the members pointed to the screen. Hey, Writer Kim, this viewership number is equal to our best days, right? Writer Kim clasped his hands almost like a prayer. Please, may we hit the lottery with this content? The broadcast had started. Hyun-soo held a bow in his hand as he floated over the battlefield. He reached the first stage of the dungeon and received a notification. The objective was simple: defeat the 40 monsters ahead. The mission involved cutting through the horde and destroying a red jewel located on a mountain 400 meters away. The two dumps narrating the mission explained, for reference, the first place holder, Prow, is currently ranked 7th. The record is 1 minute and 23 seconds and has yet to be broken. He gave a thumbs up. Encouraging everyone, if you break this record, we will gift you 10 million won. Hyun-soo, inside the dungeon, observed the comments in the broadcast. Many were excited about the prize, while others didn't believe he could do it. When the countdown began, he looked at the valley between the mountains, where the 40 monsters were positioned. As soon as the challenge started, Hyun-soo approached the recording, explaining that the artifact he would show today was not a bow or an arrow, but a gauntlet. The audience became curious as they realized it was not a common weapon. The protagonist picked up the small wooden bow with a bamboo arrow and drew it back. From the gauntlet, a glow of light emerged. Hyun-soo's strength attribute increased by 111 points, and the attack range was significantly expanded. A secondary effect was activated. The power of penetration and destruction would increase according to the boost in strength statistics. Hyun-soo fired the arrow, which crossed the battlefield, flying over all the monsters. He was not aiming at them, but at something 400 meters away. The bamboo arrow struck the red crystal, destroying it instantly. A notification appeared, confirming the completion of the challenge. Congratulations, you updated the time for the first stage of the dungeon attack. Your record is 41 seconds. Tudam stuttered, completely in shock. Congratulations, you set a new record and won 10 million. The protagonist thanked for the prize but corrected him. The amount I will receive is 20 million. Confused, the host raised an eyebrow, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist addressed the broadcast, speaking directly to another blacksmith. Ruvona, you didn't forget the bet, right? With a slight smile, he revealed the equipment's information. This gauntlet is of a unique rank, displaying the color of the equipment's power. The protagonist revealed the item's rank to everyone. Rowan observed him for just a moment before making a donation of 10 million. The protagonist thanked him, and many viewers in the broadcast could see the look of satisfaction in his eyes. Changing the subject, Hyun-soo spoke about his alter ego, the blacksmith Hyun. He made an interesting suggestion. He said he would sell the artifacts through a live auction. Immediately, Rowan instructed his team to monitor such an auction, taking advantage of the number of people in the broadcast. The protagonist announced that the auction would start now, beginning with 10,000 gold coins. Despite Ryum-sul's excitement, there was no reaction from the audience, which left him feeling embarrassed. He wondered if he had set the price too high, but Nell had ordered that 10,000 be the starting value. It took no more than 10 seconds for bids to start, appearing in the chat. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, 40,000. The price nearly tripled in a minute. The protagonist could no longer hide his reaction. I'm very grateful. He said he was very grateful, with overwhelming internal happiness. He asked the winner of the auction to send a message directly to Ryum's forge. Sometime later, the host Toadamps announced the beginning of the second stage and reminded them that the auction would continue soon, so stay tuned. Excited, he asked the audience which artifact they thought would appear. Ryum-sul faced his new enemy, as big as a building. A giant cyclops emerged in his path. The cyclops lifted a massive stone club and hurled it at Ryum-sul, who managed to jump and dodge the blow. The protagonist raised a sword and charged for the attack. However, the cyclops, despite its size, was agile. He countered with a punch, blocking the blade while seemingly throwing Ryo-sul upward. The audience was shocked, believing that Ryo-sul had been defeated by that blow. However, when he opened his eyes and charged again, everyone realized they were wrong. Ryo-sul fell once more towards the Cyclops, ready to wield his sword. This time, the one-eyed ogre tried to block the attack with its own weapon. The giant club swung and collided with the heavy sword. The club, along with the Cyclops' hand, was destroyed. Ryo-sul continued to advance, and dozens of cuts at irregular angles struck the monster. Praise and surprise flooded the comments, and many were curious to know the rank of the artifact he was using. Upon landing on the ground, slightly tired, Ryo-sul looked at the stream and responded. He mentioned that the rank of the second item wasn't that great. However, the audience was too eager to just wait. I've already deposited the money to buy it, so show the item. Stop stalling. Reveal it now. The protagonist was surprised by the comments and revealed the item's information. Those watching Ryo-sul began to laugh, as he was charismatic and spontaneous. The sword he showed, however, was the complete opposite, imposing and overwhelming. The heavy sword customized by Ryo was a normal rank item, with 4,000 durability and 143 attack. It was geared towards swordsmen above level 70, granting bonuses in some stats, but reducing attack and movement speed. Its active ability allowed one to create fissures with a single strike. The people in the stream were confused, as the difference between the rankings of the two items was too great. Some began to claim that the blacksmith Riem was just a lucky guy. Even ordinary blacksmiths could make a sword of that level. The protagonist tried to maintain his smile, agreeing. It's a bit disappointing, right? Since it's just an ordinary ranking, Ryo-sul. When creating that sword, I didn't know that repeatedly using the divine emergency creation would cause the item's grade to drop by 2 levels. There had never been a warning about that before. A tear rolled down his cheek, feeling that it was unfair. Watching the broadcast, Rowan thought for a moment and concluded that the blacksmith Hyun had just been someone lucky. He received a call, and one of the collaborators asked if he was watching the broadcast. Upon confirming, he heard the person on the other end say that they should still recruit Blacksmith Ryo, even though the second artifact was not that impressive. The guild leader paused in silence for a moment. The companion asked how much they should offer as a contract bonus. After analyzing the sword for a second, Rowan replied, "Offer 2 billion. The call was ended. Returning to watch the broadcast, Rowan muttered to himself that maybe he was offering too much. Still, he felt it would be easier to sleep at night if he could gather all the blacksmiths with great potential under his command. Watching the broadcast once more, he ended up noticing something in the description of the sword. A little surprised, he leaned closer to the monitor to read correctly, reading the small text. Due to unforeseen circumstances, a penalty has been applied to the large sword custom-made by Riem. He wondered what exactly that meant. Inside the game, the presenter was giving thumbs up. Incredible! Winner of the Ryo-sul tournament. The second stage was completed. Also shaking his head negatively, he warned, the final stage won't be so easy. He pointed up while asking if anyone knew why. The editing in the broadcast already showed, because a boss-class monster examination will appear. He then explained what the third phase would be like. Ryo-sul must avoid these boss monsters and reach the hill with the flag. Of course, the monsters won't just stand there, so you must reach the destination without being disconnected even once. Being honest with the audience, he commented that many were wondering why this was the final stage. The reason was revealed with excitement. The monster that would appear in this stage is a level 138 werewolf. Werewolves have extremely tough hides, making them hard to defeat, even by users of the same level. Because of this, the success rate of this phase was under 20%. A small hologram of the host appeared for Ryo-sul. Even the current record holder barely managed to pass this phase. Now Ryo-sul, please start. Fight with your hands on your hips. Ryo-sul thought out loud. For a moment, there was nothing he could do regarding the weapon, and there was no reason to think for too long. Upon hearing him say he would focus on the final stage, the audience became anxious. While some asked if he was scared, others curiously questioned why he was standing still and whether there was a time limit. It was then that he declared, "I don't plan to run," dodging the monsters to avoid them. People were confused and asked what he meant. What would he do if he wasn't going to dodge? A bright light shone in Ryo-sul's hand as he began to pull a weapon from his inventory. The protagonist raised a bow and, without realizing it, was already surrounded by gigantic werewolves. With the bow in hand, he revealed, "I plan to hunt even the last of the monsters." Everyone thought he was bluffing, some even urging him to just run away. Ignoring the comments, Ryo-sul drew a golden arrow and aimed at the approaching werewolves. The arrow was released and quickly reached the monsters. She struck the forehead of one of the werewolves, who clutched his head, trembling, as he drew the attention of the others. The next second, the foot of the hit werewolf began to sink into the ground. The entire area around started to sink as if an even more intense gravitational force was emerging. The monsters were crushed against the ground, pulled by a mysterious energy. The ground exploded under the pressure, launching chunks of rock in all directions. After eliminating the group of monsters, the protagonist concluded, "It's done. This time it's really complete." The people watching the broadcast still couldn't understand what had happened. How could a single arrow cause that? Desperately, they began to demand that he show the information of the bow used. Holding the third item, the protagonist explained its origin. The bow had been inspired by a myth from Jeju Island, a bow modeled after the one with which Debil Wang brought down the sun and the moon. The name of this item is Cheongjun Bao. Hyun-soo remembered a story told by his father, which spoke about the folklore of Jeju Island. Long ago, there were 2 suns and 2 moons in the world. Because of this, everything was in great disorder. Subiel Wang, the king of the world, asked for help from Daibol Wang, the king of the underworld, and his older brother. Daibol Wang descended to the earthly world to help his younger brother with a bow that weighed 1,000 grams. He shot at one of the suns and one of the moons. Hyun had always been curious about the Cheongjun bow, the 1,000-kilogram bow, more than about the 2 brothers. He had even told his father that he wanted to create this bow, using the knowledge gained from technology and Eris. Hyun-soo believed he could recreate the Cheongjun to handle the weight of the bow. However, he would need to increase his strength. It was then that he had a great idea. It wasn't about a bow that weighs 1,000 gins. It was enough to increase the weight of the target hit by the arrow. With this in mind, Ryan-soo gathered some materials. The ebony wood, with its soft and unique texture, used as a material to imbue special abilities, was chosen to create a new type of Tianguan bow. With the bow in hand, Ryan-soo ran across the battlefield, being pursued by the werewolves. He turned mid-run, shooting arrows back at them. The arrows struck the enemies and caused a strong impact that sent them flying backward. In a short time of fighting, Hyun-soo had already eliminated at least 10 of them. Two Dumps was excited by the audience. Heavens! The werewolves are being defeated with a single shot! It was his first time seeing this, just as it was the audience's first time. Despite managing to defeat the werewolves, Hyun-soo noticed that the environment had changed. As soon as he reached the forest, a dark energy hung in the air. New werewolves appeared, running with the agility of wolves. They surrounded Ryan-soo, who had climbed a tree to survey the surroundings. Just as the protagonist prepared to shoot the arrows once more, a bright light emerged in the middle of the forest. The werewolves began to snarl as they also sensed the glow. The brightness spread throughout the area, blinding everyone. Hyun-soo shielded himself from the light, fearing it was an attack. It was then that a strange sensation coursed through his body. He couldn't even move his hand. A notification appeared, alerting the protagonist. You have heard the howl of a powerful predator. Fear spreads within you. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed like small tremors. A low growl could be heard in the forest, coming from a furry creature. A new notification emerged for those inside the dungeon. A new story has begun. The fragment of Fenrir, king of the werewolves, has appeared. The gigantic evolved werewolf was much stronger than any other, standing at level 178. Whoever defeats the fragment of Fenrir will receive a reward. Two Dumps held his head in disbelief at the sight of the creature's appearance. The people in the broadcast began to show confusion. No one had ever seen such a monster in the real-time attack dungeon. Some who were more connected to the story of Ares recalled that Fenrir was mentioned in the legends as Ryosol's body. Slowed down from fear, the beast advanced toward him with its followers. The werewolf unleashed a blood claw, striking Hyun-soo's chest, sending him flying backward. He still managed to recover, but the numerous wolves that would follow him continued to rush in his direction. A state of injury caused Hyun-soo to lose health constantly, yet he could not stop. He pulled one of the arrows, but with difficulty. This time, the effects of injury and fear had diminished his physical abilities. To compensate for the loss of attributes, Hyun-soo used the active skill of the gauntlet. The arrow was fired with great power, piercing through the smaller werewolves and heading towards the target that had been left behind. The arrow, enveloped in energy, was swallowed by shadows when Fenrir used Claw of Destruction. The devastating attack struck the arrow, shattering it completely and transferring the impact to the areas where its fragments fell. Worried, Two Dams attempted to ask if Ryosul was okay. The audience was also anxious. Many thought he had already been defeated. The fragment of Fenrir advanced like a wolf. The chain around its neck swung. Suddenly, a target of the creature appeared, attacking from above while pulling the arrow against the beast's head. With a victorious look, he declared, "Checkmate!" The arrow struck Fenrir's eye, causing it pain. The werewolf did not fall. Its large paw was raised behind Rian-sul, trying to reach him. The protagonist, however, was already expecting this, having prepared a response. He activated the true nature of the bow. A glow appeared on the arrow, and the energy pulled Fenrir down. A weight of 1,000 din was added to the directly hit target, summing up to 10,000 din to his weight. The sudden change made Fenrir fall like a meteor, and the impact against the ground devastated the forest floor, sending trees and rocks flying. Even the host of the broadcast was surprised to see the power of the attack. Amidst the destruction in the forest, Rian-su stood up victoriously, stepping on Fenrir's body. Tudums put his hands on his head while shouting, "What kind of move was that, and what kind of bow is this?" An archer named Nick Ian donated 100,000 ons to the broadcast, announcing, "I will buy this bow for 500,000. That's enough money." Among all the messages, Tudam saw a message from the archer number 1 of Ares. The protagonist also began to receive messages sent to the forge and had to apologize to everyone, announcing, "The blacksmith Ryunim stated that he will not sell the bow." The people watching the broadcast were extremely disappointed and tried to convince Ryun-su to sell the bow, which was impossible. Descending from Fenrir's body, he continued to see messages and apologize while heading to the flag area. Upon capturing it to complete the mission, he announced, "Limited to archers." He said he would accept a crafting request from one person. Archers, just like in the auction, send messages to Ryan's forge. Thank you for watching. Upon exiting the broadcast, Ryan-sul returned to his rented forge. When checking the number of received messages, he found that there were more than 1,000. The result of the broadcast had been incredible. He threw some pieces of armor and equipment he had obtained during the hunt onto the ground, legendary rank materials. Besides the experience, the most impressive achievement had been reaching level 100. That was one of the requirements to create a guild. Now Ryo-sul could finally be with his people, and above all, he could finally accept Bania as his retainer. When entering the option to create a guild, Ryo-sul was faced with the decision of choosing a name. Feeling the desire for a bright future, he typed his choice and soon received the notification. "You have established the guild Gwangmyeong." The name emerged as a reference to light. With the guild's creation, Ryo-sul received a title, Lord of Grace. He invited Nell and Bark to the guild, and both eagerly accepted. The warrior was the first to speak in the guild chat. "The name Gwangmyeong gives an incredible feeling." Sure enough, Mel sent a message right after, stating he liked it. The secretary, excited, sent a message through the computer. "Since the guild is finally created, it's time for us to start looking for a base." This mission was left to her. Curious, she asked over the call what Ryan-su was going to do. The protagonist revealed that he would keep the promise he made to Barad. Since he hadn't mentioned it before, Nell was curious. Ryan-su revealed the content. "Barad told me to find him when I create my guild, to keep the promise he made with the Sword King." Ryo-sul planned to travel to the Goyar Kingdom. In the Goyar Kingdom, a commotion was happening in the castle. One of the ministers was against the emperor's idea. "Your Majesty, how can you give a territory to a stranger? This is a very extreme measure." Barad recognized the weight of his actions. To receive a territory, such a person must demonstrate great value, and it was the emperor who valued the kingdom the most. He frowned, questioning, "Do you really think I would make such a decision without thinking?" Some time later, Hyun-soo received a call from AJ while he was eating a sandwich. In real life, he picked it up. Producer Kim, excited, thanked him. "Thanks to you, the broadcast was really good. If we have the chance, we would like to invite you again." The protagonist heard the broadcasting director talking about monetary values. For your information, the total donations reached 37 million wons. After the fees, about 25 million wons will be deposited, and the record prize of 10 million wons will also be deposited. The director, with a voice indicating he had a problem, asked how they would deliver the amount to the blacksmith Riem. The protagonist smiled on the phone, asking for the money to be sent to him. "If you deposit it into my account, I will split it in half and send it to the blacksmith." After concluding the matter, the call was ended. Ryo-sul was still, impressed by the size of the donations. Perhaps it was also the fact that the gauntlet made by him had been sold to Ian for 65,000 gold coins. Including all the amounts, Iansu was surprised to reach a total of 100 million wons in such a short time. Nell suddenly sent him a message asking if he was about to enter the game. The protagonist confirmed, and he soon appeared in the square of an intermediate village. Nell ran towards Ryo-sul with an extremely excited expression. "Things are huge now, I'm not joking." Nell grabbed Ryo-sul by the arms, speaking while shaking him. Black Anvil even offered a blank check to recruit you. The Ryo Forge channel surpassed 410,000 subscribers and reached rank 49 among Korean blacksmiths. Rayon-su, are you hearing this right? Rayon-su did not forget to give credit to Nell. Turning to Nell, he asked if he wasn't going to the Goyard Kingdom. Rayon-su, with slight concern, revealed that he was still preparing. He had received damaged equipment as a reward from a recent mission and spent some time repairing it. Hyun-su planned to show the armor to Barade and thus build more trust with the Emperor. Eagerly excited, Nell encouraged him. You need to bring another secret mission. This time, just as excited as ever, Ryo-su smiled faintly. Nell, thank you for always taking care of me. Nell returned a warm smile, acknowledging the friendship they had created. Seeing her stare at him for so long, Ansu was confused. Is there something on my face? Nell jumped, hastily denying, No, it's not that. Blushing slightly, she changed the subject. About our guild base. I'm still looking for a place, but it's been tough to find. But I'll let you know if I find something. Asking her not to rush, Ryo-su thanked her for taking care of that task. When a visitor arrived at Barade's kingdom, he was impressed by the Sword King. Have you taken up a new hobby? Wolves? The king petted the head of a white wolf, explaining that they had been a gift for completing the last dungeon. Marquis Valo, meeting with the king, congratulated him once again but insisted on the matter. I heard you plan to hand over a piece of land to an outsider. Is that true? Questioning why the Marquis was asking such a question, Barade inquired if there was a problem. The Marquis was straightforward, revealing his opinion. I think it's excessive to give land to a mere outsider blacksmith, especially since he's not a beginner. Barad was more interested in observing the wolves than in the Marquis. Averting his gaze, he replied, Ryo-su saved my life, and you still oppose? The Marquis wanted to talk about how, traditionally, they were dealing with those matters in the kingdom, but Baradio interrupted, noticing something strange about his wolves. They seemed to be retreating as if afraid of something. An assistant announced, Your Majesty, Sir Ryo-sul has arrived. The Marquis, like the king, looked toward the entrance. The one who entered the meeting room was wearing full armor, exuding the aura of a great predator. Without laughing, Marquis Valo almost stood up from his chair as he felt pressured by the strong presence of the blacksmith. The protagonist lifted the visor of his helmet and smiled slightly, which contrasted with his aura. Your Majesty, Barad, I have returned. Barad and Ryo-sul were left alone in the room, commenting on the sudden change in the atmosphere. The king asked if it was caused by the equipment Ryo-sul was wearing. The protagonist praised the king's keen eyes and explained, These are the helmet and cloak of Fenrir. They not only enhance attributes but also grant the dignity of an intrigued wolf. The king asked if he had forged them, but Ryo-sul denied, I only repaired them. They are equipment I received as a reward. Seeing the reaction of the wolf hiding behind the king's chair, Ryo-sul confirmed that the aura of the equipment was indeed working properly. Barad patted his wolf, explaining that the guest was not a bad person. Meanwhile, Ryo-sul got straight to the point. Your Majesty, may I ask why you summoned me? With a look that showed slight melancholy, the king gazed from his seat out the window. There is a small territory called Balas in the west of the kingdom. Balas is a village of blacksmiths. It was prosperous until a few years ago, but now it is fair to say that it has fallen into ruins. This is affecting nearby territories, so there is much talk among the nobles. Therefore, the kingdom has sent many talented people to rebuild Balas. But all attempts failed, and for some unknown reason, they often left the place as if they were fleeing from something. That was when Barad met Ryo-sul, and upon receiving the sword he made, he was sure. Hyun-su, the one who can solve the problem of Balas, is you. The king held a letter in his hands and handed it to the young blacksmith. The rank S mission has been generated. Rebuild the territory of West Balas, the troubled territory of Balas in the kingdom of Goyar, which has been declining. From a certain point, discover the cause and restore its former glory. As a reward, receive 10,000 gold for every 10% of development in the territory. Rebuilding a village was something Rinsu had never done before. He made sure the king knew that, warning him. Barad stared, waiting for the next words. Ryo-sul continued to analyze the proposal. But if it is a blacksmith village, if their environment can improve even a little because of me, I will do it. Hyun-su accepted the mission handed to him. I will rebuild Balas. When darkness took over the night sky, Hyunsu, Nell, and Bark arrived in the territory of Balas. As they walked down a deserted street, Nell commented on having heard about the blacksmith village, but was puzzled to see so many shops closed. Bark raised an eyebrow. There were so few people that it clearly showed there was a problem in the village. Nell looked around and asked if they should investigate the situation of the place. It seemed to Ryo Sul much more serious than he imagined. Nell pointed to a lit house. "Look, we should go there." When they arrived at that forge and entered, they found no one. There were even cobwebs in the corners of the walls, showing the abandonment of the place. Nell still believed that someone lived there since the lights were on. Hyunsu and Bark walked through the forge, trying to call out for someone who might be there. It was then that suddenly they heard a noise. A door ahead of them made a sound as if it were being opened from the other side. Hyunsu quickly hid behind a beam and turned around. The door was opened by a slender hand. Sounds of coughing could be heard behind it. The trio of adventurers looked on curiously, trying to see who they would find. Holding a lantern, a frail-looking old man appeared before them. Who's there?" The old owner of, the forge asked who the three of them were to be there. Hyunsu, at the front of the group, apologized to the man for entering the forge without permission and explained that they were outsiders sent by Emperor Barad to investigate the village. The old man, upon hearing him, stuttered, "So you are not from the Enroll company?" Confused by the name, Hyunsu claimed not to know who they were. As the blacksmith seemed to have difficulty believing him, the protagonist showed the document signed by Barad. The old man fell silent, as if still not believing, and then Hyunsu walked to the door and left the document near it for the man to check. The protagonist stepped back, and then the old man considered it safe to pick up the document. Cockroaches and rats scurried through the silent forge as the man examined the writing. Hyunsu and the others waited until the man, trusting in the decree signed by Barad, opened the door. Not having seen an outsider in a long time, the old man introduced himself. "My name is Pear. I am the local blacksmith of the Lord." Noticing that many of the forges in the village were closed, Hyunsu asked if something had happened. The old man briefly explained, "It all started a year ago when the Enroll company caused a commotion in the village." Hearing the name again, Hyunsu asked who they were. Being a long story, the blacksmith asked if they would like to hear it. The Enroll company heard rumors about the blacksmiths and came to this territory. The master of the company offered several valuable gifts, approached in a friendly manner, and suggested forming a partnership. The lord of the territory wanted the blacksmith's weapons to be better known, so he eagerly agreed. That was how the Enroll company naturally settled in the village, and during a meal with the lord, the master suddenly proposed a wager. The young and inexperienced lord thought it would be something fun and accepted, but the outcome was a tragedy. The lord lost the bet, and all authority was stripped away. That was when the Enroll company began its domination. Because of this, some blacksmiths even fled. Those who couldn't escape ended up becoming prisoners, forced to work. The trio lowered their heads, acknowledging the injustice behind such a group. Outraged, Ryan Soo clenched his fist tightly. Deceiving and exploiting people hadn't been enough for the Enroll company. They still took everything the blacksmiths had. It was something he could not accept. To understand more, the protagonist asked Per if he also worked for these people. Per denied it, and, sadly averting his gaze, stated he was nothing more than a fugitive. On the day the Lord lost the bet, she managed to get him out of the mansion and told him, "One day win this bet and save the blacksmiths." Bark crossed his arms, questioning the old lord if she had entrusted him with such a request. "That doesn't mean you have the ability to win this bet." The old man sighed upon hearing the question, eyes closed, overcome with sadness. He revealed, Books has a cruel personality, but his skills are real. Rising up, he thought about giving up. "I can't keep running anymore. They will find me soon." The old man then thanked them for listening to his outburst, and he asked them not to get involved. Ryan suddenly stood up, calling for the blacksmith. "I say this with caution, but I want to help you." The old man hesitated and saw Ryan place his hand on his chest, declaring, "I am also a blacksmith. I can't just stand by in the face of such injustice." Per sincerely thanked him, but just as he was about to refuse the offer, someone burst into the forge, kicking down the door. The man who stormed into the workshop spoke aggressively. "So you're hiding. Here, you old rat." Huffing, the dark-eyed man exhaled smoke from his pipe as he approached Per. "You've been able to escape so far, but you won't escape anymore." The man with a thin mustache and a malicious look was the infamous Books, blacksmith examiner of the Enroll company. In fear, Per ended up falling to the ground as Books walked towards him. "Now you will accept the Enroll company's bet." He drew a sword, placing it at the old man's neck. If you refuse, you will pay with your life. Raising his gaze, Books looked around. It seems you found new companions in the meantime. He quickly took out a magic cube that expanded into 2 areas of forging. Books presented the magical instrument. This is the forge within a dream. Based on knowledge, judgment, and experience, you can create weapons quickly. Nell and Bark were outraged. That was not a fair bet, but a threat. Purr was a level 230 blacksmith, while Books was close to level 300. The difference between them already indicated who would have the advantage. Books determined the terms of the bet. If you defeat me, I will spare your life. Not that it matters, since you will become my servant anyway. Before Pear, a magic scroll appeared. The exam began. If you fail, you will be forced to accept the other's request. The scroll also asked Pear to define his conditions. The old blacksmith thought for a moment. There was nowhere left to run. Thinking of the good of all, he declared, "If I win, cancel the bet with the Lord and with all the other blacksmiths." The old man added his condition, and the bet was sealed. Books showed no interest in anything but finishing quickly. "You know the trouble I had finding you. Hurry up and get your hammer." The old man did as he was ordered, and each of them headed to an area of the dream forge. Books reminded him, "Whoever forges the best sword wins the bet." Hyunsu tried to stop the old Purr, but the blacksmith was already saying his goodbyes. "Our time was short, but I thank you, Hyunsu." He let go of Hyunsu, and the old man proceeded to the challenge. When he entered the illusory structure, the challenge began. Hyunsu and his companions watched. Purr took a deep breath for a moment and raised the hammer. He intended to forge the best weapon he had ever made in his life. The hammer came down on the ingot, and, after that, the material was taken to heat up. While the metal was in the blazing furnace, Pear glanced to the side, checking Book's progress. The opponent had already finished forging a sword and lifted it up, assessing its blade. As a blacksmith, Pear could instinctively tell that sword was a masterpiece. Percy felt completely defeated just by looking at it. The blacksmith's hands began to tremble, on the verge of giving up. He could already feel that soon it would be his end, but not just his. It would also be the end of the territory and of his lord. At that moment, Pear heard a shout. "Focus!" He looked back and saw Ryo Sul encouraging him. "Focus! You must only concentrate on forging your sword." The protagonist reminded him, "Correction on what you need to do. The temperature is too low. Watch the color of the fire. If you can raise the temperature, you still have a chance." While Pear was still hesitating, he received a notification. The blacksmith's eyes widened as he looked at the young man outside the Forge of Dreams. The message he was reading was linked to Ryo Sul. "You are receiving the teachings of a master blacksmith." At the company headquarters, Purao, a director, watched Kang Ryo Sul's actions in despair. He pounded the table, complaining, "I put so much effort into creating this character. Why did he end up meeting Ryo Sul, of all people?" The assistant beside him asked what was special about Books. The developer put his hands on his head, surprisingly revealing that he would become the 11th Legend of Ares in the future. The team leader was already getting a headache talking. "Isn't it rather uninteresting if all the legends of the continent are of the good alignment? I was planning to use him as a new major antagonist." Curious, the assistant asked if there would be any problem now that he got involved with the player Ryo Sul. The team leader, Quinta and Sok, joined the conversation. He thought for a moment, but the answer he could give was that he didn't know, as they couldn't intervene directly. All they could do was observe Ryo Sul. At that moment, he was guiding Pear, who was shocked to discover that he was at the master level. Ryo Sul shouted to the old man to stay focused. "We don't have much time to waste." Pear looked back at the forge and followed Ryo Sul's instructions. As they were short on time, the protagonist instructed him to cool the weapon in oil, not water. It was necessary to apply even more pressure during the polishing of the sword. Books was also continuing to forge his weapon, refining every detail of the blade, heating and cooling it repeatedly. The competition moved quickly as Pear was seen finishing the cleaning of the sword. Both competitors raised their weapons at the same time, concluding the challenge. Ryo Sul frowned, analyzing the forging time. Purr apprehensively awaited the outcome of the bet placed upon his hands, and upon seeing the notification, was left astonished to realize that the level of the sword he had crafted was impressive. Similarly, Bark recognized that any swordsman would desire such a weapon. In the warrior's eyes, in terms of level, he was not an opponent who could surpass Books, but thanks to the teachings of Ryo Sul, he managed to bridge that gap. Books soon saw the result of the bet. He had surpassed the blacksmith examiner, winning the challenge. The old blacksmith was brought to tears. "I never thought I would create such a beautiful sword while still alive. Books gritted his teeth, enraged at his loss. The terms of the bet had been established, and the system indicated that freedom was guaranteed to all the blacksmiths in the Ballast territory. The agreement with the Lord was nullified, and the development of the territory increased by 10%. Irritated, Books held the sword he had made and threw it to the ground, admitting defeat. However, he had not completely given up. Going over to the sword he had used to challenge the old man, he drew it and pointed it at Ryo Unsu. "Did you dare to interfere in the challenge? I challenge you to an evaluation." The notification appeared before the protagonist, and the evaluation began. This surprised him, as he had not expected to be included in the Purion Company headquarters. The development leader fell to his knees, begging Books not to engage with Ryo Sul. He addressed the team leader, Kim, pleading for him to do something, clutching his leg. "What do you think it will be like when user Ryo Sul and Books face off? Do you think he can win?" The man wanted to cling to even the slightest hope, but Lord Kim denied it. "No way! User Ryan Su is the Lord of Blacksmiths, the man who created the character." Books asked if there was at least a chance. From Ryo Sul, let him leave without suffering too much, however. Considering the trajectory of Ryo Sul, both the team leader and the assistant responded in unison. The chances are definitely 0. The team leader still had a doubt. "I wonder who is really evaluating whom in this contest." The user Ryo Sul is not someone we can judge just by their level. It was already late at night, but the second duel was still set to happen. Books created once again the Forge of Dreams. As he pointed the sword at Ryo Sul, the protagonist managed to perceive, while observing the weapon, that it was an artifact. And the real problem, Books pointed at Ryon Su's arm, declaring his term, "If you fail, I will take this." Using the power of the sword, Books was attempting to force someone to submit. The protagonist's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he declared, "I won't let you get away with this easily." Since Books had already stated what he wanted, Ian Su also declared his term, "My condition is your sword." Books was not afraid and accepted the challenge with a broad smile. He thrust the sword into the ground, revealing how the contest would be. The evaluation will be based on the speed of creation. Using speed, knowledge, and the experience of a blacksmith, it is possible to forge in just a few seconds. He even mocked, "Not that a blacksmith like you has seen this before." The challenge began. A mineral with a golden shine was summoned for both competitors. By Ryo Sul's appearance, Books believed the outsider was at best an intermediate blacksmith, and that his only talent was teaching. Books started to forge the mineral, shaping the piece with his will, with a confident smile, already seeing himself as the winner, hoping to create a rank-unique artifact. The moment he began, the stone in Ryon Su's hand shone brightly, almost blinding Books in Ryo Sul's hand. A sword emerged, being completed almost instantly by his will. He raised the sword, and its information was displayed. A legendary grade sword was completed. Books took a step back, as his sword was only of single grade. But it wasn't just the weapon's level that scared him, but also the speed at which it was created. No matter what Books thought, the outcome was already decided. "You have failed the evaluation. The possession of the sword will be transferred." The sword, planted in the ground, began to disappear, being transferred to Ryo Sul's hand, obtaining the weapon of the merchant leader. The protagonist placed him in a deadlock. "Without that sword, you will no longer be able to abuse your power." Frightened, Books fell to the ground as Ryo Sul walked towards him, declaring that he would pay for the actions he committed, pointing the sword at the merchant's shoulder. Ryon Su warned him, "Confess your crimes with your own mouth." Books gritted his teeth, fearful, but due to fear could do nothing but obey. He admitted, "The first thing is I diverted 70% of what the blacksmiths were supposed to earn." Hyun Su ordered him to continue, with a dark look, filled with shame. Books needed to proceed. "I imprisoned the blacksmiths who couldn't pay their fees." Ryon Su knew more. "You also imprisoned the Lord, right?" Desperately, Books tried to justify his actions. "It was inevitable. As the leader of the Merchant Guild, I had to do this to ensure my profit." Purr was outraged to hear him. "Pressuring a lord and exploiting the blacksmiths is a complete injustice." The protagonist demanded that he reveal where the profits had been kept. Books replied that they were hidden at the base of the Merchant Guild building. The protagonist asked if there was anything else. However, he denied. As he tried to plead for mercy, Books attempted to grab a sword that had fallen to the ground. He managed to seize it and attacked with fury. "Do you think I will fall with just this?" The protagonist was already prepared and murmured, "Barade's sword art, Chapter 2, Sword of the Raging Waves," gripping the hilt with both hands. Rinsu, dodging Books' attack, launched the merchant's sword into the air. Book's eyes widened as the weapon left his hand. Hyun-soo seized the opportunity and prepared a strong punch. His attack hit Book's, causing him to lose a few teeth in the process. The sword thrown into the air spun below the ceiling and fell towards Rinsu, who caught it by the hilt. With Book's own sword, he delivered a blow. Rinsu struck precisely at the villain's arm, just as he had tried to do before. Nevertheless, Rinsu didn't want to go further. Compared to what you did, this is nowhere near enough, but it's not up to me to decide your fate. The protagonist addressed the old man, first apologizing for scaring him, but assured him, this man will no longer abuse power. I will let his punishment be decided by you, elder. The blacksmith's eyes showed concern upon hearing that he would decide the punishment. He looked at Books for a moment and then concluded, the authority to decide the punishment must be given to Lord Books. Outraged, he tried to react, but was quickly restrained by Bark and Nell, who tied up his mouth. The protagonist asked where Lady was. The old man believed she was imprisoned in the castle. Ryosul asked him to bring Lady to the village. We will let her punish this man. A strong emotion overtook the old blacksmith, who repeatedly thanked the young man. Sometime later, a small commotion occurred in the castle. A young blonde woman was locked in the underground cells, sitting in a cold corner. She hid her tired gaze, but she ended up looking up when she heard footsteps because no one should have been able to reach this place. Perplexed, she was startled when he appeared before the bars, calling for her. Confused, the young lady approached and asked how he had gotten there, and realizing that something more important was at stake, she tried to make him go away before he got into danger. Perno, as he opened the lock of the cell and stepped inside, reassured her, "It's okay, my lord. You can leave this place now. Please come with me." The young lord followed the old blacksmith, asking him to explain what was going on, pleading for her not to be shocked. He revealed in a few words, "A stranger saved our territory." As she grew even more surprised, he continued, "The stranger defeated that cruel man, Books." The lord still could not believe it, especially the fact that a stranger had defeated Books. He assured her he was telling the truth and urged, "You just need to punish him now." With his hand on his chest, he affirmed, all of this was achieved by a true blacksmith. The young lord still found it hard to believe, yet he insisted that she trust him and follow him. She would understand as soon as she saw with her own eyes. Slowly closing her eyes, the Lord of Balas opened them with renewed determination. As they returned to the forge, he opened the door for her to enter. Wearing a leather hood, she stepped silently inside and ended up being taken aback by what she saw. Without one of his arms, Books was kneeling before her, surrounded by a trio of adventurers. The protagonist looked at her, asking if she was the lord of that territory. Removing the tattered hood, she introduced herself. "Yes, I am Belen, the lord of the territory of Balas." Seeing Books on the ground, she finally believed that he had truly been defeated. The protagonist confirmed the situation, revealing that, initially, I intended to leave the punishment for him to apply, but since he wanted Beline to decide, they ended up waiting. Beline trembled slightly, but her strength helped her regain composure. She walked over to Books and asked the others to remove his gag so they could talk. Bark took the cloth from the merchant's mouth, who began to scream as soon as he had the chance. "This is madness!" Belen was direct with the merchant, reminding him that she had trusted him, which is why they had done business together. Therefore, she could not accept having been betrayed. Instead of apologizing, Books preferred to mock. The one who was deceived is the real culprit. Balin could overlook the fact that she had been deceived, but there was something worse. Hurting the people in my territory is unforgivable. As the lord of the territory, she gave a command firmly. The blacksmith approached and heard the decision. Confiscate all the goods this man has illegally gathered and free all the oppressed. Blacksmiths! The old blacksmith nodded, obeying immediately. Indignant, Books could not accept Balin's decision, but he couldn't even move as Bark was holding him back. Balin turned to the merchant again, declaring her sentence. "So that you may never harm an innocent again, you will go to the underground prison where you will spend the rest of your life." Bark lifted the merchant onto his shoulder. He was still shouting, refusing his sentence. However, Bark didn't care, informing him that if they left him there, Books would continue to cause trouble. He said he would take him to prison first. Being taken out of the forge, Books kept screaming until his voice faded with the distance. After the problem was resolved, Ryosul approached Lord Belen. He wanted to explain the whole situation in detail. Tea was served, and Belen listened to the entire explanation. The Lord suddenly stood up, surprising Ryosul. Even more unexpected was seeing her bow. "Thank you very much." Tears fell onto the table as she spoke. "Because I wasn't able. I spoke of taking care of my territory. If I had been a little more careful, this situation would have never happened." The lady held her lord's hand, dismissing any guilt of mine. "My lord, the blame lies with the one who approached you with ill intentions. You did your best for your people." Touching the weary hands of the blacksmith, she thanked him for his words. Belina wiped away her tears, apologizing for showing a fragile side. Ryosul did not mind displays of emotion. They were completely understandable. This time he stood up, remembering that they had not yet introduced themselves. He was the first. "I am Ryosul, a blacksmith." Beside him, the guild's manager introduced herself. "I am Nell, also a blacksmith." The lady bowed once more. "I don't know how to express my gratitude for saving my territory." The protagonist, uncomfortable, asked her to stand up, assuring her that they only did what was right. Belina also apologized to him for misunderstanding everything. She revealed that she had not believed when she heard that outsiders had saved the territory. "Since childhood, I had heard that outsiders were selfish and only tried to use us, but today made me realize something. Among them, there are good people like you." Once again, Belina deeply thanked them for protecting her territory. Ryosul had gone to Balas because of a request from Barad, but he was glad he accepted, as they ended up saving Belina and the other blacksmiths who were suffering from everything. Resolved, the lady declared, "To all of you who saved my territory, I will repay my gratitude. I intend to give you half of the confiscated goods from books." The protagonist refused the offer, shaking his head, and said, "Please, use that money for your territory and for the blacksmiths." Belina was surprised by the response, and he added, "For us, just seeing this territory recover is enough. Its former glory is already sufficient." Belim brought her hand to her mouth, surprised. The blacksmith, just as Belim had done before, thanked the young man. A notification appeared for Rhea. The Lord's Grace had been activated. The unique rank title has a special ability. When someone believes they have received an unforgettable favor from you for a lifetime, there is an 8% chance of it activating. When activated, that person will feel a strong respect, loyalty, and a desire to stay by your side, potentially developing other emotions as well. They may even request to become your vassal. There was one activation remaining, and currently Bania was already one of the vassals. The protagonist was surprised to fully read the notification and ended up looking at the pair and at Belim, wondering which of the two had activated that function. At the company's headquarters, Pure, the administrators continued to observe the situation. The young assistant asked the team leader if the system window mentioned the blacksmith Per. Kim Seok shook his head negatively, revealing it to be impossible, which surprised the collaborator. He asked her to remember when the minor Bania became Ria's vassal. Per's conditions were different. He asked her to try to identify such a difference. After thinking for a moment, she eventually realized, Per is already a vassal of the Lord. The team leader confirmed, someone who has already sworn loyalty to another person cannot bind themselves to anyone else. The young assistant, however, asked if Belim, as Lord, would also not be prevented from swearing loyalty. After thinking for a bit, Leader Kim revealed it was not completely impossible. Just as the empire is divided among noble factions and the imperial faction, power is also divided. The leader's words surprised the assistant. He turned his gaze to Belim on the big screen, while the protagonist waited to understand who wished to swear loyalty. Belim approached him, elegantly holding her dress. She slightly bowed and declared, "I, Belim, wish to swear loyalty to my benefactor, Rian Su." He was truly surprised. He naturally thought that the Lord's Grace had been activated by him. He ended up looking at the ring, wondering what was happening. However, she was the last person who could know. Ryan Su walked towards Belim, who was kneeling, and knelt down as well, asking what she meant by that. With a firm look, she stated, "I felt that Yun Sunin truly wanted to help my people." The protagonist extended his hand to her, asking her to stand up first to speak. Belim accepted the help to rise, expressing her feelings. "Although Rian Sunin is a stranger, you certainly are someone who will reach a higher position someday." She took his hand and assured him, "I have made my decision. I, Belim, alongside Ryan Sunin, will grow with you." With a soft glow emanating from her body, the Lord of Bullets confirmed her decision with conviction. Nell poked Ryan Su from behind, questioning what he was doing. "Come on, accept it quickly." Ryan Su was still surprised, but soon smiled and bowed, thanking her. "I will also be in your care." The Lord thanked him and eventually changed the subject, revealing she had another matter to discuss. Curiously, Belim asked what his next plans were, but a gesture of kindness appeared in his response. "I plan to teach the blacksmiths of this village. I am also a blacksmith, so I want them to evolve." The protagonist could not say he was fulfilling Barad's mission and trying to develop the village. Belim was touched by Ryan Su's attitude and thanked him once again. The blacksmith walked over to his lord, congratulating her on finding someone so kind. It was through this incident that Ryosul gained a new vassal called Belim. since the lordship had become its vassal. Ryo-sul imagined that if that village developed, he could complete Barati's mission, and perhaps in the future, they could even contribute resources to him, since the lordship was now part of his group. An excited smile appeared as he thought, I will enhance the skills of the blacksmiths and sell the weapons they create to the players. The excitement was so much that he ended up saying aloud, I will work to secure resources for the Lord and the others. Everyone turned to look at him, confused, wondering what he was saying. Ryo-sul quickly tried to divert attention. The next day, all the blacksmiths of the town gathered in a school. They talked among themselves, asking why they had been summoned, but since it was a command from the Lord, they had to obey. Hyunsu arrived when everyone was already seated. Noticing they had gathered, going to the teacher's desk, where there were some tools, he introduced himself. Blacksmiths, I am Ryo-sul, and I will start teaching you from today. The blacksmiths were surprised, not believing that a young man would teach them. Even if he had skill, he still seemed very young. Ignoring the comments, Hyunsu operated the bellows to increase the fire, took a bar of iron with the tongs, and placed it in the fire, declaring, First, I will give you a demonstration. The blacksmiths didn't care much, as they believed nothing special would happen. To them, this seemed just a waste of time. One of the blacksmiths, however, commented, Come on, let's at least see if he's really good. Since it was just one day, the others did not oppose. Time passed. It was morning when the class began, but soon night fell. The blacksmiths were speechless, no longer knowing how many hours had passed, and Ryo-sul continued hammering non-stop, as if he wouldn't tire. It was then that upon seeing a glow from the artifact being created, one of the blacksmiths shouted, Look at the sword finished by Ri. A light shone with an intense golden hue. An epic-grade weapon had been completed. The blacksmiths were incredulous at what they were seeing. One of them stood up and went to Ryo-sul's bench, asking to touch the sword. Observing the weapon up close, the blacksmith asked if he could explain how he had done that, and Ryo-sul explained, When forging a sword, it's not just about shaping it. You need to hammer with strength, consistency, and at the right angle. Placing the sword on the table, while the others approached, he continued, This is especially important after heating the metal. If you don't do it correctly, the sword can break easily. One of the blacksmiths timidly asked, Young man, do you know how to make other things besides swords too? Another blacksmith next to him scratched his head, apologizing for what he had said before, and asked for permission to ask a question. With a smile, Hyunsu responded, Ask whatever you want. I will teach everything. 2 weeks later, various items had already been forged. The blacksmiths were exhausted from the training. Many could barely get up. However, this marked the end of the classes that Ryo-sul would give them. The blacksmiths felt great relief, as they could now move on. They could no longer endure the constant fatigue. Their reaction made Ryo-sul question, You didn't hate my classes, did you? They quickly corrected themselves, attributing it all to tiredness. While Hyunsu also took a break, the blacksmiths gathered around him and bowed. Hyunsu, we apologize for doubting you. They deeply thanked him for everything they had learned over the last 2 weeks. A notification appeared for Ryo-sul. The 32 blacksmiths of the Balas territory will never forget you. The protagonist congratulated them on their effort and reminded, Now it's time to bring back the blacksmiths who left, sell new weapons, take orders, and show that things have changed. Ryo-sul shook hands with the leader of the blacksmiths, who replied with determination, We will remember this. Sometime later, a great change could be seen in the territory. The forges were open again, weapons and armor were displayed in the streets, and honest traders took care of the commerce. A young man, in a live broadcast, was impressed with what he saw. He approached one of the stalls, surprised by a sword. Is this being sold at a regular forge? As he picked up the weapon to get a better look, he was left speechless. Even a basic sword is of rare rank. The streamer ran up to the vendor to ask the price of the sword. The amount he heard shocked him, as it was very low. With his mouth agape, he questioned why the item had such an affordable price, and discovered that that level of weapon was merely average in that territory, justifying the cost. Seeing the young man struck by surprise, the blacksmith laughed heartily. Of course, at least it's the average rank. It's all thanks to that person. The streamer became curious about who the blacksmith was referring to, but with a sigh, the man stated he couldn't give details, as it would be rude without permission. The young man was even more surprised, but tried to compose himself, believing that the character before him was just boasting. He walked down the rest of the street, trying to check out other places, finding a sword with a common name. It was absurd to realize that it had an epic rank, even though it was being sold in some random shop, realizing that this was a chance. To get great views, The content creator who usually just recorded decided to start a live stream. People quickly joined the young man's spontaneous broadcast as he introduced himself. "I am your streamer, Helen, and this is the territory of Balas." You must be wondering why this sudden broadcast, right? With great energy, he revealed, "I found something insane. This place is crazy. You need to visit it." Exiting the game, Kang Hyun-soo stretched after sleeping too much, remembering that he was supposed to meet Darum. It was time, but when he picked up his phone, he found a call from Nell. As soon as he answered, he heard his managers scream, "Ryun-soo, did you see what's happening in the community?" In a hurry, he asked what was going on. Nell revealed the visit of a famous streamer to the territory of Balas, along with the amount of praise the place was receiving. The news spread, and many adventurers were now flooding the streets of the city, even the blacksmiths who had left. They were returning to Rio-sul. He heard the news with surprise and smiled animatedly, imagining that the mission completion rate would absurdly increase. It was Friday night, and he met with Darum to eat meat and drink soju. Eating a piece of medium-cooked meat, June showed great satisfaction, and then asked his friend how work and Aries were treating him. June didn't have much news about the job, but stated that he had secured a class update mission in Aries. Surprised, Hyun-soo asked if he had found a guild but received a negative response. This gave him the opportunity to suggest then that he join the guild I created. Darum was surprised but liked the idea. Grabbing another glass of soju, he joked, "But I still don't know where this mission will take me. Your brother here can think a little more. I'm quite valuable." He knew, downcast. Hyun-soo toasted with him, seeing his friend's expression. Ji-hoon tried to explain himself, stating that he was just delaying his answer. Hyun-soo didn't want to insist. He shoved a piece of meat into Ji-hoon's mouth to change the subject. Thus, the night went on, and later the protagonist went to the hospital. He visited his father, still unconscious, sitting beside the bed, and Unso tried to talk even without expecting a response. "Father, I think good things are going to happen for us. I have friends who help me, colleagues who trust me and follow me, besides an adult I can rely on. When good things happen to me, that's good for both of us, right?" He touched his father's hand, saying goodbye, putting on the hood that concealed his scars once again. He murmured, "I'll see you tomorrow, father. Sorry for disturbing your sleep. I'll see you tomorrow." Kang Hyun-soo's father was left in the silence of the room after his son's farewell. His gaze remained still and serene. But against all expectations and without anyone noticing, his hand moved slightly. The next day, Rio-sul returned to Ares. He headed to the audience hall of the Goya Empire. He knelt before Barade, announcing his return. The king ordered him to rise and asked if the mission had been completed. Hyun-soo responded confidently. Barad had already heard about the books and how Hyun-soo had eliminated him. With a questioning look, he asked how much of the territory had been developed. Hyun-soo smiled confidently and presented the information. It had been developed by more than 150%. The king almost stood up upon hearing that, surprised. Rio-sul pounded his chest, confirming the information, while the king took a document with data. The young man revealed that he had taught the blacksmiths everything he knew, and that, as a result, more visitors were coming to Balas, increasing its development. Checking all the information, the king praised, "Excellent!" He stood up and announced the reward. "Hyun-soo, I will grant you 1,500,000 gold coins." Immediately, the reward was transferred. The protagonist thanked him, celebrating internally. The king revealed that he had imagined that Rio-sul would manage to reach 40% of the original development, but the young man's achievements far exceeded that expectation. "What you have done is no different from saving people in the territory from suffering." With that said, the king continued, "Hyun-soo, I want to give you an additional reward." This time, he was truly surprised and waited for the king's words. The king confirmed the reward. "I will allow you to establish a private blacksmith shop within the territory of the Goya kingdom." The notification of permission appeared for Rio-sul. The king explained, adding, "Since you have made a great contribution to the territory of Balas, it would be good to set up a private forge there, wouldn't it?" However, faced with the proposal, Hyun-soo shook his head negatively, rejecting the offer. Barad was surprised and asked if the decision was because the territory was small. However, he denied it again. The response, accompanied by a decisive look, surprised him. "I want to make the territory of Balas grow." The protagonist revealed that if they discovered he, the blacksmith Riam, was in Balas, people would only visit his forge. The king realized that he was thinking ahead. This was a good quality for a ruler. Thus, he made his decision and asked Ryum-soo to let him know if he wanted another territory. With the matter concluded, Barad asked where the young man would go next. He revealed that he had a promise with the Lord of Balas, which is why he would visit him. The king nodded and warned that he would call him if he had another mission for him. Hyunsu left unaware that he was being tested. Barad wanted to ensure that the young man could become a true ruler. A few days later, Hyunsu was back in the territory of Freya, a quiet city surrounded by high walls. He entered a forge, where Nell was already waiting for him. Hyunsu, did you find the place? He greeted her after such a long time without seeing each other and asked if there was a reason for her sudden call. And, with a smile, she opened her arms, showcasing the location. Here will be our guild's base. Pointing out the window, she explained, the territory of Freya is not far from the capital Goyard and the flow of players is reasonable. It's a great place for us to establish ourselves considering everyone who will be part of the guild. Hyunsu agreed. This would be the true beginning. Since he also wanted to talk to Nell, the call turned out to be a great opportunity. When she found out that Hyunsu had become a noble, Nell nearly went crazy, sitting down to talk with him. She was still surprised. A low-ranking noble who was not of royal blood. Making this type of offer is unprecedented. Curious, Hyunsu asked if this was the first time it had happened. It was Belen who had proposed that he become a nobleman. He hadn't understood the invitation at first, but she explained her decision. I am a lord, but I still have a long way to go. Observing your accomplishments, I noticed something. Someone like you should lead a territory. So, become a noble and return. I am the lord of a small territory, and I have sworn my loyalty to no one. Balin was determined to support him, even deciding to share the profits of the territory to help him grow. Hyunsu was quite surprised to hear about the profits. A secret rank mission had been created, nobility. The mission description was simple. Balin, the Lord of Balas, firmly trusts you. Live up to that trust and return to the territory. In response to the request, he nodded firmly. Receiving taxes from a territory meant gaining the authority to govern it. This made him wonder if Balin was creating a springboard for him to grow even further. Nell interrupted his thoughts, stating that this was a unique case. She explained that royalty was the one granting noble titles. The Lord of Balas must have seen potential in him, and that's why she had given him her attention beforehand, pointing to the documents she had laid on the table. Hyunsu asked what they were, smiling enigmatically. She opened one of the scrolls and showed it to him. These are the details of the official clients of, the Blacksmith Ryam. The first name on one of the scrolls was a user called Russell, a Dragon Knight at level 323. She explained that Russell was ranked 21st on the official leaderboard and was not part of any guild. However, the artifact he desired was unique and seemed difficult to create. Still, if he succeeded, the fame of the Blacksmith Ryam would grow even more. Rio wondered what artifact Russell wanted. What Nell revealed seemed impossible to achieve. He requested an artifact imbued with a dragon, and Sul believed he must have misheard. In the Anvil Round Guild's office, he gave one answer. It's impossible. Before him, a hooded man asked why he said that. The blacksmith sighed, resting his hand on his face, explaining that they had never seen a dragon in Ares. He questioned how an artifact imbued with a dragon could make sense. The man before him slammed his hand on the table. The Black Anvil is the #1 blacksmith guild without a doubt. You are not the only place that can do anything. Ron furrowed his brow, explaining that they only produced what was realistically possible. He returned the player's money. No matter what offer you make, it's impossible. The man accepted the bag of coins back and left the guild. He walked the streets with a frustrated expression as, even the Black Andrew guild had refused. The Blacksmith Ryam was known for not responding even when someone sent a request. Still, Russell decided to try sending a message again. However, as soon as he opened the messaging center, he received a response. Hello, Mr. Russell. This is from Ryam's Forge. The player was shocked to receive the message. That night, he headed to a forge, knocking on the wooden door. Is anyone here? A voice from inside told him to come in. He opened the door upon hearing the youthful tone. The blacksmith, shrouded in the shadows of the dimly lit place, asked him not to come closer. Unable to see the man's face clearly, Russell asked if he was part of the shop team. The protagonist denied and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Blacksmith Ryam. The player swallowed hard upon realizing that the blacksmith was much younger than he had expected before making the request. I wanted to clarify something, so I visited the forge in person. Can you really do something with a dragon? The protagonist confirmed, surprising Russell, but made a demand before we started the real work. You will need to pay a deposit. An artifact with a dragon is not common, so the deposit can be quite expensive. Russell was taken aback, but Ryan was being professional in making the request. The player hesitated for a moment, believing that something the Black Anvil Guild had said was impossible couldn't be done easily. Having a father with a critical illness, Russell realized he had acted hastily. He gritted his teeth in frustration and revealed his situation. "I came here holding on to everything I could. My father, who is battling an illness, really wanted to see a dragon. Trusting his last hope to the blacksmith Hyun, he asked for proof that it would be possible to create such equipment. Understanding the situation, Hyun-soo decided to show him. Extending his hand, he used the divine emergency creation, forging a sword. The equipment shone like the sun, and a long dragon was summoned inside the forge. The mystical monster opened its great mouth, roaring in front of Russell, who felt no fear, only deep surprise and admiration. When the dragon disappeared, Hyun-soo asked if he believed now. With the proof presented, he continued, "Now we can talk." A few hours earlier, during Ryan's meeting with Nell, she asked why the player wanted such an item. She opened a window, showing Russell's initial request. The message was simple. "I would like to request a crafting job. I want an artifact with a dragon. No special skill is required. As long as a dragon appears, that is enough. Please contact me, no matter what happens." The protagonist found the request quite curious. Nell revealed that Russell had sent hundreds of requests after the first one. And not only that, he had hired almost all the guild leaders, as well as the best summoners, asking to see a dragon. Hyun-soo understood that the player was desperate. Nell thought the same. No one had seen a dragon in Aries yet, so the conditions were tough. While Hyun-soo pondered the possibility, Nell presented another request. "When you appeared on Adieta Broadcasting, you promised a limited craft job for archers. This user has been consistently sending requests since Hyun's forge became known. The number one archer, Ian, at level 320, was someone Ryo-sul remembered. He was the one who bought the gauntlet showcase during the broadcast challenge. Nell mentioned that the request was quite simple. Ian just wanted a powerful bow. Despite liking the proposal, Hyun-soo chose Russell's. "I want to attempt a new challenge." Nell had already anticipated this answer. She got up excitedly, notifying that she would contact Russell, envisioning an artifact with a dragon. Russell thought he could use a certain sword as material. Only a single candle was lit in the meeting between Ryo-sul and Russell. The dagger placed on the table had been hastily created, thus it could only summon a dragon for a brief moment. To create a quality item, improvements would be necessary. Without wasting time, Russell imposed a deadline. 1 week. Is it possible to do it in this playtime? He clenched his fist, clearly pressed for time, placing a paper on the table, stating he did not care about the cost. The protagonist remained silent and returned the paper. "I will receive the payment when the work is complete." Russell was quite surprised to see the blacksmith stand up. Hyun extended his hand to him. "I will do my best." Russell stared at him, astonished, and shook his hand. "Please, I'm counting on you." In a real-world hospital, the player Russell visited his father. The man lying in bed recognized how much his son Taiha did for him. The young man, however, didn't care about everything he had to face. "We don't have much time now. If you can just wait a little longer, you will see a dragon soon." The old man, with a sad look, remained silent, murmuring his son's name incorrectly. Taeseon, Taeseon. Biting his lips in sadness, the young man corrected him. "Dad, it's Taiha." The father kept murmuring the wrong name and asking to see a dragon together. There was nothing Taiha could do. He adjusted his father's pillow so he could rest, and melancholically said goodbye. "I'll see you tomorrow, Dad." Upon leaving the hospital room, he sighed. That had been a conversation they hadn't had in a long time. Taiha's phone suddenly rang. The person on the other end was his older brother, Lee Tai-yong. The oldest son of the Hansung group got straight to the point. "Are you still hooked on Rai, that game?" Upon arriving at his older brother's office, he told him to worry about what really mattered. Lee Tai-seong reminded Taiha that he had said he would definitely find a dragon in the game, but several months had already passed. Clenching his hand in irritation, Taiha asserted that they were close to achieving it. In an impatient voice, the older brother replied that he always said that. Upset, Tae retorted, "This time it's true." Turning his chair to face away, Lee Tae-seong warned, "This is your last chance. If this time it's another lie, then drop that damn game." Taiha said goodbye, telling him he would leave first, and left determined. The blacksmith Riem had managed to summon a real dragon, even if for a brief moment. Taiha believed that if it were that blacksmith, he would surely be able to fulfill his father's wish. The next day, at the National Museum, a sword with a dragon-shaped hilt was on display. Observing it, Hyun-soo wondered how many years ago he restored it with his father. A few years back, the National Museum had asked Ryo-sul's father to restore the dragon sword. His father attempted to restore it, but failed. Long years as a blacksmith had taken their toll on his arm. Ryo-sul couldn't just watch his father's despair. Thus, he restored the dragon sword while listening to his advice. This way, he managed to uphold his title as master, craftsman. People admired the restored sword, and the moment he saw their reactions still remained vivid. Forging the sword for Russell solely based on memories wasn't enough. Hyunsoo tried to recall what he had felt back then. At that moment, Lee Tae-young arrived at the museum accompanied by a director. He was there to see the sword his father had shown him when he was young. His father had told him that weapon carried a true dragon. Lee Tae-young leaned over the glass, astonished as he gazed at the sword. That was not the damaged blade he had seen as a child. The sword he saw now seemed to reflect a dragon in his eyes. The director explained that, a few years ago, a master craftsman had restored it. Apologizing for his agitation, Lee Tae-young admitted how incredible the blacksmith was. The director felt a pang of melancholy. Unfortunately, due to an accident 3 years ago, she had heard that he was in a coma now. As she spoke, the director looked aside and saw a hooded young man. Surprise approached. Could it be that you are Hyunsoo? Recognizing Hyunsoo, she bowed. Hello, teacher. How are you? She greeted him with a handshake, understanding that he was there to see the sword his father had restored, while Hyunsoo conversed with the museum director, Lee. Tae-seong was watching. Their eyes met for a moment, but Hyunsoo kept his attention on the former teacher and soon said goodbye. Noticing Lee Tae-hyung's interest, the principal explained who the young man leaving the museum shortly after was. In a forge, Hyunsoo was preparing, already knowing what he would do. When his father restored historical relics, he always analyzed the meaning of the pieces. Hyunsoo began thinking about the sword he would also create based on documents from the Joseon dynasty. When Reimosu descended from the heavens, he was carrying a dragon sword. Another name for Reimosu was Celestial King. Hyunsoo realized that what represented the sky was the sun. He started to sketch, finding how to perfectly recreate the dragon sword. He received a message from Russell. Something came up suddenly. I need to cancel. I'm sorry. Hyunsoo discovered that Russell's father's condition had worsened considerably. The player was desperate to fulfill his father's wish. Looking at the sketches of the sword, the protagonist wondered if there was another way. His eyes widened suddenly as he realized something. There was a possibility. Using the game's functions, he asked Russell if they could talk for a moment in the hospital where Russell's father was admitted. The doctor was giving a verdict to the family gathered in the room. They should prepare themselves. The information the doctor was analyzing led him to believe that the patient would not last a day in bed. The man was still murmuring, "A dragon! I want to see a dragon!" Amidst the words, he reached his hand up, as if he could see a dragon ascending to the sky. Lee Tae-hyung held his father's hands, begging him to stop. "Please, father, dragons do not exist." At that moment, the room's door was hurriedly opened by Russell. The doctor quickly requested silence due to the patient. However, Russell was in too much of a hurry. "We need to get into Ares right now and show my father a dragon." Lida and Seong Franzel were questioning him if they hadn't said this was impossible. Minutes later, welcome messages popped up for the elderly player who had entered Bardam's territory. The old man felt the strong sun on his face and looked around. A person ran towards him as soon as he saw him. Russell was welcoming his father into Ares. It took the man a while to recognize his son, with a hurried glance. The young man asked his father to give him just a little more time. Weakly, the man nodded. Seconds later, several game characters began to gather near the two, drawing the attention of the players. Ren, the blacksmith from the starting zone, and Helson, the hunting training center instructor, introduced themselves, revealing that they had been hired by Ryo Sul. Russell thanked them and quickly followed. His father asked where they were going, but he kept the mystery. When they passed through the gates, they found horses waiting. Lord Vence was mounted on one of them, claiming to have heard about the mission. He pointed to the free horses, urging them to hurry. Russell helped his father mount one before following him. The Lord's horse, along with the one carrying father and son, took off quickly. Vence accelerated more and more, laughing and revealing that it was the first time he had experienced something so different, all thanks to Ryo Sul. Russell had never seen game characters act like that. He wondered who Ryo Sul really was. Suddenly, his father looked back and fear appeared in his eyes. He swallowed hard upon seeing dozens of dark monsters, as if they had been summoned in the center of the company. Pure, an assistant, asked the team leader if there was something wrong with what she was seeing. She pointed at the monitors, trembling, and the Lord of the starting zone territory had not only opened, "Your territory for an old level 1 man." Just as he personally guided him along the way, even the team leader wondered if that was a bug. They didn't know how it was happening. Someone approached them, explaining that it was exactly the opposite. All characters had a maximum level of connection with Ryo-sul and were moving at his request. Hearing the president, Lisa Jin, the assistant, asked if it was actually possible for Vence to leave the starting zone. He should be unable to leave his post. Leader King also questioned it, but with a slight smile, Licidino corrected him. This is exactly the kind of thing I wanted to see in Ares, a world influenced by its players. Yunsu was the first user to achieve this feat within the game. Russell's father had spotted the monsters. Beings of darkness were chasing them. Even creatures that looked like giant stone figures were pursuing them. Lord Vance was shocked to see that they were being hunted. We had deliberately chosen a path without monsters, and yet they appeared close to the edge of the city, where the walls could be seen. The Lord claimed he would ensure they reached at least there, but the powerful monsters were closing in. A giant leaped towards them, raising a huge club. However, an arrow struck the mouth of a lizard monster. An army had arrived in the hunting field, shouting, "Do your best for Lord Ryunsu! Block all monsters!" A knight ran to greet Lord Vence, and the father-son duo, Carl, thumped his chest in armor. After introducing himself, he said, "We came here at the request of our benefactor. Please hurry and keep moving forward." Vence thanked him before riding alongside the duo that protected him. Soon, they reached the main gates of the Goyar kingdom. He stopped there and asked the two to continue. The gates opened and the city's leader himself appeared with his cavalry. Barad looked solemnly at the duo. "So, you are the guests of my friend Ryo-sul." He introduced the knight Bela, the vice-captain of the Royal Knights, who will escort you from here. Upon hearing King Sword Barad refer to Ryo-sul as a friend, Russell was even more surprised as he wondered what kind of journey the blacksmith was experiencing. Bela stepped forward to guide them. Bela mounted one of the horses, leading the way alongside the duo, protected by the knights. Russell's old father asked where they were going. The young man finally revealed, "We're going to meet a dragon." The man opened a wide smile upon hearing this. The horses continued forward until two people could be seen waiting for them. Bela stopped the group, informing them that Ryo-sul was already expecting them. Russell dismounted first and helped his father do the same, holding a sword. Ryo-sul greeted them, handing Russell the imbued artifact. "With a dragon, it is complete." Russell held the golden sword in his hands. He looked at his father and made his decision. As he drew the blade from the sheath, a golden glow shimmered. He raised the sword to the sky, making it shine like the light of late afternoon. A flame erupted from the sword, and a great dragon was summoned, soaring into the heavens. The dragon spiraled, and in its mouth, the sun seemed to shine. Everyone looked up, shocked, to see a real dragon. The sunlight reflected by the creature created a great radiant shadow that spread across the entire kingdom. The dragon gently descended towards the people below, its eyes radiating a golden energy. Russell's father looked at the dragon, tears of joy filling his eyes. "It's a dragon! A dragon! A flying dragon is in the skies!" Russell remained silent, completely dumbfounded, witnessing his father's happiness. The young man finally asked why he always wanted to see a dragon before his father could respond. Russell saw his brother Tyson approach with the family gathered around. The elder revealed that his older brother Tai-hyung had said he wanted to see a dragon with you. That's why he had always been desperately searching for dragons. Emotion filled Lee Tai-young's eyes as he saw the divine entity he had always desired since Russell was just a baby. Young Tai-young was already fascinated by dragons and tried to introduce them to his younger brother, an aficionado for winged creatures. He would ask his father everything about dragons. The father always supported his children. Dragons are big and live in a distant place. When Tai-shong grows up, Dad will definitely show you a dragon. Hearing the promise, Tai-shong dreamed of seeing a dragon with his brother Taera. Decades later, he was astonished to see his father still remembering that promise. He hugged him, thanking him, and so the three sat together to appreciate the beauty of a celestial dragon in its final moments. The elder could express his feelings. "I'm glad we were able to see it together before my departure." Sometime later, back at the forge, Nell expressed her surprise at seeing Ryo-sul actually summon a dragon. "You're really amazing!" The protagonist shook his head. "It was Russell who made it happen." He recalled how the player had said that when holding the sword, multiple system windows had popped up. Curious, Nell interrupted her tea, asking what the information said. Sighing, the protagonist stated he hadn't heard the details, but Russell had said he would explain them properly after their father's funeral. Changing the subject, Nell revealed she had heard he had refused a blank check as an initial fee. The protagonist confirmed, but revealed that still. The check was handed to him after Nell imagined that now they could fill it out and asked what amount Hyunsu would write. She thought for a moment and, excited, suggested that perhaps they could build a building in the real world. Of course, he had already decided what to do, and when he told Mel, she was truly surprised. "Mr. Hyun-soo, you are really unbelievable," in an apartment. A man received Hyun-soo's message after his shower. Russell wondered if it was about the compensation, but upon reading it, he burst out laughing. The blank check had no numbers in the amount field, but rather his name in the game, Hyun-soo. At Russell's father's funeral, he met with his brother in the traditional Lita room, and Seong called for his brother, Tae-hyun, and asked him to sit by his side. Tae-ha did so in silence. Lee Tae-yong asked what his brother intended to do from there. Tae-ha wasn't sure. The older brother ended up reminding the younger one of something their father had said when they gathered in Aries. The old man looked at the dragon and said, "Children, I want you to live a happy life while experiencing things that money can't buy." Although his brother said he didn't know what he would do, Lee Tae-jin was sure he would figure it out. He placed his hand on Tae-ha's shoulder, urging, "Do what you want." Tae-ha was surprised to see his brother walk away, but he stopped, looked back, and smiled. "If you do what you want, I'm sure you will become the best at it." He waved goodbye, declaring, "I will make Hansong the best company there is." With a slight smile, Tae-ra listened as he departed. Inside Aries, he headed to a forge in a quiet area. He waited in front of the door, letting out a light sigh. Russell recalled that the Rio Sul Guild had been formed recently, but he was sure it would soon become the best guild in the world. With this conviction, he pushed the door. Upon entering the guild's base, he saw Rio Sul and Taera gathered. The protagonist was surprised to see them. Taera nodded, making his presence known. He walked up to Rio Sul, asking if he remembered what had been said. Taera waved his hand, making information windows appear, wanting to show them directly to Rio Sul. There were 2 different windows. The first read, "You can become the unique class Dragon Lord." A Dragon Lord is a ruler-type class that can command many subordinates. The second reads something similar. "You can become the unique class Dragon Knight. A Dragon Knight protects someone and eliminates those who threaten them." Nell and Hyun-soo read the information with curiosity. Russell revealed that when he held the Fire Dragon Sword, the 2 options appeared. Rio Sul asked if he had chosen which one to accept. Placing his hand on his chest, he revealed his decision. "I will walk the path of a Dragon Knight." The decision was made when he touched the corresponding window, and a bright light shone around him. A Dragon Lord governed others, but a Dragon Knight existed to protect them. Having made his choice, Russell reached out his hand to Rio Sul. "I want to protect you, so that we can grow together." The protagonist smiled slightly upon hearing this, and accepted the handshake. "I look forward to working together. Welcome to our guild, Mr. Russell." Thus, a new member joined the guild. Gwang-myung and Nell were quite excited. Finally, our 3rd member had arrived. Curious, Russell asked who had joined before him. Nell explained that it was a tanker named Bark, someone he would meet soon. Turning to Hyun-soo, Russell smiled as he stated that he would like to reward him with something beyond the check. The protagonist thought he was already receiving too much. However, he insisted, revealing that his older brother also wanted to meet him. Thinking for a moment, the protagonist realized that the person he had encountered at the museum resembled his brother Russell's Aries character. This made him agree to the meeting, and upon confirmation, Russell stated that he would contact his brother immediately. This surprised him in the real world. In Gyeongju, a major project was underway with cranes, excavators, and dozens of engineers and workers. Rio Sul was watching the reconstruction of the site, still shocked even after some time, as he had not even paid for the restoration of the forge. Rio Sul heard someone call him and ended up meeting Taera's older brother. The man in a suit approached, greeting and introducing himself. "I am Lee Tae-yong, president of the Hansung Group and Taeha's older brother." The protagonist nodded, greeting internally, quite surprised. Hansung was one of the largest conglomerates in the country. He bowed slightly, also introducing himself, despite Lita and Song saying they should meet in the real world. Yunsu never imagined it would be in front of his forge. Lita and Song pointed to the reconstruction, assuring, "Compared to what you did for us, this is just a small symbol." Yunsu didn't think he had done something so incredible, but Lee Tae-seong corrected him. "No, in the game you made a sword imbued with a dragon for me, my brother, and my father. In reality, you restored the real dragon's sword." The protagonist corrected him on the last part, giving credit for the restoration to Wei, his father. Lee Tae-song looked up at the sky, remembering how in childhood he and his brother loved dragons. He told the story of when they saw the worn dragon sword at the National Museum, a day when he was overcome with emotion seeing it again, perfectly restored. A few days earlier, the emotion was the same. At that moment, he felt as if he were returning to his childhood. Holding Rio Sul's hands, he firmly praised him. "What you and your father have achieved is something truly remarkable. Memorable. You preserved what belonged to our past and allowed people to continue to remember it. He never imagined that a father and son responsible for such an incredible work would find themselves in such a difficult situation. Reconstruction was something he would gladly do. I want to correct this situation even now. Please let me help you. Strong emotions overcame Kang Hyun-soo upon seeing what linked him to his father being rebuilt. Lida and Seong placed their hands in the inner pocket of the blazer and handed Hyun-soo an envelope with the company's logo. Please move forward, Ryo-sul. I want to pave the way for a new master craftsman to tread within the game. Notifications popped up for those following the broadcast station. AJ, a new program would be broadcast. The search for a special class, the Dragon Knight, related to an item created by the Blacksmith. Laughing with the guild gathered at the base, Hyun-soo asked Nell what that notification was about. He questioned why Russell would appear on a broadcast and why they specifically mentioned the item he had created. Nell, with great enthusiasm, replied, "With this broadcast, this will be the starting point. We are going to make Blacksmith Hyun rise to the highest ranks." Raising an eyebrow, he questioned whether they wouldn't at least ask for his opinion. Nell asked what the current ranking of the Ryo-sul blacksmith shop was, and he paused to check. Upon accessing the popularity information, he discovered it was in the 48th position. The manager opened the general data of the blacksmith shops, showing that 3 of them occupied the top spots: Black Anvil, Golden Shield, and Small Hammer, producing high-quality equipment on a large scale and selling it. They had achieved such a result. Hyun-soo asked if they should do the same, but Nell wanted to take the opposite route. They had reached the 48th position, selling almost no items. That was proof that Ryo-sul's influence was extraordinary. If we reveal a new work during a live broadcast, we will get a huge reaction. His excitement shone like the sun. He believed Russell was the best support for that broadcast. "Russell, I'm counting on you." They shook hands, united in that mission. The day passed and Ryo-sul's bored expression did not change. He questioned the manager beside him if she really wasn't going to show what she wanted. They were watching the live broadcast, but she wanted to wait for the right moment for the reveal. It finally started, and she asked him to look at the screen. 2 dumps appeared once again, commanding the broadcast. "Hello, it's me. It's a pleasure to be the host of this new broadcast." Seeing the host stretch out the topic without getting to the point, everyone grew anxious. He started, "You must have all seen it in the teaser, so first I'm going to introduce a new class." Pointing to the center of the holographic stage, he called the guest. "Please step forward, Knight Russell." The slim and muscular man introduced himself. "Hello, I am the Dragon Knight Russell." People were curious, as they had never seen dragons. Various comments emerged, mocking the knight and saying that dragons didn't exist in the game, calling him a lunatic. However, even the negative reactions increased the audience, and 2 dumps supported Russell in changing everyone's opinion. He went straight to the point. "Dragon Knight Russell, are you revealing today the secret of how you obtained this special class?" Russell nodded in confirmation, causing the audience to grow anxious once again. The host moved closer, winking at Russell, and asked, "So, first, can you really prove that this class exists? Can you show us?" Russell did not hesitate and revealed the basic information. The Dragon Knight was at level 323, occupying the 21st position in the national ranking. As they saw that, everyone was surprised, especially when they confirmed the existence of the class. Russell sat next to 2 dumps, explaining that he was originally just an ordinary knight. This prompted the host to comment, "Oh, come on, being ranked 21st isn't common at all." He got straight to the point, asking what everyone wanted to know. "How did you obtain the Dragon Knight class?" A sword with an intense golden glow appeared in Russell's hand. It shone brightly as it was unsheathed, astonishing the audience. The blade lightly touched the ground, and the power emanating from it intensified. 2 dumps, who was nearby, flinched and almost recoiled from the sword's brilliance. A huge dragon was summoned, flying through the broadcast setting. The host fell to the ground, completely shocked to see the dragon allied with the knight. Russell extended his hand to help him up with a slight smile. "Were you surprised?" 2 dumps accepted the help, laughing shyly as he admitted he was. He then resumed his usual energy, giving 2 thumbs up to the camera. "This is amazing, folks. The first dragon has been revealed in Aries. This is a sight you won't see in any other broadcast, only ours." The comments in the chat exploded, confirming that this was indeed the first dragon seen by everyone. Still in shock, the host asked Russell to explain how he had managed to summon a dragon while holding the sword. He replied that showing it would be easier than explaining. As soon as he touched the blade, the item information was revealed. Its name was Custom-Made Sword by Hyun, with a legendary rank, class requirement related to dragons, description, a legendary sword crafted by the blacksmith, Hyun, for the Dragon Knight Russell. Everyone was stunned. The sword was extremely powerful and its legendary rank made this evident. Looking from the information to the bearer, the host got excited. "Ah!" So, you have become a dragon knight thanks to this artifact. And folks, this is the first legendary grade item in the country. The chat exploded in applause and emojis watching the stream. Hyun-soo understood that everything had been planned by Nell. The manager confirmed. Both she and Russell had thought of the strategy. The artifacts created by Ryo-sul were items that anyone would desire, but they could not be mass-produced. That's why she wanted to turn this limitation into an advantage. The rarer, the more valuable. Everyone would compete for the image and prestige that these items would bring. The live broadcast was consolidating this goal. The host continued, "So, you have become a dragon knight with the second legendary artifact of all time. This sword was made by the blacksmith Hyun, as the title of the broadcast says, right?" The knight, however, corrected, "Actually, that's incorrect." The host was surprised, looking between Russell and the sword. Russell revealed, "Actually, this is the third legendary artifact in the world." The broadcast went into chaos, with the chat demanding immediate explanations. The master of the Black Anvil Guild was also watching the broadcast and was extremely surprised to hear that. Even Smith, the #1 blacksmith in the world, had only created one legendary artifact up to that point. Brown received a call. Upon picking up the phone, he saw over 100 unread messages. The guild's blacksmiths were in an uproar, claiming that Hyun intended to outdo them and steal their VIP clients. Round furrowed his brow and redirected his attention to the broadcast. It was then that Barada's sword was displayed, revealing that this was the first legendary item created by Ryo-sul. The number of viewers quickly increased, surpassing 420,000. Crossing his arms, Round murmured, "What kind of person are you, blacksmith?" The next day, the guild gathered. Everyone had watched the broadcast, and now they praised Russell's anti-stress. Nell revealed that they would receive 40 million wons for the broadcast, in addition to 10 million in fees. She would transfer everything to Ryo-sul, since Russell wouldn't accept it with a thumb up. Nell praised Russell for not being shy about opening the information of the hardware stores. She showed that the Ryo-sul forge had reached the 20th place in the ranking. The protagonist was quite moved by the achievement. The boatman commented that it wasn't the first time an individual forge reached that ranking. After confirming, Nell started jumping, throwing scrolls into the air. "Look, the number of orders has increased." She picked one up, explaining that many VIP clients who used to seek high-end forges were now coming to us. She smiled serenely, imagining the competitors' reactions. Everyone congratulated Ryunsu, the one who had contributed the most to it. Just as he was about to say something, Ryunsu received some notifications. He caught everyone's attention. "We just received a message from the Black Anvil Guild." Everyone was curious and gathered around him. The protagonist began to read the sent message. "Hello, Rio. This is from the Black Anvil Guild. If you don't mind, we would like to speak with you in person regarding the explanation of Ryo-sul." The boatman crossed his arms. "They want to speak directly with someone who remains mysterious?" Russell asked if there was anything more, but before Nell commented, "This isn't the first time Round has contacted you, right?" The manager then suggested that they meet with him once, so that the #1 guild could get in touch with us. "I don't think he only wants to see Ryo-sul." The protagonist liked Nell's idea and agreed to the meeting with Ryo-sul, accepting. Everyone began to prepare, with Nell urging them, "We need to get organized. Russell Bark, grab your artifacts." Sometime later, Hyun-soo headed to the agreed location. He was wearing a cloak and a mask. Moreover, the mask had a voice modulator, which he considered a bit excessive. Round was already waiting for him at one of the tables in a lavish restaurant. He stood up when he saw the guest. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ryun. I am Ron, master of the Black Anvil Guild." With a hand on his chest, he introduced himself. The two sat down, and a banquet was served. Thanking Ron for what he had prepared, Ryun remarked that it would be difficult to eat because of the mask. The other guildmaster did not mind, simply expressing gratitude for his presence. Without beating around the bush, Round got straight to the point and proposed, "Ryun, please become the vice master of the Black Anvil Guild." Round promised half of his profits if he accepted. In the national scene, that was already the #1 blacksmith guild, and Ryo-sul knew that its annual income reached billions. Ryo-sul questioned, "Are you really serious? What if I ask for more?" Ron quickly replied, "It doesn't matter." This surprised the protagonist. Ron displayed confidence in the future and had already created 2 legendary rank items. "If we recruit you, we can reach the world #1. Ryun thanked him for the offer, but declined. Ron sighed, having expected that answer, and asked if he could make another proposal. Hyun-soo remained silent and listened. Hours later, the protagonist visited his father in the hospital. He felt relieved, as his father's condition had improved. significantly. When he went to the reception, the attendant recognized him as the one responsible for Mr. Kang Hyun-tae and timidly asked the reason for his visit. The protagonist responded that he was there to register. Confused, the receptionist asked how she could assist him. Another staff member approached, reminding that all the payments had already been made. The protagonist understood the misunderstanding. He explained that he was indeed there to visit his father, but this time, there was another reason. I came to start the rehabilitation therapy for the lower part of my body and my right hand. Removing the mask, he revealed the scars caused by fire that had marred half of his body, confirming that he had managed to gather a good amount of money. He asked, "Shouldn't I greet my father with good health when he wakes up?" The receptionist understood his intention and quickly got up to help him with the registration. The other employee also showed emotion, having followed the entire situation. The sun was already setting when Ryo-sul left the hospital. It was late, and he planned to go home. On the way, he grabbed his phone and realized he had received numerous messages. He wondered what Nell wanted in the messages. Nell was asking him to access a link he had sent. The internet was buzzing because of him. There were news articles about a blacksmith who created 2 legendary rank artifacts, others about a guild that had reached the top 19, along with comparisons between King, Barad's sword, and the Dragon Knights. One of the headlines caught his attention. Blacksmith Riem will surpass the Black Anvil. The protagonist remembered the guild that had made him a proposal earlier. Rona had handed him a card with her personal number during their conversation. Ron claimed to be sure that Hyun was someone who would reach first place through his own strength, and, waiting for that day, asked, "When that day comes, please reach out to me." The protagonist held on to the card, recognizing that Ron was an unusual person. He didn't seem to want to buy him with money or keep him trapped, but simply wished to be by his side. Acknowledging this, Hyun-soo promised himself he would grow quickly. Back at the forge in Aries, he opened a large information window. There was the class mission. You can continue with the sword left by the god of blacksmiths. This was the first mission that came to mind when Ryo-soo changed classes, the mission to rank up. It offered an unknown reward when he changed classes. For the first time, there was a level limit, so he prioritized other tasks. Now, with the required level, he read the description. You will be able to hear more explanations upon meeting Mayeng, the Lord of the Swordsmith Tower. The penalty for failure was severe, losing the status of a descendant of the god of blacksmiths. Despite that, he felt anxious for the mission. Calling a carrier pigeon, he sent a message, hoping to reunite with familiar faces soon. At the same time, a dark aura was emerging around the blacksmith tower. Fierce wolves began to gather in the area, threatening the safety of the artisans and their lives.